Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of What If Deku saved Kacchan's soul? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. When Katsuki shot that huge blow against that all-for-one Shigaraki blended form, he didn't expect to feel anything short of pain over his already broken body. Or to even be, may the old hag forgive him, alive after. So, it was a big surprise that upon his terrible landing, all he could feel was a headache, and it didn't feel that bad either. And what was that wetness? Was it raining? Kacchan, are you alright? When the hell did Izuku arrive? Kacchan. Katsuki tried blinking. Everything around him felt weird. There was a sound of running water tickling his ears, his surrounding was too bright, he couldn't see shit, and his pants sure was wet. What the actual fuck? Was it blood? No, idiot. No human could spill their blood to the point of having it sound like a river or some shit. Katsuki was probably concussed. God, even his own thoughts sounded awful inside his head. Kacchan. Okay. That was definitely weird. Why was Izuku's voice so fucking tiny? And what was with this chubby little hand, why was it almost shoved in front of his damn face? His eyes snapped open, like really open this time. What welcomed him was momentary blindness because of how bright the sun shone down on him. After a few blinks, he found a kid, Deku, the very owner of the hand extended in front of him, staring at him with his big doe eyes. The kid's concern bled through his very being. If Katsuki's feelings weren't flooded with shock, he would have already punched himself in the face for ever seeing this concern as a sign of mockery. Well, he was a kid, a very evil kid. But whatever. Was he dead? Was this the afterlife? Why was Deku in front of him as a kid? Was this some kind of a shit punishment? Retribution for what he did back then? What the fuck was happening? Katsuki's head instantly got filled with questions which were answered just as quickly by his logical mind. It supplied as thus. It was impossible that whatever this was a dream. The water felt real. The warmth Deku had been radiating felt real. His headache was getting harsher each second. There were background hums of birds, and he could also hear his shitty child friends up the tree log making a fuss. Everything was detailed. The small rocks on his feet, and even the freckles on the nerd's face. How could this be something his brain made up on the verge of dying? Impossible unless this was the afterlife and afterlife meant dealing with shit you wanted to leave behind. Kacchan? Should I go call Auntie? The nerd said, appearing to be more and more timid as moments passed by. The nerd was obviously contemplating whether to retract his offered hand and go back to his turtle shell or not. Katsuki realized he never really changed, even with all the shit All Might had him go through. He was still the Deku he met when they were babies, he just gained a little confidence upon entering UA. Fuck, was he really the cause of this child's low self-esteem? Did he really fuck up that bad? Then, Katsuki remembered what exactly occurred right at this moment. This was that time when he fell from a log while on an adventure with his so-called hero sidekicks. Deku was once one of them, until this day, if this really was what he thought it was. He hoped the otherwise because it'd be a cruel way of kicking him right where it hurt. Fuck afterlife. Before Deku took his hand back, Katsuki did what he deemed necessary, or what he felt would cure his and Izuku's inner child, something that was long overdue, something he never thought, never considered he would do. Something he should have done. He took the hand offered and stood up, silently observing what the nerd's reaction would be. It was nerve-wracking, but also calming in a confusing way. His feelings contradicted so much he didn't know what to think. Is this right? But what was he doing this for? Would it change what he did back then? Would it erase the pain he inflicted on this child? Why the hell was he doing this? Izuku's eyes lit up before he gave Katsuki a heartwarming smile. Katsuki wanted to give himself a punch, again. Then, Katsuki realized his own hands were also tiny. What the fuck? So, 3 things. First, he was back in his dumbass brat self. Second, there was this nagging thought inside his head saying, All he experienced with Izuku from when they were kids up to the fucking war were all a product of a stupid dream of a child, or a nightmare, whatever the fuck it was, which was fucking ridiculous because he won't ever forget the pain of getting impaled even if the world burnt down in front of him. He got holes in his goddamn body barely missing his critical spots, too graphic to be a child's fucking dream. Third, he was almost 100% sure he traveled back in time. This wasn't the afterlife. There was nothing magical in what he was experiencing right now. There was no other explanation. He was a fucking time traveler? A shitty genius time traveling to his child self. Wow, what a way to relive the things he narrowly avoided and hated about himself. He was still unsure of what triggered it. It couldn't be his own doing. Explosions ain't anywhere near time manipulation, unless he blasted his soul back to the child version of himself and had everything turn back at the same pace, which was idiotic. Remind him to stay the fuck away from Dunce's face this time around. One thing was for sure. He could change the tide, if this shit was permanent. Kacchan? Okay, he kind of forgot about that. Izuku Midoriya. Inheritor of One for All. All Might's heir. The chosen one. Cue every mighty name he could think of and it'd fit. And he was currently quirkless. Quirkless. Don't get Katsuki wrong. He wasn't a quirkist fuck. He didn't really fucking care. But this kid did, for sure, as what he had witnessed all his life. He wasn't even sure if this Deku got to the doctor already, probably not since he was still hanging out with him without getting himself bullied every 5 seconds. God, what the hell was happening to him? His head wasn't functioning normally, he was being so fucking slow. Was his brain affected by this time-traveling shit? Wait. Was it because his brain wasn't fully developed as a kid that it couldn't cope with how fast he normally thinks? If that was the case, well, at least it was still functioning. Kacchan? Alright. Calm down, Katsuki. You can think of a way to deal with this. This is just a minor problem. Izuku doesn't look down on you. Izuku admires you. Go on, think of how you'd interact with him. Izuku wasn't scared of him when they were kids. Katsuki wasn't a dick until he found out the other was quirkless. It started off as harmless teasing until it wasn't anymore. It was not that connected to quirkism. It was more of, how dare you think you're better than me? Yes, you're better than me, quit shoving it in front of my damn face or I'll hurt you to make me feel better. It was a mess Katsuki made for himself. Inferiority complex? Name it. It wouldn't be too hard to change how he once acted in front of this kid. He was changing for the better before getting sucked out of his own timeline. He was doing a lot better. He wasn't the same nightmare of a kid. After 10 seconds of thinking, he finally came up with, yeah, that had no bite, far from the kid Katsuki this kid Deku had been with. Katsuki squeezed his shirt to free it from the excess river water while waiting for the nerd's reply. They were chilling out on the riverside trying to dry themselves before heading home. The kids that went with them earlier already ran home after Katsuki told them off. It left him with the nerd, thus, the current situation. Deku bit his lower lip before answering. It was obvious that he didn't expect he'd receive a decent reply from someone he knew to be so explosive. Katsuki somehow understood where the kid was coming from, even if the reaction was from single response. Kacchan scraped his knee. The stones were really sharp. Katsuki checked his knee and there was, in fact, a huge wound on the right one. He couldn't remember if he really did get that before, maybe his memory was still a bit of a mess. It had been so long, more than 13 years had passed since this incident. Anyway, he got way worse shit than this so he didn't mind it that much. What really bothered him the most at the moment was how small his limbs were. Don't worry about it. I'll get the old hag clean it later. The kid beside him frowned like he heard the most insulting thing he could hear out of Katsuki's mouth. Kacchan, auntie isn't old. And what is? A hag? Before he proceeded to count his dumb little fingers with his face scrunched up, a little snot was even trailing down his nose. Katsuki would have found it disgusting if it wasn't so funny. Itty nothing. I don't care. Come on. Your mom might already be searching for you. Katsuki wore the now kinda dry shirt. His shoes were still dripping wet, so he simply hung them on a tree branch and called it a day. He'd go back for it when he had the chance. There was no way in hell he'd wear wet shoes. Now that he was convinced he traveled back, His first agenda was to get Deku the fuck out of this shitty forest and get him back to his mom. He'd think of actual plans later once he was not feeling like he was about to fall over. Deku should understand the assignment. After all, the nerd was never stupid, unless it was about keeping himself from kicking the bucket. Okay, Kacchan, let's go. The trip out of the forest wasn't eventful, but fuck did it take a while. Katsuki already forgot the way, or he remembered, but his mind couldn't process it. Everywhere he looked it felt familiar, so he made several wrong turns. What was more embarrassing and unacceptable was the kid Deku had to correct him and show him the way. Can you believe that? If it was the kid him, he would have already done something hurtful. All this thinking was making his head throb. The good thing was, they made it out without losing a limb, so it was still a win, thank you very much. Deku was afraid to leave him alone because of the wound, but the snarl still worked, so that was that. What he had to deal with next was his mom, which sucked big time. He was greeted with angry eyes the moment he stepped inside the gate of his home. Katsuki! Where the foo? His mom's words immediately got cut off by his dad who was fast approaching. Language, Mitsuki. You're dealing with a kid. The old man might have thought putting a hand on her shoulder would help, but the old hag simply brushed it off. I don't fucking care, Masaru. This kid can't expect shit after he pulled something like that. He's been gone the whole day. Katsuki remembered having to deal with this before, after the river incident. Back then, he felt wronged, of course he would. He was a kid who wanted things to go the way how he wanted them to. Yes, his mom was still insufferable as she always had been, but all the shit he went through was enough to make a crack in his extreme walls. Because what if he truly died? What would happen to his parents? He was all they had, he was their only son. The first time Katsuki almost lost his life, taken hostage by that nasty sludge, he completely forgot someone was waiting for him back home. He was too angry to care, too insensitive to him, that when the old hag yelled at him, on the brink of tears, I told you to go straight home after your fucking classes, Katsuki. What if All Might wasn't there? With his old man looking at him with an expression he saw for the first time his whole life, Katsuki told them to, and he quotes, suck it up, before he went rushing to his room, slamming it as if he paid for it. The second time was, well, he didn't know how to describe it. He was held captive for 2 days and 3 nights by the League. The night he was rescued and taken home, he was overloaded with emotions and doubts, plus he was occupied by what he realized with Deku's power. He was expecting to get yelled at, but his mom just stared at him the whole night, gave him the space he wanted but also ensured he never left her line of sight. His dad seemed to want to talk to him, but he refrained from doing so. They let him rest, they let him crawl back to his own damn feet, they let him try to sort his own emotions, because they knew how he hated it when they care. The third time was kept hidden from his parents. Katsuki? Apparently, his mom stopped yelling when he stared into space, his head filled with shits he didn't want to think about in the first place. Why was he getting emotional upon seeing his parents? He was known for his emotional constipation, what the fuck? So what if he died? He'd no longer be present to see what his parents' reaction would be. He wouldn't be there anymore. He'd be dead. And he was sure it'd be just fine, people move on. But it still haunted him, no matter how much he tried to push the thoughts away, or how much he thought it'd be fine. It was frightening. 'Cause, let's get the wound clean, alright? He gave a simple nod to his dad before he let them guide him inside their home. The third time he almost died was on a remote island with Izuku. Izuku took a lot more damage than he did, it was funny. At that time, he was slowly getting used to whatever the fuck they have to go through as upcoming heroes. He was accepting what he was risking to win. He was becoming aware of his own mortality. He could die. He could die trying to win against those damned villains. He could ruin himself in the name of heroism. And he was 16. The more he thought about it, the more fucked it appeared. But it was what he wanted, it called for him. He was meant to be a hero, he was meant to win so he could save. Fuck this. His mom was already dressing his wounds the moment he snapped out of his thoughts. She was miraculously silent, just like how he was. His dad was probably weirded out. He was looking at them as if expecting them to blow any minute now, but each second it took with neither him nor his mom shouting adds a wrinkle on his forehead. Typical thing in the Bakuga household. It was done after his mom finished treating his wound. She turned to him and looked at him sharply. "Who are you?" It was Katsuki's turn to frown. "What?" Mitsuki hissed. "I know every mannerism my child does when he's getting his wound treated, you monster. And he's supposed to be bitching me while at it. Where did you hide my son?" "Alright, one thing, your son grew out of the mannerisms and he wasn't bitching you out because he was fucking thinking. Not like he could say he was 17 inside, fuck. A fuse inside him was flipped on. I fell out a log twice your height, you hag. Don't expect me to be all bitchy when my head feels like fucking bursting." Okay, that sounded really wrong with this tiny-ass voice. Who cares? It's his dad, of course. He didn't get mad, but was that relief? Oh my fucking god, this family was weird as fuck. Why was he realizing this just now? Who said you could say every curse word your little brain could come up with? I'm not, you said it too. Because I'm an little brat. His mom was going for a head slap but stopped midway. What did you say again? You fell off a log twice my height. Katsuki winced. Yeah, if you're not deaf, you probably heard that. You? His mom's rage was outdone by his dad's worry. Where else does it hurt, Katz? Did you hit your head? Is that where you got your wound? At least his dad was still kinda sane. Kacchan, I'm not gonna be your worthless punching bag Deku forever. I'm the Deku who always does his best. The scene shifted to a fight. A fight Katsuki witnessed firsthand. Deku kept Shigaraki Tamura up in the air to keep him from dusting everyone on the ground. Aizawa-sensei was already down. No one can stop the villain from killing them all. No one but Deku. Izuku. He heard his own voice yelling. Izuku? Wasn't this a bit earlier from when he finally had the guts to call the nerd's name? Endeavor was rushing. Todoroki and Katsuki acted as his fuel him to get to where the fight was. One wrong move would be enough for shit to go full 180. He had to give this his all. His last explosion had the current number 1 reaching Shigaraki and burning him down. They were told to get out of there, but he stayed. Time seemed to slow down, or speed up. God, this was confusing. Getting it out of his system was impossible now that it was being hyped up by his adrenaline rush. He swore he could hear something thumping, getting louder each millisecond. And there it happened, his body simply moving on its own. Before he was even aware of it, he was already fucking impaled by spikes meant to reach a certain idiot, spikes meant for stealing quirks, by the way. He coughed out blood. He could feel himself drowning. He couldn't say anything. What was happening? He was supposed to be saying something right now. Kacchan. He fell from the sky. No one was fast enough to reach him this time. No Todoroki to catch him. Deku was a second late. Katsuki jolted, waking up drenched in sweat. He just had a nightmare about dying. He died. He was supposed to live that time. He fell. He hit the ground. There was blood everywhere. It definitely hurt. And Deku's face. God forgive, fuck. Deku's terrified eyes, terrified but angry, unforgiving eyes, as if someone snatched his life before him. The black whip didn't reach him in time. His voice, broken. It was death. Definitely death. Why did it feel so real? Katsuki? Fat tears were rolling down his cheeks. He was choking on his own breath. He was a kid. His mom rushed to his side, scooping his tiny body to place him on top of her lap, embracing him tightly. He is a kid. He allowed himself to be. He didn't know how much he needed that hug until he received it. His mom was caressing his back so light it might not have been there at all. He was tiny. His mom could crush him right then and there. But it felt good. And painful? It was confusing. He was back to his 4-year-old self, and the irony that he hated being treated like a kid yet here he was acting like one, made the situation a little bit better, or worse. He was overloaded with fear. The realization of what he was facing hit him like bricks, that what filled his head next was how much he wanted to go back because this was shit. He was back to zero. He never wanted that. He wanted what he had back. He wanted the world who painted him unhero-like. This is cheating. This isn't how he planned to be number one. Please take him back. But the hug around him told him otherwise. It was warm, fulfilling, and kinda inexperienced, but it was something he didn't let his mom do before. It was understandable. What should he do? What could he do? Was he supposed to change anything at all? Was he supposed to act the same? What if Deku didn't get his quirk because of his changes? What would happen to them? To the future? To the war? What about half and half? His brother? What about All Might? Does he really have to go fight All for One? What can he change? What should he not change? What if this ended up with more people dying? Shoo, it's all right. Mom's here. For now, he set the thoughts aside and relished his mother's hug. Let him have something to himself just this once. You stink, hag. Day 1. The very first thing Katsuki did that morning, actually it was 3 a.m., was to get a piece of paper and a pencil. He didn't have a pen, which also boiled down to his fascinating discovery that he time-traveled. All the things in his pencil case were enough to make him want to barf. He had all his things All Might themed, even the fucking eraser. How much did he love All Might? Apparently, his dislike for kids extended even to his younger self, not that it was a huge surprise, given that Katsuki loathed himself to the core even before. Back to his paper and pencil. He wanted to do some sort of a bucket list, a plan that he could follow to strategize better for the greatest outcome he could get. Tons of things will happen soon. He had to create an outline so nothing would go amiss. But, don't get ahead of him, he wasn't planning to meddle in everything. The main reason, even if he could be dubbed as a one-man army, there would probably be things that would be out of his control. Like what would happen to All Might when he faces off with AFO 5 years from now. Everyone's business wasn't his concern in the first place. There are choices they had to make themselves, even if Katsuki was already aware of what came of it. He cannot just go somewhere, tell someone their future or some shit and be off with it. Besides the fact that no one will believe him, he doubts it'll bear good fruits. Anyway, he was kinda mad that he didn't have a phone of his own. He could have just listed all of the things he could remember on an app and locked it in, but he'd make do with what he currently had. So, he proceeded to his small-ass kitty study table to start his mission for the day, turned on his stupid All Might lamp, and put on his no bullshit face. It was a shitty situation to be in, him holding an All Might pencil while staring at the paper bordered with All Might's face. No one would be able to remove his frown today. No one. And yes, it was a really shitty situation to be in, because the moment his pencil touched the paper, he knew he was doomed. The thought didn't even occur to him, that all his skills would go poof. Gone now that he was back being, well, a toddler. Good. How stupid was he to expect he'd have his previous skills on a body so tiny? His hands were fucking dancing while writing simple katakana. Fuck. Katsuki jolted, surprised by his own voice. He face-palmed before crumpling the paper and tearing it down. He wasn't even trying to, but he was producing small explosions as he go on. The frustration was on a new high when he realized that even his control with his quirk was affected. Back to fucking zero. No fucking way. His lamp's light flickered. Katsuki recognized the bubbling fire coming from the pit of his stomach, which he immediately pushed down. He was swallowing the bubbles in before they overwhelmed him. He breathed deeply in and out, quelling the thirst to throw a fiery fit. This shit happened once in UA, that time he thought Izuku was lying to him about his quirk. He didn't know how to deal with it back then, but it never happened again because he forced himself to adapt the method he just did. It was the same technique he used whenever he felt he was nearing a panic attack. He could definitely do this. He was once a kid, right? These were just small stones he'd trip into while paving his own path of greatness. Besides, nothing so perfect can be served without some bitter aftertaste. So, with wobbly hands, he started writing. Things that will happen which will have great impacts in the future. First and the most accessible of all, Deku. Don't mind the little scrawny figure he drew beside the poorly handwritten name. Fuck the intrusive thoughts. His hand was itching to draw it, alright? Knowing he was quirkless, something I can't stop. Bullies, list of people I will kill. Attacking the sludge quirkless, like the idiot he is. Miraculously getting OFA. Everything UA. Katsuki knew Deku got his quirk before UA entrance exams because, besides the fact that he was sure no one would be able to destroy the training dummies quirkless, he also heard how Auntie Inko had to rush over UA after the entrance exam from his mom. But he couldn't pinpoint when exactly the nerd got it. There must have been something that triggered it. All Might won't ever give a generational burden shit quirk to some random quirkless kid, no matter how pitiful they appear. Unless they didn't appear pitiful at all. Katsuki's eyes landed on the crooked writing of the third thing on the list under Deku's name. Heh. The answer was already waving in his damn face. But the fucking sludge. He doesn't want to get through that shit anymore. It was disgusting and humiliating, and fuck him if he'd ever need a quirkless Deku saving his ass. No, Katsuki has no issues with Izuku about that anymore, but that didn't mean he'd let him have his stupid heroic moment when he didn't have anything to keep himself from dying. It was pure luck that Izuku got out of that situation unscathed. He'd rather die than see the nerd dying while trying to save him. He was aware Izuku survived after the sludge incident. But what if something goes different now that he time traveled? What if Deku ends up dying? That, 1,000,000% no-go. That would be the worst-case scenario. If that ever happens, him time traveling won't mean shit. But if the sludge won't happen, would the nerd receive one for all? Katsuki bit his lower lip. There should be another way, right? Plus, he had 10 years to prepare for that shitshow. He got plenty of time to think and plan for it. Deku has to be the inheritor of One for All. He would do anything to make it this timeline's reality. Even if he has to go through that again. The sun was already rising when Katsuki stopped writing. He already managed to write from this point to before Kamino. It was something he refuses to relive, so he stopped. There was no use writing about some events that he would never let be on his way. It was his mistake that that shit ever happened, and he'd rather bury himself than watch the same tape playing again. Consider him an idiot if that incident repeated this time around. A yawn made it past his lips. He checked the alarm clock on his bedside table. It read 5:45 a.m. It was already 45 minutes past his usual training hour. He stretched before pushing himself out of his seat. What the hell is happening to you, brat? Katsuki's heart almost leaped out of his chest, like he was caught red-handed doing something illegal. It was his mom. All right. There might have been things Katsuki forgot when he woke up the second time after his arrival. Yep, his brain skipped the fact that he had a breakdown from a nightmare about his death, and it felt overly realistic, so no one can blame him. At this point, he knew this forgetfulness must have been some sort of defense mechanism he unconsciously built up to keep himself from falling apart. He woke up and his mom was there, hugging the shit out of him. Now, his mom stood by the doorframe, barging into his room unannounced. "What are you doing here, hag?" Katsuki tried his best to act accordingly, inconspicuously hiding the papers on his tabletop under the table. It wouldn't do him good if his mom saw his things. It's either she'd believe he possessed a minor quirk that told him about the future, or she'd think he was really starting to lose it, especially after the waterworks show he presented her last night. He shivered. Katsuki rarely gets what he wants. "What's that?" Mitsuki slowly approached him, eyeing him as if she was approaching a wounded feral animal. Panic rushed through him as his mom got nearer and nearer. He was already crumpling the papers in his hand with his tightening hold. The unsettling feeling in his stomach brought back the bubbles of fire he narrowly avoided earlier. It was like his control was sucked out of him. The once vice-like grip of his emotions seemed to have faded away into nothingness. "Go away. It's nothing. Mind your own damn business." But his mom's face only grew more suspicious. She stopped her advances when she was already only a foot away. She towered over him, searching for answers through his face. Mitsuki must have seen something that made her drop the subject like it was never there at all. "Why are you up? School's at 8. Katsuki didn't know he was holding his breath until he couldn't breathe anymore. He coughed it out, trying his hardest not to look out of place, out of his age. "I don't know. I woke up." Thankfully, his mom accepted his fucked reason and shrugged it off. "Then help me prepare breakfast. Lazing off shitty mornings won't help you be a hero." Katsuki rolled his eyes but agreed nonetheless. His mom left him alone after that exchange. This was one of the plenty reasons why Katsuki adored his mother, secretly. She understood him too well. She knew how and what to do to cut off his horns. She was an expert in navigating through his mess, and she knew when to push or pull. His mom on his original timeline might have had her not-so-mother moments, but she would never be his mom if she was normal. This mom would probably have those moments too, and as much as Katsuki would hate it, it was something he cannot change. Anyway, kudos to her, because even if she was ultimately being alienated with the way her 4-year-old son was acting around her, she was still trying to figure him out, without so much as scaring him away. It was a win for him. Katsuki went to help his mom in silence. He was the one in charge of cleaning the veggies. It was kinda weird since Katsuki remembered he never helped in the kitchen when he was 4. His interest in cooking started when he turned 7, which was also when he started helping his mom cook. It was a small detail change. It wasn't enough to affect the timeline that much, right? His mom was doing her magic beside him, chopping the veggies he cleaned and also preparing the eggs she'd fry. She sometimes hummed a song, then stopped only to talk to herself about the things she would do for the day. Katsuki bet she even forgot he was helping her. Well, she was the one doing all the work. Katsuki had always found watching her cook entertaining, even though he would never admit it out loud. The last time he was able to do so was after Kamino. It had been so long, it felt nostalgic. He wondered until when would he be able to watch her do stuff like this time around. The doorbell rang. His mom raised an eyebrow at him when he didn't move from his spot. Katsuki wouldn't go there opening the door. He's 4 for God's sake. He wouldn't be able to reach the doorknob. And it wasn't his job. Stop making him laugh. Annoyed, he reasoned out, it's probably just the newspaper guy, but his mom's sharp look didn't falter. I won't be able to reach the door, hag, I'm 4. His mom laughed, I know. Just teasing ya, before she went to check who was ruining their morning at 6. All that shit and she still went. God, was she always like that? He pinched off a piece of the scrambled egg for him to taste. It was still the same that told him his mom's cooking is strangely different from all other people's. Well, no one else could put pepper the same amount as she does, Katsuki does, and actually pull it off. One member of the squad tried it before, in a failure of an attempt of pleading to have him tutor them for the upcoming midterms, and it tasted like someone put fucking sand in his mouth. It's not even edible anymore. Now he was wondering where the idiots were. Would he have them as his friends without forcing shit in this timeline? A few moments passed before he heard his mom calling, "Brat, Izuku's here." Katsuki jumped off of his seat in a hurry to get to where his mom was, by their front door. He also didn't know where the need was coming from, but he had to see Deku. His last image of him was from his nightmare and it wasn't doing him any wonders. Kacchan, the small smiling, but obviously scared, figure with his green mop of hair had him stopping the rush. It was funny how he could see the nerd of his timeline in those green eyes, the nerd who got through his shitty treatment, the one who witnessed everything about him, the one who he once wanted to hate, to hurt. But then, somehow, the ghost of last night overthrows it in an unprecedented manner. The terrified eyes. The voice. Izuku's eyes were filled with unshed tears. It was the scene from Katsuki's nightmare all over. Kacchan. Katsuki frowned. He bit his tongue and looked away, trying his best not to look as shaken as he really was. But when he turned to look again, it was all gone. It was just Izuku with no resemblance to the one who already went through it all, nor the one who was scared of a death that wasn't his. It was just Izuku, looking at him with concern again. The kid was asking how you were, didn't want me to call for you, but he's here and you're here. Make it fast, you two gotta attend class. Katsuki pretended to be bored. What? Izuku stood there, scratching his nape. I was scared Kacchan hurt himself too bad. So I came to check. You could have just waited until school. Izuku's face scrunched up, but I didn't want to wait. And I can't go to school today. Katsuki huffed before turning around 360 degrees to prove nothing was wrong with him. See? I'm doing fine. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not a fucking weakling. Izuku nodded relentlessly. Kacchan is not weak. No, not weak at all. Damn right. Wait, why aren't you attending school today? Oh, Mom's taking me to the doctor. Oh shit. No, it could be for something else, right? What for? The nerd appeared troubled. For. Well, Kacchan and the others got their quirks for a long time already. Oh shit, double shit. Mom wants me to get checked. To know when I get my quirk. Katsuki's plans should start now then, fuck. I'll go with you. Yes, going with Izuku wasn't really a part of the plan, it was an impulsive decision, something that Katsuki didn't do much, but it called for action, okay? No one can blame him. His mom also didn't like it when he said he was skipping school to go somewhere, but when Izuku explained it for him, she was even eager to go with them. Yeah, which was the main reason why he was in his mom's car, and Inko was in the passenger seat, leaving him seated with Izuku at the back. They were already on their way back from the hospital. Nothing exactly changed, in Katsuki's perspective. Izuku and Auntie Inko were the only ones allowed to go inside the room to meet the doctor for the checkup, so Katsuki had no idea how it really went down. All he knew was that the news was finally out, evident from the swollen eyes of both Izuku and his mother. Katsuki's presence didn't make any significant change. Not that he was expecting Izuku would magically have a quirk now that he accompanied him to the doctor, but it was a bummer that nothing worth mentioning happened. He wasn't expecting much, but he also wasn't expecting nothing at all, okay? He hoped he could at least be there when Izuku received the news. Izuku's slumped shoulder also didn't sit well with him. Katsuki wanted to scream. What a shitty outcome. Thankfully, his mom broke the deafening silence. How'd it go? He didn't know how it started, but Auntie Inko was already bawling her eyes out. Mitsuki? Katsuki wondered how the car wasn't filled with tears yet. He could feel Izuku shaking beside him, but the kid wasn't crying, at the very least, not yet. Katsuki didn't know what to do, so he tried recalling what Shitty Hair does whenever he was feeling frustrated about something. Katsuki just couldn't trust himself in moments like this. He had accepted the fact that managing feelings is his weak spot long ago. Well, Shitty Hair invites him to a lot of spars, then they would talk it out while Katsuki was kicking the shit out of him. Can't do that with Izuku. At least not now. Maybe he'd encourage that once they're a bit older. Izuku. My baby isn't gonna have any. Auntie Inko's cries continued in the background while Katsuki was having his own dilemma starring. How the hell should he act? Instead of thinking about what his idiot of friends would do, he started imagining what Izuku would have done if he was in the same situation. Izuku had always been the expert in dealing with sappy shit, including comforts. The last time Katsuki tried didn't sound comforting at all, and it was when the whole Class A was rescuing Izuku after the nerd left UA. God, he swears he sounded insulting even then. What would you expect from him? He sucks at everything connected to emotions. Why were emotions his most fucked aspect? But if he had to do this, he should definitely do this right. Izuku doesn't deserve more fuck-ups. Katsuki inhaled, biting his tongue before saying, just do your best. You'll be a damn hero. Quirkless or not. Auntie Inko's sobs ceased midway, as well as Izuku's little shivers. His mom gave him a side look before focusing back on the road. What? Did he say anything wrong? It's not like he was lying. Izuku slowly turned to him. His doe eyes reflected something akin to hope, as if Katsuki lit a candle close to losing all its fire. As much as it told him how hopeless the other felt upon knowing he was quirkless, it also told him how wrong he was, how much he fucked up, and how stupid he was acting before. It was a trip down the road of guilt where Izuku was the driver. Katsuki just knew he was a fucking idiot. It was only then that Katsuki realized the weight of his own words. You really think so, Kacchan? But it was the truth, it wasn't Katsuki's opinion or some kind of a lie. He was just stating a fact that came from the future he once lived. It would happen. So he nodded. Izuku was hugging him before he knew it. He wasn't expecting that, but he should have. It's the nerd, and he's a kid, of course he'd have no sense of boundaries. Katsuki froze over his spot as Izuku held onto him like a koala. The nerd might have thought it was a great time to wet Katsuki's shoulder with how damp it was getting. He was crying, obviously. Goddamn Midori tears. Should he hug him back? It was getting really uncomfortable. Sniffles, if Kacchan. If Kacchan thinks I can do it, another sniff, then I can do it. Katsuki's hand was left on his sides, never touching Izuku, never. Trying to, not even once. He didn't deserve it. Katsuki didn't deserve any of this. He didn't deserve to be the person giving off hope to someone he rid of it before. Fate had always been cruel. A bitter feeling crawled up his stomach. If this isn't the hell of guilt and regret, he has no idea what is. A few days passed after the big revelation, things went back to normal, except for Katsuki and Izuku's relationship. Katsuki bet it was never going back to the way it once was. The impact one action had on the unforeseeable future is quite tricky to predict, more so, manipulate. Every action, every step, should be extremely calculated. His first try at a huge change had a big-ass impact. Because yes, Izuku already admired him before. But now? God, the nerd looked at him as if he held the stars. It was annoying in some ways and guilt-inducing in others. The latter side is always winning, if it even matters. But at least he was over one thing under the nerd's name, even if it brought consequences he never imagined would happen. Now, the nerd goes to his house after school more often than not. It was fine, better even. He could monitor him and his possible changes. It was a positive change, no matter how shitty it leaves him whenever the nerd goes home. Izuku's reaction to what transpired wasn't that surprising, but his mom also doing weird things after everything that had happened on her car, was the change that huge? She started supervising his every action from the corner of her eyes like a goddamn hawk. Katsuki wasn't an idiot, he could feel it. It even made him so paranoid that he now hides his future papers bucket list 101, somewhere she would never open. But other than the supreme surveillance, she was the same. His dad was the same. Kacchan. What are these? The nerd asked, waving some papers in the air. After squinting his eyes, Katsuki recognized those, the future papers. Yeah, the new normal also included Izuku spending a lot of time inside his damn room. His middle school self would be choking him to death if he ever knew about this progress. Too bad for him, Katsuki already buried him 6 feet down. Anyway, what was he holding again? Z. Put that down. Katsuki rushed to snatch the papers Izuku was holding, almost flying, but the nerd was fast, he was able to evade. Katsuki face-planted on the mattress of his bed, and the nerd had the audacity to fucking laugh. Groaning, he stood up, continuing his chase, no quirks involved. No, what is this? Kacchan already knows how to write? Katsuki calmed down after that. That meant the nerd still didn't know how to read. God fucking damn, that almost gave him a heart attack. Is this me? Okay, that's enough. No, the hell are you talking about? Katsuki managed to snatch it away this time, ears obviously heating up. Izuku didn't need to know about his weird fascination in drawing chibis that was not included on the things he'd allow the nerd to witness, new normal or not. And it wasn't like Katsuki really wanted to draw, alright? It was the childish urges that he was experiencing because he was a kid at the moment. But it looks like me. Katsuki ignored him after that. Oh well, there is no time to lose. He had to go through his next plan. Since the things under Deku's name were either already happening or would happen years later, he skipped him and spotted his second target. Half and half. All Katsuki could see was Izuku's form up in the air, with Shigaraki Tamura. It was a scene Katsuki had already witnessed somewhere, he was just not sure where exactly. It's familiar, but he can't quite recall, unlike those moments where you've stumbled upon something important, but completely forget about it afterward. It's annoying. Frustrating even. But he can't move. He was supposed to move. He had to move. Detroit smash, Wyoming smash, St. Louis smash. You're in the way of my dream. Shigaraki Tamura raised a hand. Katsuki was frozen right on his spot. He can't move a muscle even if his instincts were already pushing him to go and fuck those shitty crusty hands up. He wanted to tear his feet apart just to be able to be where Izuku was, but he can't do anything. He was forced to watch a doom he expected but never wanted to materialize. That's what this power is for, were Izuku's last words before the powered-up Texas smash that shook even the blonde who was hundreds of feet away. Katsuki knew Izuku won't be able to hold on any further. He knew his arms wouldn't be able to last either. He would die in this state. It was supposed to be the final blow. But Izuku was met with a hand grabbing his face. The world stopped. Katsuki stared. This is why I'm better than you wannabe heroes, Tamura Shigaraki spat. The mocking tone should have been enough for Katsuki to snap, but he did nothing. He stared. I kill. Like leaves falling from a decaying tree, Izuku's ashes danced with the wind. Nana no no. Shigaraki laughed, taunting him, mocking him. It rang inside Katsuki's head until it was the only thing he could hear, alongside the scream coming from his own throat. Something wet was rolling down Katsuki's cheeks when he woke up. He can't remember what caused the damned waterworks, nor can he stop them from falling, but he was sure it was his dream, no, nightmare, again. He was able to minimize the noise this time though. He didn't want his mom to see him in this state again. Once was enough. He also had enough with this shit. He didn't want to deal with it anymore. But his chest won't stop aching. There was a stabbing sensation in his stomach, an itch to scream, to tear the world open. To cause destruction. Dread. For what? Why was everything so fucking painful? What caused it? Why couldn't he remember anything at all? Why did it hurt so much? Katsuki tried his hardest to smother the fear starting to gnaw at his inside, an emotion he didn't even know where it fucking came from. It was making his heart pound, making him anxious. It felt like it was something out of his reach, as if he was supposed to do something he didn't know what. It was frustrating. He tried his go-to method, worked his way to stop his ragged breathing, but whenever he inhaled, the only thing that came were broken hiccups. So instead, he closed his eyes and tried his best to recall what his dream was, which he also failed on doing. It was an endless black. But his brain couldn't come up with any possible scenario that would have him crying like a bitch. After a few more moments of calming himself down, he managed to stop the tears and even out his breathing pattern. Eventually, he fell asleep. It was not a secret that Tuya Todoroki disliked his youngest brother at first sight, but it intensified 10 times worse when the latter's quirk manifested. Although it was something he knew would eventually happen sooner or later, it still irked him to the core. The more everyone rooted for the youngest, with the way they say the quirk he'd have is the most befitting to be the heir of Endeavor's Hellfist title, the more Tuya felt desperation and anger. He was the firstborn. He was the one entitled to that name. So, he prepared for the doomsday. He trained every single day, even if he was prohibited from doing so. He worked hard. He sacrificed many things to get what was given free to his younger brother. He had Sakoto Peak as the witness. And burn marks to prove it. Tuya Todoroki's biggest flaw is his body mismatching his quirk. In a way, he was the perfect combination of his parents' quirks, with a flame even surpassing that of his father's, and a body able to withstand the harshest of cold but burns at a touch of heat like his mom's. It was the firstborn's luck, which was a demise in his case. But Tuya is far from a reject. In fact, he was strong. He was able to hold himself together even when his skin felt as if someone was pouring freshly boiled water on it each time he used his fire a little bigger than normal. To him, it was a matter of will and determination. He was ready to show his father he could still be of use, show him that he will be the flame that would sweep the number one off of his feet. He had the power to do it, and the ambition to make it happen. Nothing would be able to hinder that, not even his own body. Not Shoto. Not that little shit's quirk. Natsuo, you think Dad would agree to come see me train? Tuya knew what his brother's answer would be. Enji won't waste his time on someone he considers a broken piece. No, and Ison. Father's too busy with Shoto and his agency. Natsuo turned, yawning as he shifted in his place on his bed to better see Tuya, who was leaning against the said bed, with his legs comfortably tucked underneath it. Natsuo was already ready to sleep, but Tuya was here for his nighttime talks. Natsuo was never the one to ignore his elder brother. Natsuo sighed when Tuya didn't respond. You know him, Ison? Tuya bit his lower lip. He got the answer he was expecting. And I still don't get why you want him to, what do you call that again? Right. Acknowledge you. You're aware of what he's done to show after the poor kid had his quirk, right? I'm thankful Mom's genes overpowered Dad's on me, or I won't even be here to talk to you if it were me in Sho's shoes. No, Natsuo doesn't understand. Yes, I don't understand. I know what you're thinking, and Ison. You want to be a hero. It's just, I don't like it. What he does to Shoto, what he did to you and Mom. Natsuo stopped, looking away before he continues. Sometimes I wish all might disappears so Dad can get what he wants. 'Cause maybe then he'll stop. Tuya didn't know how to respond to that. Enji Todoroki never hid his desire for the number one spot. It's an obsession he instilled in his children when he realized the dream he was reaching for was doomed to be fruitless. No, it was the reason why he had a quirk marriage to begin with, why he had to search for a perfect quirk match. A backup plan for a toxic dream. But Tuya already got a taste of that spark. It was intoxicating, a flavor you'd go back to even after all the pain. It was a dream he'd chase. So, not wanting to start a fight with his brother about their father for the umpteenth time, he instead, with a huff, fixed his position and sat upright, his previous gloomy expression replaced with a goofy one. Just say you're being a huge worrywart. Training isn't supposed to be easy, Nats. You're getting all too cheesy. Is there something you're not telling me, huh? A crush, which resulted in Natsuo striking him with a pillow. Go away, Anaisen. You know it's not that. But you're turning red. Shut up. Tuya stood up, the grin was wide on his face. But you'll watch tomorrow, right? Natsuo rolled his eyes. Wouldn't miss it even if I know you suck. September, autumn was starting. Colorful trees flourished everywhere. It was beautiful, but the leaves they leave in their wake were horrendous. Nevertheless, the air was fresh and it was cool, far from the raging glare of the heat of summer last month. It wasn't Katsuki's favorite season, but it'll do. At least he wasn't freezing and cold. But soon enough, it'd be winter. Time is forever fleeting. It had been 2 weeks since Katsuki time-traveled and he wasn't himself for the past week and a half, which was why all his plans were on hold, excluding the one with Deku. It started after his 5th night, wherein he woke up with water falling from his fucking eyes, and ever since then, the strange phenomenon never stopped. Each night, he randomly wakes up in the middle of his sleep, triggered by the dampness of his cheeks, yet he had no recollection whatsoever of what made his eyes have minds of their own. Katsuki already figured out his emotional capacity reduced drastically upon being a toddler again. It had something to do with the biological makeup of a child, and how the brain was in its early stages of development, or some shit like that. That meant he was as emotionally constipated as he ever was, but now it was even worse and he had no means of hiding it. Being a toddler meant Katsuki doesn't have any sort of proper control over everything. Maybe it also played a part in what was happening to him every night, he wasn't sure, but it did play a huge part on his everyday living, negatively. There was this one time at school, during their break time, Katsuki shoved Izuku to the ground because the latter pissed him off for talking to him non-stop. It happened so fast that Katsuki didn't realize what he did until the nerd was crying. It was awful. Katsuki saw his life flash before him, with all the progress he made down the drain. He mustered up his inner maturity, helped Izuku up, and apologized. Everyone around them stared at him like he grew another head. Not that he cared. He'd been through harsher environment with people literally telling him he was a big asshole. Did he give any fucks about it? Nah. All that mattered to Katsuki was his own opinion, and well, maybe he also cared a little about what some people he acknowledges had to say. Anyway, ever since then he became more conscious of his actions whenever he was with Izuku. So, his supposed lash-outs never happened again. But it hadn't been that long. Izuku doesn't deserve to be the receiving end of Katsuki's poor emotion management. He already faced Katsuki's wrath in their first life, and Katsuki may have been a fucking idiot, but he already learned his shit. He's not someone who repeats mistakes. And yes, this Izuku hadn't gone through that hell, but Katsuki's guilt remained the same, if not worse. He also figured out his thinking was slowed down by a few notches. There were a few times he treated Izuku as if he was the original Izuku, and the kid Izuku always ended up confused. It was mainly because Katsuki found some of the normalcy he once shared with the Izuku of his timeline. But after each time, he would be reminded that he was alone in this one. He had no one to tell this to. If before, the loneliness was by choice, now, it was an established law. There was no other choice, unless he wanted to be seen as a bastard who lost his marbles. It was one of this world's ways of fucking him up in the head. Hey, Zuko, lift your hand a bit. Reach higher. We did this before. It's the first time Kacchan showed me this move though. PFT. How many times have you watched this shit again? Kacchan. This just came out yesterday. Deku, goddammit. Be faster, we're gonna be late. What's a Deku, Kacchan? Fucking hell, that was what this was. Katsuki had a really hard time explaining the last one because that name wasn't an insult anymore. It was the nerd's hero name. He became the Deku who does his fucking best. Plus, it had been a long time since Katsuki actually considered the said name an insult. It was literally a lifetime ago. It's from ''DISCLAIMER, you little shit." Izuku couldn't be any happier. Guilt was all that lingered on Katsuki's tongue. It didn't feel right. Anyway, all in all, his 2-week stay wasn't that fun, so he came up with an idea to relieve the stress. It was the sports season. He won't let it pass without doing anything, alright? And from what he could recall, their school would be participating in a school versus school sports fest including all pre to middle schools in Mizudafu this year. He could remember this particular event because it never happened again. It was the first and the last try. It became too chaotic that the schools couldn't handle it. Chaos. Somewhere he could pour all his stress out without worrying too much about the consequences. Carrying his bag that was in color with All Might's bronze hero suit, Katsuki went straight for the door. "I'm out." "Katsuki. Brat. You forgot your lunchbox. I don't want your stupid hot dogs, hag. I'm gone by at school later." "You can't reach the door, idiot." "And what by are ya talking about?" "You're 4. I don't care." "Phew. I grew an inch." "He can't." He grabbed a chair just to spite his mother. The school was a mess. It was painful to watch. Katsuki was already regretting his decision to go. He hated crowds. How could he forget that? There were people everywhere, and they came in huge lumps of groups. There was no fucking space. Everywhere you look was filled with people playing different sports. One corner had badminton, another had track. The covered court was for basketball, and another for volleyball. It was obvious the schools didn't prepare well for it. No wonder it never happened again. Fuck, who in their right minds would want to group preschoolers with dumb teenage fuckers? This was a scene straight from hell. People were bumping into him whenever he walked. He hates being bumped. Katsuki was currently with the preschool group with their advisor at the front, guiding their way through the crowd, but there were a lot of them and there was no way Katsuki would want to stay with a bunch of losers. He meant kids. "I'm done here." Katsuki stopped on his track. The other kids hanging out with him also stopped, Izuku included. "Kacchan, basketball will be fun. Let's go there." Katsuki ignored the kid with stretchy arms and fingers. He was doing that a lot lately. He just can't deal with the realization he was the reason why some kids turned out fucked up. He was a major bad influence and it made him hate his skin more than anything else. Fuck it. He was spacing out again. He turned to Izuku. "Where to?" The nerd looked at the kid Katsuki ignored, but Katsuki was quick to stop him from considering going to the covered court with nothing but sweat and people. He just knew the nerd was the type to feel bad if his idea was chosen instead of other people's, which sucked big time because he bet there were tons of opportunities missed because of how kind the little shit was trying to be. Fucking people pleaser. I hate crowds. Mom said tennis field will be clear since most children find it boring. Kacchan wanna go with me? A nod and the two already left their group. The tennis field wasn't empty like Auntie Inko claimed it would be, but it was decent, not too crowded, and the amount of people on the benches wasn't suffocating. The duo managed to get a seat up front to watch the ongoing match. There were strange looks thrown their way because of course, they were both literally babies watching tennis without any adult accompanying them. Izuku was watching attentively, the boy's eyes were gleaming. Katsuki can associate it to those times they were watching All Might news. The kid was obviously fascinated. Confused, Katsuki turned to check what was happening. The ongoing battle was between someone from Aldra Junior High and someone from a school Katsuki couldn't recognize. It had white all over. "The guy in black is really good, Kacchan. Look, the white hair Oni-san can't touch the ball at all." Katsuki frowned. "Isn't it more about the white-haired guy's skills? That just means the other guy sucks?" "No, Kacchan. White hair Oni-san is doing his best." Katsuki admits he wasn't a fan of tennis, but he knew a thing or two about it. He didn't know Izuku liked it though. He thought the nerd's world revolved around playing hero. They never played anything not connected with hero plays, even the ball games they do were for hero versus hero roleplays. Well, he learned something today. The game got more and more boring as time went on. It was too one-sided. The white-haired dude was getting his ass handed to him that it was actually annoying. Katsuki could feel the frustration coming. Another one-sided rally. The one in black smashed the tennis ball and it passed right through the other player's side. The latter couldn't move at all. Another. And another. Fucking hit it with the racket, noob. You're playing tennis, not dodge the fucking balls. Alright, he couldn't keep that in. Izuku looked at him. Kacchan? Izuku's words got cut off mid-sentence when a guy from behind shouted. Take that back, snotty brat. Katsuki turned to where the sound came from. It was another white-haired guy. He was a middle schooler? And from what Katsuki deduced, he came from the same school as the noob playing on the court, and possibly from the same family. The guy was seated a few rows behind them, but when Katsuki raised an eyebrow at him, he came rushing towards their place. People were looking, but the guy didn't seem to care. Then, Katsuki was able to get a good look at the other's face. Wait a damn minute. Natsuo? Don't Natsuo me, kid. It's Natsuo to you. The guy stopped, contemplating. How'd you know my name? Natsuo was already standing in front of them. Because of your stupid face. What did you say? Izuku was whipping his head back and forth as the other two bantered. Shut up. Don't shout at me. You did it first. And you're coming with me. Apologize to my innocent. Katsuki's retort died down in his throat. Dabi played tennis? Wow, and he sucked at it. This is definitely not the first encounter he expected he'd have with one of his previous life's notorious villains, Dabi, the person responsible for taking him hostage that night at summer camp. It is a very striking contrast to this teenager playing tennis and losing. The little wimp didn't seem to be someone capable of such feat. Katsuki internally rolled his eyes as he remembered the cause of it all. You should know, I really hate your dad. Yeah, I hate him too. Natsuo hadn't changed that much in Katsuki's opinion. Of course, he was a lot more childish, he's a child after all, but fundamentally speaking, Katsuki could recognize the Natsuo he met in his first life, and he could understand him a bit more. When the banter stopped earlier, Natsuo insisted he should look after them until the game ended, just to make sure Katsuki would personally apologize to his elder brother. Izuku was more than eager to let him after knowing the guy was connected to the one playing. The nerd even had the audacity to say, Natsu and I-san, Kacchan is sorry for what Kacchan said earlier. Kacchan just doesn't like tennis, which earned him a glare and a grumble of, shut up, by the way. Katsuki didn't really like the idea at first, having Natsuo here with them right now. But he decided it might contribute to his plans to change the future, so he might as well give it a shot. He let Natsuo take the free seat beside him. They sat side by side, perfectly rendering three kids watching a one-sided tennis match. Natsuo seemed to be pretty invested, even though all the exchanges leave his brother looking more and more pitiful as the match went by. Good thing the Aldera student practiced great sportsmanship. Katsuki knew this Natsuo. Right now wouldn't let it pass if he ever saw the dude trash-talking his oh-so-loving brother. I told him not to train before his match. Katsuki heard Natsuo mumbling. Train? Katsuki squinted his eyes to try looking even closer. White-haired Nisen can't hold his racket properly. He's making that dancey dance too when moving. Is he hurt? Izuku. The nerd had always been perceptive, even as a child. And Katsuki noticed that too. Dabi always staggered and was wincing from time to time, but he thought it was because of how shitty the game was going for him, so he didn't give it any mind. But now that he seriously thought of it, Natsuo glanced at Izuku before focusing back on his brother. He gets hurt a lot in his training. His fire burns him, but he still want to use it. I guess that's why he can't move properly, that dumbass. But I know he's doing his best. It was filled with pride, and something Katsuki was not familiar with. Brotherly love? He never had a sibling, he couldn't tell. He internally grimaced upon the mention of the burns though. The fucking burns. He could recall Dabi's skin in his previous life, and fuck, how much firepower did that kid produce to end up looking like a big scar with the face of a human? Natsunai is right. Izuku bounced on his seat enthusiastically, fanboying over someone who just missed another shot. What the fuck? The complexity of Izuku's mind, Katsuki may never understand. Natsuo appeared to be delighted by that. Of course I am. Tsunai is the best brother there is. With the scene unfolding before him, Katsuki couldn't help but wonder. Why wasn't Natsuo able to save his brother from the fall? It looked like the two were close enough to greatly influence each other. What the hell happened? No one could blame him for not knowing it. No one told him about the family drama the Todorokis had, and he was never the one to like long storytelling or gossiping, whatever suits the situation. His initial knowledge came from what he heard from Half and Half during the sports fest, and he was forced to know more with what he witnessed firsthand during his visit to their house. Dabi revealed his family's past through a broadcast sometime in the middle of fighting the Paranormal Liberation Front. Katsuki was kinda aware that Endeavor did a detailed summarization of it at a press conference, but Katsuki was busy having his beauty sleep, aka coma, during the whole commotion with the media, so he never had the chance to get the full details. Izuku also left U.A to go full vigilante not long after that. Meaning, Katsuki had no time nor presence of mind for something else that was not the nerd nor connected to the nerd. What he knew for sure was that the Todoroki family was royally fucked. Dabi is still here playing tennis though, which is a good enough sign. But there was also the ordeal with Half and Half. Fuck him. Where's your other stupid brother? Natsuo turned to look at him so fast that Katsuki was afraid he broke his neck. I have no stupid brothers. Wait, are you asking for show? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Who else? What? Daya have a secret brother you hide from society? Natsuo made a face, huffing before answering, with arms crossed, mind you. Katsuki's patience was already remarkable if the measurement was based on the Bakugu patience scale. You know what? I actually do. No one else knows about Sho but the family and the doctors. He's the hidden brother you speak of. Then, the white-haired kid stopped, mouth agape as if he realized something important. How did you know about him? Are you a spy? Are you here to abduct me and Tuyanai to use against our father? You're too little to be a villain. Or is that your quirk? What? No, Natsuanai. He's not. Shut up, Izuku. Katsuki hissed before glaring at Natsuo. The kid was testing his patience, or literally playing with it. If he ever knew how hard the blonde was trying to keep his anger at bay, you got a really colorful imagination for a brat, but no. I'd rather stay out of your icy flamey business if I could. He paused, a sudden thought occurring to him. Wait. What if he uses Half and Half as an entrance to his family? God, he'd rather die than ask for that heterochromatic zygote's help, more so now that Todoroki probably is living at hell topped with a roof that his father created, but if Katsuki uses him, it'd be a different case. Then stay out of it. Hey, I'm not liking that smile. How could you treat your brother's fuck it? Something had to be sacrificed. A friend this way, Natsuo? Katsuki had to double-check if he was seeing shit right when Natsuo rolled his eyes before he snorted and raised a brow at him. Tuyanai doesn't have any friends. Calm the fuck down. You're dealing with a brat. Katsuki released the air he was holding in. Wasn't talking about your noob of a brother. I was talking about... fuck it. About Isho-chan. Katsuki mentally strangled himself. How much harder would this shit be? He could have just used Half and Half's name. What was the cheesy nickname for? Who's Sho-chan, Kacchan? Natsuo huffed again, slapping the metal railing in front of him as if that would make him gain power over the toddler in front of him. Doubt it. Sho rarely goes out. And he's not the type to befriend brash people. What did this fucker just say? Brash. Try me, asshole. We're best friends. Katsuki he knew he would be regretting this later, but later happens later, so he must focus to right now. And him right now is losing patience. Best friends? That's impossible. He wasn't allowed to have any. Even his siblings aren't allowed to be close to him. That's on your dad for being shitty. We are best of fucking friends. Katsuki gotta prove his point and he would do everything to get it across. He crossed his arms as he tried his best to look as confident as he was trying to be. Plus, I bet I know him better than you do. Come on. Just me. Let's exchange shit about him. Even if he had to use some bluff or shit. He could take advantage of his prior knowledge about them and exploit it, namely, Natsuo didn't even know about his brother's favorite food until the latter reached high school. Add some aggression and his usual competitiveness and for sure, he'd pack this one right in the fucking bag. Natsuo angrily responded, "You're on." His favorite hero? Obviously All Might idiot. His favorite color? Blue? Wrong. It's white. How do you even know that? Fine. His favorite food? Cold fucking soba. Remember that shit, 'cause I know you have no idea. How the hell? His favorite TV show? He has none. He loves the news though. Katsuki smirked. With how blunt that Canadian flag manifested as a human was, there was no wonder Katsuki could remember some details about him. Talk about no personality. Natsuo looked troubled. His quirk? Don't you have any harder questions? That's dumb. He's half ice and half fire. Sniffles. Who the fuck was crying? Sniffles. It was coming from Katsuki's right. When Katsuki faced where the sound was coming from, he found the nerd hunched over with his arms brushing against his cheeks in poor attempts to cease the tears. Katsuki immediately forgot about the contest he started, attention fully occupied with the crying nerd. Why are you crying? Katsuki's hands were shaking when he gently grabbed Deku on both shoulders. He didn't know how to comfort people, more so, kids, if he haven't made that clear yet. And he also had no idea why Izuku was crying, which doubled the hardship. Sniffles. I thought I was Kacchan's best friend. Katsuki froze. Alright. That was an interesting matchup. Up next is from. If Katsuki wasn't saved by the announcement of the next match, he wouldn't know how to respond. Katsuki wasn't oblivious to how much Deku stuck up to him during their brat days, but he wouldn't go as far as to claim that they were best friends. It was guilt-fucking inducing, and Katsuki wasn't thick-faced in that kind of way. He chose not to say anything at all until the nerd stopped crying, and he only did after Natsuo told them Tuyo was on his way there. How Katsuki's feelings jumped from anger to meta-melancholy so fast was also getting so damn annoying. All these feelings seemed to want to drown him or shit. It was overwhelming. Well, he was aware that if he dwelled on it he'd be entering the rabbit hole, so he sets it aside, just like how he'd been faring his whole life. Dabi was marching towards them when Katsuki raised his head. He didn't even know he was looking at his goddamn feet the whole time he was feeling feelings. Fuck it. Nissen. Here. I met Sho's friends. Dabi looked flabbergasted, as if he was hearing things. He rolled his eyes at his brother before he deadpanned. Yeah, and Dad likes me. Upon reaching them, Dabi stood, seeming to be asking Natsuo of what was happening telepathically. Izuku completely forgot about his fit earlier. He was looking at the newly arrived loser like he was gawking at some hero. The kid couldn't even speak, starstruck with an idiot who probably overtrained so much he couldn't play tennis right. And there was Natsuo. Nissen, that's rude. Kacchan here really is Sho's friend. He knows him better than we do. Katsuki internally groaned. Did he really need to call him that? He should have just asked Katsuki what his name was instead of calling him by that dumb nickname. Even I don't have friends, Nats. How's Shoto gonna have one? We'll just have to take them home and ask Sho himself. Dad wouldn't be at home during these hours, so... Dabi bit his lips, shaking his head. No, you know the rules. Wow, that went from 0 to 100 real quick. But, Nissen, have you seen Sho's face earlier? He was so lonely because we had to leave for your match. He won't be able to see you compete ever. And I hate Dad's rules. If we let Sho see his friends, then... Natsuo. I get it. But Dad might punish Shoto more if he finds out we brought home friends. You know he sees friends and family connections as distractions. He can't have his masterpiece corrupted. But... Katsuki could see the frustration dripping through the former villain's skin. He'd be the same if he was ever put in that spot. Dealing with kids just fucking sucked big time. And what the hell was up with the Todorokis and their fucked social intelligence? How was it proper to talk about family issues in public? Was it a normal thing on their bloodline? But he's always crying innocent. Muntu. The eldest Todoroki visibly deflated with that. Instead of insisting they follow the rules, he sighed, giving in to his brother's demands. He gave Natsuo 3 gentle head pats before ruffling his hair. Fine, fine. We'll get to know them first, then we'll take them home. Shoto would like to see them if they really are his friends. Okay, that worked out well for Katsuki. What he got a plan for next was how to convince the kid half and half they were friends. He just hoped the heterochromatic zygote wasn't as annoying as his teenager version. Wait, what? Natsuo was planning to take them the fuck home. That was really delayed. Fuck this brain. Why the hell would these two take them home? How the hell would he be able to conjure a story believable enough in such a short span of time? What's with this timing? Is this even the right thing to do? And then all of a sudden, he could feel Dabi scrutinizing him, eyes traveling from top to bottom. It felt as if someone was judging his very being, or as if an idiot was trying hard to look intimidating while reading him. It was probably the latter. It took Katsuki's all not to howitzer impact his way out this shit because fuck Todoroki's. If they didn't play a crucial part in the future, Katsuki would rather stay at home and wrap himself in his blankets like a goddamn burrito, just so he could maximize his sleep while he still can, which was also impossible with how he was waking up every night. Ugh, how miserable was this gonna go for him? The future is fucked, a light? And some of it was because of this person eyeing him and his stupid family. Are you done? Dabi shrugged. How did you meet Shoto? He replied with the first thing that came in mind. Grocery. Katsuki should have weighed his options more carefully. That was the sentiment he carried while he was on the road to the Todoroki household, and until he was finally welcomed in. Izuku still went with him despite not knowing who the hell Sho-fucking-chan was, but he had to grip the nerd's wrist or he'd be all over Dabi Tuya, and that'd end up really embarrassing. He still couldn't understand why the other was fanboying, but anyways, he got a mission at hand. The house's interior didn't change much, as well as the weird shoe rack on the side of the doorway. It was practically the same house, but with a new face Katsuki couldn't recognize. But he was sure he knew who this is. White hair, gray eyes, a kind but cold demeanor. Mom, we're home. We brought Sho's friends, where is he? The woman's eyes widened before she called out for half and half. Shoto. Son, you have visitors. She made it sound like she was smiling through her voice. Katsuki might have underestimated what transpired during Todoroki's childhood. How come the mom of this home was surprised people brought her youngest son his friends? But Katsuki also had a poor knowledge of what a normal family was, so Natsuo and Tuya already left to go to their room, initiated by Tuya, who said it was not their business anymore. Izuku became silent beside him after his tennis idol left, almost close to sulking. Katsuki would deal with that later. There was danger coming from the excited footsteps ringing inside the house. Half and half was practically jumping while running to where they were, in the living room. Katsuki had a major Mandela effect shit after seeing Shoto Todoroki's face with no burn scar. And what the F is that? Is that energy? Is this the reality he'd live in? But then, the heterochromatic zygote frowned. Boo! Katsuki won't let him ruin this. Friends, we met at the grocery store, right? I'd know because you're the only one with that hair. And you told me things you like. I'm a friend. Fuck, he knew gaslighting was a fucking offense, but he had to do it. And it wasn't like he wanted to. It was a really bad situation and there was no way he'd get an inside scope into the Todoroki family without risking something, which in this case, is his sanity. Me? Yep. Accidentally met your Ash brothers earlier at school. Zuka's here too, I told you about him, right? I said you'd have to meet my best friend and here, I brought him with me. Izuku giggled. What? Huh? This nerd was sulking a few moments ago. What the fuck? I'm Izuku. I have friends? I'd really be disappointed if you say you forgot, Sho-chan. Katsuki would have to brush his teeth 100 times harder later. He should really get this over with. As a final threat, he pointedly looked at the half-white half-red toddler, almost telling him to stop questioning him or they'll go home. Shoto Todoroki seemed to get the cue, he nodded. All right. I didn't forget. Good. We're here. Let's play. Izuku got off Katsuki's hold to offer his hand to Shoto. Hello. Let's be friends. Katsuki held off a smile. Go to your magic, nerd. Kids. I prepared snacks. While you hang out, alright? I'll be at the garden at the back if you need me. Todoroki left a plate of snacks on the table before she left to do her business. Katsuki sat on one of the couches to rest. The day wasn't even close to ending, but he was already drop-dead exhausted. He wasn't prepared to face the icy flamey business listed second on his plans. It all happened so quickly. And after what? After choosing to go to the tennis field with Izuku? At least Izuku and the other little shit are hitting it off quite well. They are now playing get-to-know-each-other shit. Not that Katsuki ever doubted them. Katsuki was aware of how Izuku attracted all kinds of people, stoic Todoroki included. If they became besties in his first life, it would definitely be the same this time, even if they met a bit earlier. And he also knew that bringing this sunshine here would do wonders. Izuku just had that in him, making people want to do better or some shit, and it was something that is clearly needed in this household. Katsuki closed his eyes, trying to get a little comfort to exit the exhaustion. He could still hear the toddler's noises in the background, but it was calming, a reminder he had accomplished something today. He won today. Katsuki fell asleep. Why is he sleeping on the couch? I thought he said we'll play. Shoto pouted. It had been 10 full minutes of getting to know each other before the two finally noticed someone was missing, the person responsible for having them meet. They found that someone curled on the couch, sleeping peacefully. Izuku shrugged. I think Kacchan is tired. Let's not wake him up. Then, can you show me your quirk again? Let's test it out. The two decided testing Shoto's quirk near Kacchan wouldn't produce ideal outcomes, so they distanced themselves several feet away. Shoto let a small flame dance on his palm. Wow, that's so cool. Your fire is really cool, Shochan. I bet you can make that larger. And hotter. And without overheating yourself because, Can you do it at the same time? Shoto tried forming ice matter on his right palm while maintaining the fire on his left. It wasn't that hard, especially with someone cheering him on while he did it. Katsuki slept the whole time the other two were experimenting, unaware of the impact this was bound to leave. Izuku didn't have many friends. But he had Kacchan, so it was fine. Great, actually. Kacchan was a really amazing friend. He had so many things incredible about him, and Izuku wouldn't mind if Kacchan would be his only and best friend. He was also aware he was Kacchan's closest friend because he knew him the longest. And Auntie Mitsuki told him he was Kacchan's best friend. So he could not believe it when Kacchan said he had another best friend. The best should only be one, right? Because All Might is the best hero and All Might is the only best hero. So, he should also be the only best friend Kacchan had. It wouldn't make sense if there were two. It had to be a lie because he was always with Kacchan but he never met Shochan. But Kacchan never lies. Well, it was okay though, he was still Kacchan's closest friend. But why did Kacchan know Shochan so much? Was Kacchan being a nice friend to Shochan? Well, Kacchan may be rude to him before, but he was being really kind these days. Kacchan would have been really mean, or he could just ignore Izuku as he did to their classmates if he didn't consider Izuku as his friend, but he did neither. Izuku was ecstatic when he saw Tsunai coming to where they were that he momentarily forgot he was questioning Kacchan about Kacchan's best friend. Tsunai was amazing at tennis. It was just a rough day for him. Izuku bet he could easily outdo his opponent if he was at his peak condition. Wow, how good would it be if he had Tsunai teaching him how to play? That would be really fun. But after arriving at Shochan's house, he was reminded why he was upset. It multiplied when Tsunai left with Natsunai to go to their room. He was feeling lonely. He thought Kacchan would forget about him after meeting with his other best friend. Izuku was afraid Shochan would be a better friend. Shochan's house was pretty far from their homes, so Izuku guessed Kacchan met him when he was going for groceries with Auntie Mitsuki in this area. Izuku's house was closer to Kacchan's than Shochan's, so he should still be the better friend, right? And he was. Well, Kacchan said he was. Kacchan said Izuku was his best friend in front of Shochan. It made Izuku feel giggly. It was something Izuku yearned for Kacchan to say ever since they first became friends. He never said it before, and now that he did, Izuku just felt really happy. Shochan didn't seem bad at all, too. His overall view of Kacchan's half-half friend changed in a snap. Kacchan chose friends really wisely. Maybe he should also befriend him? And he was brothers with Natsunai and Tsunai. Wow, he was really lucky. Anyway, Shochan got a really amazing quirk. Or quirks. Izuku wasn't sure. He had fire and ice all at once. Did that mean he had two quirks? He was glad he showed him. Shochan also didn't mind if he was quirkless or not. He was really nice. Shoto's mom and his sister went out for groceries, so they were both left on their own devices. Shoto must have thought it was a sign to show Izuku around their house while Kacchan was sleeping, so he did, and they ended up in the backyard, where Shoto, he didn't like being called Shochan, tried using his quirk and making it bigger than what he did in the living room. It caught Shoto's shirt on fire, so Izuku had to fetch water to cool him off. Izuku forgot Shoto could freeze with his right hand. They both giggled when they realized. Shoto was really cool. Not as cool as Kacchan though. He was still clumsy in controlling his quirk, but he got better each time he tried. He was a fast learner. Izuku had fun trying out so many things with Shoto's quirk. They made water with both of Shoto's quirks working and a whole lot of things. Shoto also tested if he could throw away the fire from his hand. They almost burned Auntie Ray's garden, so they never tried it again. But still though, Kacchan was better because Izuku knew it must have been hard to control explosions without going full boom boom. "Zuko, I'm tired. Let's rest for a while." Shoto panted. He had tiny water beads on his forehead. He must have been really exhausted. Izuku nodded. He also needed to use the bathroom. He didn't even realize it before he was already trying his best to stop it. "Shocha, ahem, Shoto, where is your people room?" "It's beside my brother's room." Shoto lay down on the grass and closed his eyes, so Izuku thought he was too tired to show it to him. Izuku will just try to find it himself. He's good at being it during hide and seek. He knew where Tuyanai and Natsunai's room was, so it'll be fine. Izuku rushed inside Shoto's house. He was running because he could feel the water already coming. He didn't want to piss on his shorts. That would be embarrassing. He would bring shame to Kacchan, who brought him here. Tuyanai wouldn't teach him tennis. In his rush, he bumped into someone. Figured, watch it. Running isn't allowed on this house. It was Tuyanai. Izuku was almost crying. "Whyy? I need PP room." What room?" Tuyanai was confused but also concerned. He was looking at Izuku as if trying to comprehend him, but to no avail. "A PP room." Izuku didn't mean to shout, really. He just needed to pee before he makes a mess. He didn't mean to shout. "Sorry, Tuyanai. Please don't hate him too much." It took Tuyanai a few moments before a bathroom, but it was too late. Izuku didn't mean to make a mess inside Shoto's house. He really didn't. But now that he did, everyone would hate him. Natsunai would hate him. Tuyanai would hate him. Shoto would hate him. Kacchan would hate him. They will never bring him back to this house ever again. Izuku started crying. "I said PP room." Tuya was dumbfounded. He didn't know he'd deal with a crying kid who just pissed himself in front of his room today. Where was Fuyumi when she was needed the most? This called for an emergency. "Shoo, it's fine. Really? We'll just mop it off." "No. Kacchan would hate me now." The kid wailed even louder. "Nisan, what's with the noise? Who are you picking on this time? What the hell, why's there piss everywhere?" And the cries got louder and more ear-piercing. Tuya swore he saw God for a minute. "Shut up, Natsuo. You're scaring the kid." Natsuo looked at him, and then to the floor, and back up at him with a funny expression dawning on his face. He must have guessed what happened before Tuya could explain himself. "Nisan, you don't get to shut me up. You made the kids spill piss in front of our room." Tuya groaned, helpless. Natsuo wasn't making the situation any better. "Just shut up for a second. What time is it?" 5 p.m. "Father's arriving any minute now." "Where's Fuyumi? She should know where Shoto keeps his extra underwear." Tuya saw how Natsuo's soul leave his body the moment the realization struck him. Oh well, at least Tuya was used to his father's antics. Shoto would be the one receiving it real bad though. It was his friend who made this mess. And he wasn't even supposed to bring his friends over. That was 2 rules broken. Wait, where the fuck was the blonde one? "Nisan, what in the..." "Fuyumi went with mom shopping for dinner. You get it? Shoto would be in a big trouble if father finds this here." The kid's wail stopped. "Shoto would be... sniff I in trouble because of me?" Alright, Tuya would be lying if he said that it didn't affect him even a little. But Shoto could use a little more beating that would make him give up, right? Shoto had to give him back his place. Shoto had to suffer. I really didn't mean to. I'm sorry." "Sniffles, I'm really sorry. Don't blame Shoto. Tuyanai. He didn't do anything wrong. What do you know, kid? Everything was Shoto's fault. Tuya was like this because of that kid. He was miserable. He was supposed to be his father's apprentice. This was far from what he wanted. Everything was going wrong. Why the hell would he exist if he wouldn't be? Tuya didn't know he was starting to drift until he heard Natsuo nagging at him again. Snap out of it and Ison. Let's just help the kid. Tuya sighed, clearing his head before going to the kitchen to grab a mop. One of the many reasons why he hated Shoto. Everything connected to Shoto was a pain in the ass. That green kid should be really thankful he was cute and a little bit persuasive. If not, he would have just let Shoto face his father's wrath. It was numbness, it was pain. It was life and death. It was dread as it was hope. It was guilt and regret. It was everything Katsuki never cared for, the box he locked inside, that of which he filled with feelings he set aside for too long. It was him, and the child he tormented and oppressed, the child who became the receiving end of the line of fire as Katsuki was plagued by his own insecurities. In the decade of toxicity, he thought it was what that child deserved. Just who was he to act as if he can be the best? Just who the fuck was he? Who was he, planting seeds of doubt in the once fortified walls of pride, walls which were built as the applause became louder, walls that Katsuki had nurtured to protect his delicate sense of superiority. How was it that it crumbles at the tip of that child's very little fingers? He was deemed a victim of fate, but why was he better in everything else? Who was he, stomping on Katsuki's image of victory, of power, of heroism, grading those into ashes as if it was the easiest thing, all the while he came to live who he was meant to be without even meaning to do so? How come he became a soldier on his own? Why did he always act as if Katsuki was also a child, was also in need of saving, was also a person, was also like them, and not someone up above? Why can't he be like everybody else? Why can't he be less like his mom? No, who was he, poking fun at all the flaws Katsuki had been trying to deny his whole damn life? That child deserved it. He deserved hell, and Katsuki would make sure he brings it to him. Katsuki Bakugo had Izuku Midoriya inside the box that was filled with emotions all over. His other feelings except anger, everything he aspired to be except being number one, other things he was capable of. The child who made his life miserable was among those in the box he didn't wish to comprehend, among those he dealt with aggression, among those he kept without knowing why. It was everything him outside his quirk, and Izuku Midoriya is a welcomed guest. But the box got buried deep as the years went by, as society kept on labeling him as the kid with the brightest future, the kid with quick fucking wits and an amazing quirk. He was looked up to, he was praised. The song became even louder as his control came to be more and more precise. He proved to be a step ahead of everyone else. He was deemed a genius, so much that the doubt loitering in his walls was stuffed into the box, never to be let out again. The box was overwritten with the mantra inside his head saying, "I am the best. I got the power to be a great hero. I have to show them who's meant to be the number one." It was a song on repeat, slowly being engraved inside his head letter by letter that nothing else mattered as long as he had that one goal to strive for. Because why the fuck would he need the box when the only thing it constantly gave him was this strange clenching feeling? Katsuki was deemed a goddamn genius for a reason. Why would he need any shit other than those that would make him even more amazing than he already was? He was bound to take the road towards greatness, which was why he was the only one allowed, among the bunch of extras, to apply for UA. Most of them understood the assignment anyway, except for one. Go take a swan dive off a roof? Being a hostage that one faithful day had everything turning again. The box he neglected was forced right out after years of thinking it didn't matter. As Izuku Midoriya dug into the water matter of the sludge to help the very person who told him to kill himself earlier that same day, as helpless as a quirkless kid could be, he was also able to dig his way through the grave of the box Katsuki Bakugo had consciously buried under the towering mess that he made for himself as he blindly reaches for a goal too early for his age. Katsuki felt it. He was able to feel some of what was hidden inside the box. For a moment, as Izuku cried, Katsuki felt inferior. He was weak. He was 4 all over again. He was the kid who was offered help. You alright? And then he was filled with rage, his instinctual response to everything shoved in his way. Katsuki gasped for air. It was one of the nightmares he used to have in his first life. It was one of those that reminded him how horrible he was, the nightmare that haunted him after Izuku left Yue. The crimes of his past. Katsuki would never have the guts to forget about it, and his constant nightmares helped a lot. The box had been long opened after he entered Yue, and it will never close again. Had Katsuki known it was what essentially made a hero, he wouldn't have let it be overturned by his inflated ego. Disgusting. The room was dark when he awoke. He couldn't see anything at all, nor could he tell if where he was a room or not. It had an eerie atmosphere. The air was chilly, and it didn't help that it was an empty black. It was impossible to search through, odd enough to give him goosebumps. Katsuki found himself standing upright despite having just awoken. He was able to move from his spot, but he wasn't sure if he was moving at all. He can't see anything, even his own limbs were impossible to see. Where is this? Why am I here? Am I still dreaming? The endless black seemed to hear his thoughts because suddenly there was light coming from where his back was facing. Along with it were voices speaking. He could hear it, but some of the words were too slurred that he couldn't comprehend what they were trying to say. Katsuki turned around to face whatever was producing that light, and upon turning, he was pulled into it as it stretched out until all the darkness was completely gone. It was the depiction of chaos. Buildings cannot be seen buildings anymore, everything was dusted to the ground, and with the debris were people, civilians and heroes alike, who were either lifeless or barely breathing. Grazed down was the society this world once had, replaced with destruction that laughed at those who willed and called themselves protectors. The rain never ceased. The smoke was slowly fading. It seemed as if a fight just ended. Katsuki couldn't recognize where he was, but he could see the casualty vividly. There was a mountain of dead bodies. The scent of blood flooded his system. It was nauseating. Katsuki tried his best not to hurl right then and there. He was a hero in training, and it was definitely saying something if even he was affected by the massacre he was currently seeing. And then Katsuki saw, in the middle of the pile was the one who must have caused the destruction. Tamura Shigaraki was dead. There was a dead silence, except for the pitter-patter of rain on the ground, washing away the blood from the bodies littering it. It was cold. Kacchan, wake up. It came from a voice he would never forget. Kacchan. Izuku Midoriya clutched a motionless body as if his life depended on it. He shook it before holding it close, his hand placed on the ash blonde dirted with crimson red, waiting for a response that would never come. Katsuki felt his heart drop. He knew the taste of bile was strong on his tongue, but he was not entirely sure if he was physically capable of throwing up, when his body was literally right there, in Izuku's grasp. He was a few feet away from the scene. He couldn't move any nearer. He couldn't even bring himself to speak. He was filled with something he couldn't quite name, but it was close to fear. His head was pounding so hard, he felt as if he was derailing. What was happening? Was he dead? Kacchan, stop joking around. Izuku wasn't crying, but his voice was broken, a call for help. He was terrified of a death that wasn't his, but he wasn't crying. Katsuki felt as if he heard this tone once, before. Kacchan. He fell from the sky. No one was fast enough to reach him this time. No Todoroki to catch him. Deku was a second late. No, that was not it. Everything was slowly shattering his sense of reality, and it was funny. He had never felt so alive when his body was obviously dead before him. Were dead people privy to feeling this way? How was his stomach clenching so badly? Why did his chest feel like it was being clawed on so fucking tightly? Why was he feeling this way when he didn't have his physical form anymore? Katsuki knew what pain felt like, but this was different. He had never felt this kind of loss and grief before. It was making him lightheaded. It was cold, it was so fucking cold. Everything ached, and it wasn't even over his death. It was over the fact that he was dead and he can no longer do the things he had to do. It was regret that filled him so, after the initial fear left his system. He was stripped off of the ability to atone for the rest of his life. He cannot prove himself anymore. He rid his parents of a son. He wasn't strong enough to stand by Izuku's side. He would never be able to catch up to Izuku. He was a weakling. We won, Kacchan. So you have to wake up? He was weak. He was so fucking weak. How could he call himself a hero? He couldn't even survive a villain attack. What was all of this for? But then, as suddenly as the light ate up the darkness, his sight was again filled with black. I shouldn't have shown that to you, I'm sorry. It came from a stranger emitting white light all over his body, the only source of light his eyes could find. He had white hair that fell slightly above his shoulder. He also had these green eyes that gave off comfort and empathy. But Katsuki's head still hadn't wrapped up on all the things that had occurred a few moments ago. His thoughts were flying. He wasn't in the right headspace to deal with whoever this man was. Shown what? Your death? The man placed a hand on his shoulder. It was then that Katsuki realized he was back in his teenage body, but although he was back, he didn't have the strength to shrug the hand off. It was to make you understand the situation you are in, boy. It wasn't to cause you any harm. He really died then. This must be the afterlife. Him turning back to his 4-year-old body was a tale his mind came up with. It was too good to be true anyway. He should have known. No, this is not the afterlife. You did turn back to your younger self. Katsuki looked at the man sharply. He was able to read his thoughts. Dangerous. Then who are you? Where is this? What the fuck is that shit you just showed me? The man sighed. I was about to show you the reason why your soul was dragged back to 13 years ago when I noticed you are not taking the situation well. I had to stop it? You didn't answer me. Katsuki was able to shrug the hand off this time. He was slowly regaining his footing, slowly but surely. He was not about to deal with a possible villain attack with his head drifting off. That would be critical. The other stopped for a moment, taken aback by Katsuki's behavior, but he was able to pick himself back up before saying, what was to come after your death would have answered all your questions. Katsuki bit his lower lip. He wasn't sure if he was ready to see what happened after his death. He was barely even shaking off the feelings he felt after seeing his dead body in Izuku's arms. He didn't know what would have happened to him if this man didn't stop showing him those visions. Why can't you just tell me? Would you believe me had I not shown you what happened? That wasn't unfounded. Knowing himself, Katsuki would have laughed right at this man's face if he didn't show him anything at all and claimed impossible things. But right now, he had proven himself enough. No one would have been able to mimic Izuku like that. It felt real. Tell me who you are, then I'll decide. The stranger smiled. Katsuki would have considered it easing if he wasn't stuck in his current predicament. I'm Yoichi Shigaraki, the first bearer of One for All. First thing Katsuki felt was a punch in the gut. Just how was this vestige talking to him? Izuku once told him about the vestiges of One for All interacting with him after he got his quirk. It started off as blurry visions and dreams, until he could talk to them freely at combat. It was something only the OFA bearers were privileged to have. Even All Might wasn't able to talk to them. If the first holder was interacting with him, it only meant one thing. Why the fuck are you with me? I'm not your fucking owner. Yoichi chuckled as if finding his reaction endearing or entertaining. Katsuki couldn't see what was funny. Giving OFA to him wasn't fucking funny. Do not fret. It wasn't given to you. I am here because a part of the 9th holder lives inside you. Katsuki couldn't respond. He was bewildered. A part of Izuku lives inside him? What the fuck does that mean? Yoichi took that as a chance to proceed. Izuku Midoriya learned of a secret I kept, and he took it as a chance to bring you back. That doesn't explain shit. Get it straight to the point. I'm not a fucking fan of metaphors. Katsuki was out of breath. He wasn't even physically here. He knew because this man confirmed he had gone back to his 4-year-old body. What he couldn't understand was why he was being so fucking vague. But then, the unending black began to shatter. Young man, I do not wish to end this on loose ends, but you have to wake up. Danger is coming. We will meet again. Who are you? When Katsuki opened his eyes again, he was met with those of cold blues. It was inquiring and harsh, almost close to skinning him alive for sleeping on this house, on the living room couch. It was enough to send shivers down Katsuki's spine. He wasn't even given a moment to process Yoichi's words. What the fuck? Standing in front of him was Enji Todoroki, the one who hadn't experienced the pain of losing a son, the version who never once thought of seeking forgiveness. Heck, this one didn't even know what he was doing was wrong. This is the bastard who sent his wife into a full cray frenzy, the one who wasn't aware of the difference between training and abuse. NG raised a brow at him, impatient. Well, he wasn't Katsuki Bakugo for nothing. Figure it out, old man. But I'll give you some clues because I'm nice. Katsuki showed the man a grin. I'm Shoto's friend, and we both love All Might. The adult frowned, but it was obvious that he wasn't taking him seriously. He would be crazy if he did. He was dealing with a 4-year-old kid. Go home. My son doesn't like All Might. NG Todoroki turned his back at him and left as if he didn't matter, like he was a joke that his son was trying to pull on him. It was humiliating as fuck. Katsuki could feel the smoke steaming off of his head. Explosions crackled on his palm, but he was smart enough to know it's not the time to infuriate the current number 2, so he swatted it away. That is a huge variable. NG Todoroki would contribute a lot to what would transpire in the future. It would be an immediate checkmate if he played his cards wrong. An outburst at the moment would sever the connection he was trying to form. He has to think. NG Todoroki was how Katsuki expected him to be. Aloof, strict, unforgiving, overall, an asshole. He inferred that much with a single glimpse because of the aura the old man had around him. Katsuki was good at reading people, well, Izuku exempted. The small interaction brought back what All Might once told him. The former number 1 claimed they were the same, they did a lot of things wrong, and now, they were searching for redemption, seeking for someone to acknowledge that they changed. Katsuki thought he understood the similarities because, well, NG was a shitty dad, and he was a shitty friend. They both brought people around them down to their knees by hurting them, with both words and actions. They were awful. They never deserved to be forgiven. Their actions will never be justified. Katsuki had long acknowledged that fact. What he had to do right now was make sure that the man would stop the things he would soon regret. It was mainly because he didn't want innocent children suffering by the hands of their own father, but it was also because he knew how it felt like to hope for something you don't deserve. Sometimes, a more selfish part of him wanted to be forgiven, wanted Izuku to forget. He likes this new beginning he was given, but whenever the thought passes him, his guilt sucker punches him so hard to the point of nausea. Because how could he? Gone were the days when Katsuki Bakugo didn't care about something as unimportant as emotions, about the box. It wasn't a single-minded goal to surpass All Might and be the number 1 hero anymore. He was molded into someone who knew how petty he once was, someone who had a clear vision of the past which he now uses as a guide for the future. He was molded into someone who accepted mistakes and recognized weaknesses. Through those, he was able to give himself his own jurisdiction. He was irredeemable. What's been done, had been done. There was no way he'd be able to reverse the damage he left, not only to Izuku but also to those whom he influenced to act that way. He was an asshole who didn't know better than to manifest his anger and insecurities to those who didn't deserve it. He was a wreck looking for people to destroy. He was him. So to him, all he could do to lower the sentence he'd eventually receive was to be useful, to be significant, to be there for Izuku. Wasn't that why he was doing all of this? Because he was selfish like that, he'd do everything to be worthy of forgiveness for something he should be rotting in hell for, to the point that he'd rather lose his goddamn high as fuck ego than die unforgiven? He did, but fuck it if he'd ever let the same thing repeat. Because hey, Katsuki didn't know when it started, but apparently, it hurt a lot more to think Izuku would never ever fucking forgive him than to see a bunch of extras mock him for the sudden change of tune. And maybe Katsuki was also hoping that after he paid for all his sins, he could also consider himself a proper hero. Only then could he be proud of the hero he would be, someday. Like Izuku. It was comical how everything spiraled into something so off-track that sometimes even Katsuki couldn't recognize who he was becoming. But Katsuki craved to be forgiven, to be recognized. He was more than his temperament, more than anything else. So what if he was changing? So what if he was appearing more and more un-Katsuki-like? So what if he was condemning his established image to the hell and back? So fucking what? Katsuki died, almost died, multiple times. If he wasn't allowed to kill that version of himself he loathed so much, what the fuck was the sense of having to turn back? And Katsuki didn't know how he ended up thinking about things sensitive enough to be left in a cage inside his chest while thinking of the similarities All Might thought he had with Endeavor. It wasn't helping that he was currently at the current number 2's house, in their fucking living room. The last thing Katsuki would want to experience right now was to have an emotional breakdown on field day, and even though it won't look too weird as a 4-year-old kid, his principals won't ever let. Kacchan? Katsuki's thoughts were interrupted when Izuku headed for him, wearing a different short from what he was wearing earlier. The kid looked like he cried rivers of tears. What the fuck, he just slept for a sec. What happened? Did you cry? Izuku shook his head. No, Kacchan. I'm a big boy, I didn't cry. Half and Half was following after him. He did. He peed on the floor and cried so loud I woke up. Tuya and I cleaned after him. Okay, it wasn't that serious. Katsuki grinned before looking at the said pee boy. He'd dig into that deeper later. A big boy who pees on his pants? The nerd immediately turned red. Kacchan. It was an accident. Natsuo Nisen said he peed a lot on the floor. It spilled so bad they had to use 2 different mops. He was lying. The puddle wasn't that huge. Shortly after, Tuya appeared. He looked like he was hit by a bus with how much exhaustion he was giving off. His hair was sticking out everywhere. Izuku must have gave him a really hard time. Kids. I'll be taking both of you home, with our driver, of course. It's getting dark. Half and Half looked away as his eldest brother ushered Katsuki and Izuku to the house's foyer. Katsuki knew the child was feeling shitty that his first friends had to go. It was a child's mentality. He knew because he was forced to learn how to deal with it back when he was getting his provisional license. Okay, maybe knew a little about reading kids, Izuku exemption. We'll be back, so don't be so gloomy. We haven't played yet. It didn't completely erase the gloom inside the heterochromatic eyes, but it was enough for the owner to retort, "It's your fault you slept. Zuku and I played a lot." Katsuki wanted to shove his middle finger into his damn face, but he refrained from doing so. He was the better person, why would he do that? But why the fuck was Half and Half still so damn annoying as a toddler? Shut up. Zuku, say your goodbyes because I'm not letting that kid see you ever again. Hey, Kacchan. That's mean. I'm just joking, idiot. Why did you let him be with those children? The sound of the door slamming against its wooden frame echoed inside the room along with the voice of the man behind it. The wooden frame gained a crack or two with how strong it was, but the culprit didn't seem to mind. It was 15 minutes after the unwanted guests left and a little more after Rei Todoroki arrived from grocery shopping. The crash made the woman flinch, surprised, even though the man's sudden outbursts were already considered a part of their daily routine. It was something that developed through time, but even with the initial shock, without any hesitation, she yelled, "Those children! They are Shoto's friends." Enji Todoroki looked down on her, mocking the way she defended something so meaningless. Friends? What a joke. Those are distractions, the stones to be avoided when reaching for a goal above everything else. He let out a sneer. Anyone who could hear would definitely feel insulted. It was the man's intention in the first place, to make his wife feel she was beneath him, just so she'd be reminded of her place. Shoto had none. Stop fooling yourself. What if those two were sent by villains? You willingly let them inside without knowing who they are. Disbelief washed over Rei's whole being upon hearing what left Enji's lips. How could someone who considers himself a hero suspect a bunch of kids to be capable of being despicable? Had the society gone so low? Was this how he normally viewed kids their son's age? They are so young. Enji slammed his fist against the wall. Whatever age group they're in, you have one job, Rei. You have to keep the children safe while I do mine. You don't let them near people who could use them against me. Especially Shoto. The cold gray met the angry blue. No one was willing to let the other dominate. The room's temperature significantly dropped, but the man with the fire didn't even consider making a move. Rei would never stand a chance against him anyway. She never went through the training he did, nor had she gone through several drastic situations he had to face because of his chosen job. The only one I have to protect them from is you. Rei's voice was shaking, full of emotions she never thought she'd have upon entering this relationship. NG claimed the marriage wasn't only for convenience, but she never really felt it was the other way. Nowadays, she feels like those words were used as a ploy to get what he wanted, words that shackled her feet to the ground, giving her no means of escape nor the ability to even dream of ever going up. NG sighed. You had to protect them from their father more than a possible hostage situation? It's apparent that the problem lies with your priorities. The tone was condescending. He didn't want to continue talking. NG reached for the doorknob. But Ray was having none of it. No, our problem stemmed from you. You think the world revolves around you, you sick man. Why would villains want to risk their lives just to mess with you? You're not even the #1 hero. Next thing Ray knew, she was pinned to a wall, her husband's fingers wrapped around her neck, but never daring to make it too tight to choke. NG was glaring at her, his eyes seemed to glow out of anger, but it wasn't enough to scare her. You haven't seen anything from the battleground, Ray. You have no idea what you're talking about. Keep that mouth shut before I forget you're my wife. Ray gritted her teeth. NG had always been hard to please, especially whenever it concerned his ideals of keeping their family safe and strong, and more so if it was about his current position in the hero rankings. If she ever made the mistake of mentioning it, everything would be on a whole different level. Never once had she proved a point that made it past his enormous walls, and it was getting even more ridiculous as time went by. It was getting harder and harder to understand him, not that it was ever easy. You know, I just want to keep you safe, NG whispered before letting go. The man was tired from patrols. He shouldn't be wasting his time arguing with his wife. I don't want to see those kids in my house ever again. The hero then turned around and started to walk away as if nothing happened. Ray wanted to laugh. She knew that all of his nasty intentions were hidden behind the things he spouted, the greed he labeled as care. She wasn't an idiot to turn a blind eye to how his words contradicted his every action. She was no longer stupid to believe whatever he said. How could she, when all they ever received from his love was pain? The woman knew she had to say something that would make her husband want to listen. She wasn't any close to letting her son lose his very first friends. She'd stand with them no matter what. Izuku made Shoto use both of his quirks at once. NG stopped in his tracks. He didn't make any effort to turn to look at her, but it was apparent that he wanted to hear more. You said it'll be impossible for the kid because he's too young, but he did it. A moment of silence before the man broke it. If you're saying that so I'd let those brats come play with Shoto again, quit it. It's not happening. NG continued his walk out of the room, unminding of the disbelieving looks Ray was throwing at him. Ask Shoto to do it. You're so eager to make him follow in your footsteps, right? Then let him have people that will help him improve. Ray huffed. Obviously, your methods will never work. The man didn't stop this time. Tuya left before his father could see him eavesdropping. He just arrived after taking his brother's friends home. Why is everything about Shoto anyway? It wasn't like having those two children would create a drastic impact if he already sucked. Keeping Shoto isolated wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't magically be an expert. Tuya just couldn't understand his father's logic. Frustrated, he kicked the stray cloth on his way, not trying to pick it up. Fuyumi was sitting on the couch when he passed by. She was fumbling with the end of her skirt. She bit her lower lip before asking, "Are they finished fighting?" "Yeah." Fuyumi's hand stopped, and she let out the air she was holding in. "Thank God. Shoto's safe." Tuya almost rolled his eyes. This is why he's not close to this sister of his. She was too cooped up inside the bubble she made, in which she believed protecting Shoto was protecting their family. What was more unbelievable was that she was doing it while following their father's rules. Where did you hide him this time? You know you can't always keep him from knowing. Tuya expected no more from his sister living in her own fantasy world. Fuyumi looked at him. Disappointment was all he could see. He hates it. I know, and Ison. But there's no harm in trying. You're willing to try for Shoto. Ha, what a joke. Does that quell the guilt you feel when you turn a blind eye to what our dad is doing? You're not protecting him, Fuyumi. You're making him ignorant. He already knows Dad's not nice in the first place. He'll never be. Show me. Father. What? I was told you can control your power better. Show me. I. Was your mother lying? Is that it? There's no improvement. Not even a bit. You're going to train all day tomorrow, and don't even think about bringing those kids you call friends here again. Father. I dash. No. You're getting distracted, Shoto. No, please. Father, please. Welcome home, brat. Thought you wanted to live by the streets, were his mom's welcoming words after Tuya dropped him and Izuku at their respective houses. Katsuki wasn't in the mood to tell her to piss off, so he stared at her while getting inside their house. Silence is the best counter to aggression, alright? He learned from the best. What the foo, aren't you even gonna tell me where you were that a black car had to drive you home? Your homeroom teacher was going nuts when she noticed you went missing with Izuku. Hey brat. Come back here. His mom was throwing a fit outside. She must have been thinking he was already starting his rebellious phase, but whatever. Katsuki had a lot on his plate at the moment. He'd deal with her soon. Upon arriving inside his room, he locked himself up. His mom's raging noise was filtered out enough to let him think through what happened throughout the day. To say it was an eventful day was an understatement. It was more eventful than any day he had when he was a kid in his previous life. He met Dabi and Natsuo, knew Izuku liked tennis, met Rei and Shoto Todoroki, saw his own dead body, managed to talk to the first holder of OFA, knew his time travel was connected to Izuku, and then met Endeavor afterwards. One event more confusing than the other. During the drive home, Izuku told Katsuki about the adventures the child did with half and half while Katsuki was sleeping on the couch. It was mostly things Katsuki already knew that half and half could do, except for one. He didn't know the bastard could produce water. More importantly, it should have been impossible at the moment because, as far as Katsuki could hypothesize using science, there should be an equal balance of temperature between the two sides that had to be maintained. The brat had to keep the boiling and freezing points of both his quirks in mind before having to produce liquid matter. If he really was able to do that, he'd be a genius of some sort. It made the child even more annoying than he already was. Fuck, he was getting sidetracked. Katsuki met Yoichi inside his headspace. Or was it a dream? He had no idea how it happened, but apparently he died on his original timeline and Izuku did something that made it possible for him to go back in time and, well, talk to a vestige. The dying part wasn't a complete surprise given the fatality of the situation. He was sure he'd be far from being alive and kicking after the shit he pulled. He knew there was a huge possibility of dying when he signed up for the war, but he still did it, not for his ego, but for the people who needed them to fight more than ever. He did it to fight for what was right. For Izuku. He accepted his possible fate before it was even happening, because he was aware that as long as they win, if needed, he was willing to rip his own skin with his bare fucking hands. And as far as the vision went, it was evident that they won, but with a lot of sacrifices. Katsuki, unlock this fucking door before I break it open. Katsuki frustratedly ran his hand down his face. He had no choice but to unlock his door when his mom was literally trying to break it with her loud fucking knocks. He was thankful he was currently short, or he'd be on the ground whining about a broken nose. Why? Why? You're going to tell me what the hell happened? Goddammit. Do you know how much white hair you're giving me? We didn't know where to start the fucking search. I wasn't even allowed to file for a search warrant. God, Katsuki. His mom was yelling at him. It was all too familiar. He hoped his dad was here to somehow be the one to defuse his mom, but Katsuki had no idea where the man was. If the old hag was already hard to deal with his dad there, it was 100 times worse without him. Usually, Katsuki would have just bared his fangs back at her, but strangely, he had no will to do just that at the moment. Answer me. Katsuki heaved a deep breath. Katsuki, can I talk to Dad instead? I'll tell him. Please go away. That seemed to get his mom off guard. Her shoulders sagged, and the heavy frown was suddenly wiped away. What? Am I dreaming or are you Dash? I said go away please. But his mom did the opposite. She went further inside the room, striding as if it was hers, leaving him standing by his doorframe, before sitting unwelcomed on his bed. No. That was when he felt the familiar burn of rage welling in his chest. I said please. Mitsuki raised a brow at him. I know you're way too smart for your age, but you're still a fucking baby whether you like it or not. She crossed her arms. You want your dad? He's still out there because he searched for you the moment we got the call. 10:30 in the morning until now, brat. And he's got a long way before he gets home. You have no choice but to talk to me. His mom tapped the space beside her. Sit. The rage tasted bitter after what he heard. It melted off just as fast as it appeared. How his stomach clenched wasn't in any way pleasing. Why? What the hell do you mean why? His mom sighed before standing up to fetch him from where he was standing. She guided him to sit with her on his bed. The last time we let you out for a whole damn day, you got home with a concussion. We're not risking more chances. Katsuki thought there must be a much deeper reason behind that. The river shit also happened in his previous life, but his parents never acted the way they are acting right now. What his hunch was telling him was, it was connected to what his mom witnessed on his first night. That was the only out of the ordinary that had happened worthy enough of this protectiveness. Or he might also be overthinking it. Because, well, he went missing with Izuku the whole day and they are both toddlers. Of course, the most normal thing that would happen is their parents getting worried sick. He should stop overanalyzing crap and start putting how other people would perceive his actions into account. After all, no one is aware he is perfectly capable of thinking on his own. I'm alright. Izuku said. School was too crowded, so I had him bring me somewhere with fewer people. We were lucky we met our friend's brothers. We went to their house to play. We were having fun, didn't notice 'twas getting dark. His home was a little far, so they had to give us a ride back home. His eldest brother came with us. We're really fine. Shoulda told sensei, he murmured, hoping the summarization was enough, but his mom didn't respond. He knew what she was waiting for. He sighed before whispering the last bit, sorry. And all of a sudden, his mom's hand was on his hair, ruffling the already messy spiky locks. He didn't need to look to know she was wearing the overly proud look he was very accustomed to. Was that so hard? You just had to brush how you prefer your father over me on my damn face? Katsuki swatted the hand off his head, but it had no force. It's hard when you're literally yelling your lungs out. How was I supposed to talk through that? Couldn't get through yo without the yells. You've always been a tough nut, until recently. Mitsuki shook her head. You're 4, but this feels like I'm talking to a teenage boy going through an emo phase. That was what he was talking about. His mom just knew him so fucking well. Damage control. Yeah, it's weird. I'm too smart, my mom thinks I'm old. Sheldon Cooper be fuck. How about I ground you for a week? Mitsuki gave him a challenging gaze, one that told him he'd never set a foot out of his room if he tried, in which he immediately surrendered, with arms raised up in the air. Thought so. His mom stood up. Be good and stay here. I'll cook dinner while we wait for your dad. She was about to leave when Katsuki remembered something. Wait, cough's mom. What? I said I met this friend, right? So. About him. Katsuki did his best to describe half-and-half's situation to his mother. He had a feeling Endeavor wouldn't let them meet again, and knowing the family's history, he knew the feeling would certainly be a possibility. Katsuki told his mom about how this friend rarely played with them because his dad wouldn't let him. He emphasized on how he thought that friend would be feeling and how it was so unfair, leaving out details he shouldn't know about. Well, telling his mom was Katsuki's initial step to try and solve the whole Todoroki mess in the first place, if he hadn't had the opportunity to meet them earlier. His tactical approach included getting his mother to move for him, manipulating the possible outcomes with his words, and getting an inside scope through Natsuo, him. The chances of Katsuki ever befriending a Todoroki only existed in Natsuo, but he fucked it up, and possibly from half and half if he wasn't a bitch. If he was handed the proper cards, it would be child's play. If things follow accordingly, Katsuki could get his mom to threaten the current number 2 about ruining his hero career with the dirt he'd managed to dig in, courtesy of the hero's own sons. Or, if push comes to shove, they will file domestic abuse. While it wasn't in any way heroic, it was the only thing he could do given his current age. What a shitty dad. Not surprising. I knew that man looked arrogant as fuck. Was his mom's reaction after his almost essay-like statement. Katsuki shrugged. Yeah. Shittier than you, and that's saying something. You say that one more time and I'm not letting you play either. Wait, why are you even telling me this? You don't usually care about? Katsuki mustered up all the negative feelings he could outside of his usual anger. He put it all out in the air with a sigh. He was sad we had to go, okay? Very bothersome. And you know how heroes save people in need of help, right? He looked like he needed saving. His mom paused only for a moment, obviously thinking. She had an unreadable expression except for the evident frown on her forehead. Moments passed before she threw an accusing gaze at him. You want to help him but you can't because you have no power over his dad. Katsuki sharply looked away. It might or might not have been an act, but who's checking? And you told me because you're indirectly asking for my help, God did. All right, I'll see what I can do. He bit his lower lip to stop his growing smirk. Katsuki's night progressed peacefully after that. He had to deal with his worried dad, but it wasn't that bad, especially with his mom vouching for him. The Help Todoroki plan was slowly commencing. He knew his mom would seek a second opinion from his old man. It was the only way it wouldn't result to violence and a shouting match. What he was left to think of was what was interrupted earlier. The original Deku's bullshit. God. He was hoping it wasn't as tragic as giving up his own life to save Katsuki, because if it was, he'd probably end up choking the closest and most accessible Deku to death and then jump off the roof himself, because what the fuck was wrong with that dumb nerd and his fucked self-preservation instincts? Of course, this is all disregarding Katsuki's countless times of sacrificing himself for the damn nerd. His point still stands. Katsuki knew it must have been something really important, something equivalent to giving someone a chance to permanently change the outcome of certain things. It might be giving up the generational quirk, or life itself. If it really was the latter, Katsuki would tear the world apart just to find a solution to undo this mistake. He needed answers, or he'd go crazy thinking of what-ifs. He might just be a murderer instead of a hero in this rewind, and that would not do anyone any good. It'd be annoying as fuck. There was only one man who could actually tell him, one he didn't know how to reach. Yoichi, how do I talk to you? Sleep, his mind helpfully supplied. This is a bad idea. Don't do it. He's gone. Oh, I have to do it? He already transferred it to me. Please, let him rest. It's the only way we can defeat him. We don't even know if it works. Yes, Quirk Society was impossible before either, but messing with time is on a whole another level. You know this, Yoichi? No. You don't know what you're doing. This will eat your soul up. Yoichi, I know. The blinding lights made Katsuki immobile for a moment. Colors were flying, maybe even visions encompassing his sight, but he remained calm. Then all of a sudden it was dark. He knew right away that it was the space where he met Yoichi. He was able to process what he heard earlier. He just couldn't understand it without proper context. That sure as hell answered nothing, Yoichi. The vestige appeared before him, looking as calm as ever. He was the only source of light in the never-ending darkness. The hopeful light he emitted contrasted with the apologetic smile painted on his lips. It happened before. No, I used it before. What exactly is it? All the voices earlier only told him about Yoichi making a fucking idiotic decision leading to his soul being eaten or something. Wait a fucking second. I'll explain, calm down. At this rate it is highly likely that you will wake up from agitation before I finish explaining. Yoichi shouldn't expect him to calm down after dropping the bomb on him like that. Katsuki was an idiot to realize a minute late. Of course, he was talking about how Izuku managed to send him back. He had to undo it. It hadn't been that long. You cannot undo it? Katsuki wanted to scream for the umpteenth time since he went back. What should he do? Deku didn't ask for his goddamn consent, and now he's left to deal with the consequences for something he didn't ask for. He didn't want to fucking live. No, he wanted to live. There are a lot of things he had to do. Of fucking course, he wanted to live. But never at the expense of another's life. More so, Izuku's. If this is the reality he would have to live in, he'd rather stay dead. Midoriya is not dead. Calm down. Yoichi would surely be double dead with the way Katsuki was throwing daggers with his gaze. Because it must have been this man's fault. Izuku wouldn't have known about it if this man kept his secrets well enough. That thought progress isn't far-fetched, but it wasn't how it went, and I have the gut feeling that you know. You just don't want your logical mind to take the pedestal. Bakugu, You are underestimating Midoriya's care for you. Yoichi met his gaze head-on. Katsuki didn't speak this time. He had to know what the hell happened, and Yoichi wouldn't get anything from him unless he told him the whole fucking story. Which he did. Time was said to be on a perfect loop. Everything that was happening had already happened. Tapping time had always been a taboo because of that. There was light in his vision again, aside from what Yoichi was emitting. It was showing something that got clearer as time went by. Two people. It was a younger Yoichi and another man. It was a man who had similar ash-blonde spiked locks and sharp blood-tinted eyes as him. It might be Katsuki's ancestor for all he knew. On the long search to find a solution to possibly take down my brother, the second user and I came across an artifact. It was a small laptop-like thing uniquely packed with strange decorations. There were no instructions whatsoever. All it had were the markings that read Gamble on top. The second user said he knew someone who could tell us more, so we brought it with us. He wasn't supposed to come to light. Like ever. What is it? This isn't an it. He's a he. This is a person. Don't know if he's still alive though. Wait, what? Yeah, it's his quirk. He was hidden because no one could figure out what to do with him. But it was said that he was capable of rewinding. The extent of it? No one knows. We didn't need him, so we left him alone. But upon the confrontation we had with my brother, the second user, the surroundings returned to their neutral darkness. Yoichi sighed. He died. His death was brought upon him because of my brother, just like you. And like Midoriya, I felt responsible for it. I had to do something. Anything. Everything. Katsuki felt a headache coming. He tried his hardest to follow along, to understand, to keep himself from freaking out, but it was hard. The fact that Yoichi kept on avoiding the price of this exchange was giving him jitters. He understands why they did it. Katsuki doubts he'd do any less had it been Izuku in his place. But that did not erase how much he thought it was stupid. Katsuki can be stupid, okay? He had to atone. Izuku had no reason to do that for him. Yoichi only shook his head before continuing. That was when I opened the artifact. He was indeed a laptop. There was no need for a manual, it was all too easy to understand. He knew what you were after upon your touch. His quirk was somewhat connected to video editing, in which all relevant moments of a person's life were there. All you had to do was split it on the point you wanted to go back to, and from that point, another branch of reality would be created. I realized by then that time is not a loop. That defied the space-time continuum. It didn't even have any connection to bending time. Splitting a video to form another reality? What the fuck was that dude? A god? It didn't make any sense. Yoichi paused for a moment before he continued talking. It doesn't. So, as the quirk society we live in. But nothing that good comes for free. If it was, then there'd be multiple realities where people are rich or something. And there was also that voice earlier, saying something about soul-eating shit. Correct. Nothing ever comes for free. The conditions of his quirk are quite interesting. It doesn't benefit him in any way. You see, there needs to be an editor and a movie actor, in which the life to be edited was the movie. In your case, Midoriya was the editor and you're the actor. Katsuki's frown deepened. What? The price? Both editor and actor would be leaving the reality they both lived in. The editor would pay the price with their memories, and half of their soul would be stuck with the actor. What? You're not sent back alone. The editor is with you. In the reality you left, you both died. No, the half-soul part. And what? Izuku died too. What about that reality's one for all? Oh, it was the part of the soul that contained the editor's memories. Don't worry too much, it will eventually return to him. Katsuki, you're gonna be late. Tried it. Katsuki was left to think about the information he was handed the entirety of his morning classes. He had no choice but to blindly collect the crumbs Yoichi gave him before his mother magically ruined his moment of figuring things out. It was probably weird to an outsider to see a 4-year-old thinking so deeply that he was left alone in their classroom when the break started. But who the fuck gave a damn? He had to know whether Izuku was a fucking idiot or if he did something amazing, because as far as Katsuki got to connect the dots, the quirk didn't fix things like those godmothers in stupid fairy tales. It only cut them off from their reality in order to create another. This meant there was a reality where both Izuku and Katsuki died. A reality in which they left their loved ones alone. His parents. Katsuki was able to brush the thought off before because, well, he didn't really know he died. The probability of death then was low because he was breathing air, god fucking damn it. Although the what-ifs made him undeniably upset, they had nothing compared to experiencing the real thing. It would have been better if the quirk erased the previous reality they lived in. Because now, Katsuki had to live with the fact that somewhere out there, his mom was mourning the broken body of his only son. After all, who are we kidding? His mom loved him so damn much that she'd trash the world if it did him any wrong. Yes, his mom was very accepting of his chosen profession, but mind you, even if you flip shit over, no one would be able to change the fact that they were students when they fought for everybody else's future. They were children who had to sign up for a war because no one else would. The most ideal reaction he'd get from her was her being proud, but realistically, it was a picture he'd never want to see. And Deku? How the hell could he trade his entire reality for Katsuki? Why did he give up on the life where he was already winning just to let Katsuki live? Fuck, he was even taking the risk of never getting a fucking quirk with all this clutter. And what the hell for? To give him another chance? It didn't make any sense. Deku's fucking nightmare. And Deku would regain his memories sometime in the future. He'd remember every single word, every fucking burn, all the nasty actions. He'd remember. Katsuki's efforts to make things right would come crashing down, because it wouldn't matter once Izuku remembered. No one knew how the new Izuku would feel upon knowing his past life, but it was certain that there would be a distinct difference. The new Izuku wouldn't be the original Izuku just because he remembered. There was a high chance the nerd would hate him even more because his actions would then be perceived as some sort of betrayal because Katsuki was a selfish fuck. It would be called manipulation. Is it not? Izuku would look at Katsuki with disgust. His eyes would tell a mix of hurt and anger. Those viridian orbs ever destined to haunt Katsuki's nightmares would weep because Izuku's anger for himself never conjured shouting matches, nor violence. Those were actions meant to speak for his anger for everyone else. Izuku's anger for himself always materializes as tears. Izuku would then regret giving everything up for Katsuki because Katsuki fucked this up the moment he decided he could control everyone around him like a goddamn puppet. Izuku would hate him. Katsuki felt his bile strong against his tongue. He couldn't stomach it. He had to clench his teeth hard and grip the edge of the table just so he could stop himself from throwing up right then and there. It was a familiar feeling. It was the same as the feeling he got upon seeing his own dead body. Because God, Izuku loathing him was death all over. Katsuki hated this, whatever this is. Plus, Shoto Todoroki's case wasn't any near to closing. It barely even started. He had to do something to see that family again. He couldn't sit back and wait for another chance encounter. That is dumb. He already wasted 2 weeks. But he might waste another 2 because all the time he had to think made him arrive at a shitty conclusion. Thus, it was 100 times harder to plan for shit. It went this way. Whatever change Katsuki did for that family, it would always come back to the fact that it wouldn't matter because there would always be that reality where the Todorokis are eternally doomed. All that would happen if Katsuki did change anything was make his life better in this reality. Because he was a selfish fucker, for sure, everything he does is for himself, his peace of mind, and his overall well-being. And it would suck so fucking much because Izuku would think so too. Kacchan? Katsuki's initial response would have been a snarl if not for his sheer will contrasting his instinct to prey on the weak. Deku's voice seemed to piss him off right now. There was an itching feeling inside his chest telling him to shout, to lash out, but instead, all his founded voice produced was a cold, "What?" Deku smiled at him, the usual beaming smile he oh so often offered, the one that began after the Dr. No Quirk incident. And just like that, the half-and-half ordeal and his kinda self-hating monologue were thrown under the bus, and his dilemma starring Izuku resurfaced. Katsuki found himself trying to burn the smile inside his head, afraid he might not see it ever again, once the curtain fell over. But Deku had always been oblivious to his internal turmoil. "Wanna share? Mom packed me a lot. She said Kacchan and I can share." Katsuki's eyes landed on the lunchbox that the other placed on his table. Upon opening it, it revealed nicely rolled scrambled eggs with rice balls on the side. There was also nori available, must have been Auntie Inko thinking they could choose to or not to use them. Deku was obviously excited to share the food with him because when Katsuki looked over again, the other wore expecting sparkly forest green eyes. Here, Mom also made me bring spare chopsticks. The enthusiasm had the blonde more hesitant to accept the said utensils. Eat up, Kacchan. Katsuki honestly had no fucking appetite with all the thoughts running through his head, but just like clockwork, he gave in. He didn't know whether it was a part of his schemes, or if it was just Izuku's effect on him, but whatever it was there. It made him take a piece of egg roll and sushi with an additional nori. It was great, would be better with more spices though. Doesn't taste bad, but I bet I can cook better. Izuku looked troubled after getting his own bite. Kacchan, I haven't tasted your cooking and this is amazing. Plus, Mom's gonna be mad if I agree with you. The pout on Izuku's freckled face was enough to get Katsuki's head off the dark side. With a teasing laugh, he said, I'm telling Auntie you're having second thoughts about how amazing her egg rolls are. But I never said that. After that, Katsuki's day resumed as normal as it could get, in which Izuku was there, occupying his head in a way that he wasn't able to think of anything else. So what if Izuku remembers? That wouldn't be Katsuki's concern until it happens. Katsuki had to think of the events happening at the moment, not the soon to fuck him up, so that was what he did. His head was occupied with how Izuku was already smart enough as a toddler that Katsuki was able to talk to him normally, because during their small shared lunch that noon break, Izuku was geeking him out about All Might again, just like those times the nerd was mumbling shit he couldn't care less about in their previous life. They were eating side by side when Izuku raised the question upon gulping. Kacchan, you think All Might can be faster than Flash? Nah. Well, if All Might can run on par with him, it'd be going as fast as the speed of light, and technically, that's impossible. But if All Might tried the United States of Smash using his feet, the fastest he'd go even with that would be on the Mach tier, right? His quirk isn't a speed-type quirk anyway. Or is it? People say it's an enhancer type, but I feel like it should be more amazing than that. It's All Might. His quirk can't be any less than amazing. Spot on. The quirk wasn't any less than amazing and it was fated to be passed on to you. Katsuki also thought about ways that Izuku could train in preparation for One for All since he was sure the nerd wouldn't waste any available time for training, and Katsuki would get an earful if he let him be once Izuku's memories catch up with them. Of course, it was done with consideration of the dipshit's current mental age and attention span. Izuku, race me to the park? The winner gets a free All Might token. You're on, Kacchan. Katsuki also devised it to train himself. He was getting the hang of adjusting his knowledge about his quirk with his current body situation as the days passed on, and although his control still sucked shirtass, it was a far cry from his control back when he was the same age. Run ahead. If I catch up to you with my quirk, you're dead. Katsuki rubbed his palms together in hopes of coping with the predicament at hand. The said hands are inexperienced in producing large amounts of sweat at command, and he wouldn't be able to propel himself nor give himself a boost otherwise. When he was a brat, he didn't know the exact mechanics of his quirk, he was just throwing off clumsy explosions here and there. It was an accident when he knew he could control his sweat output. He was 7 and eager to learn to cook. It was Christmas and he wanted to show his cooking skills off. That was when he smeared sauce all over his apron. When he was wiping it off with a towel, the smell latched onto his hand. A child's imagination was still strong as fuck at 7. He wanted to mass-produce his quirk just to kill off the unwanted Sursa. It made more mess because he was near a damn stove. Anyway, he couldn't just imagine he could do it at the moment. That shit happened because he was already used to using his quirk. Right now, his body hadn't even reached the 1-year mark since it developed the quirk. And it was more than just imagining it. Kacchan's playing villain? Yeah, sure. Go, hero. Izuku ran off after letting him see the overly excited look he had. Katsuki would tell him to fix his posture later on. Katsuki gave Izuku 5 seconds before he slapped his hands together, acting as if it was a kickstart to his dumb quirk even if he was far from a shitty motorcycle. All it did were mediocre explosions upon impact, And he knew then he had to fix that. Katsuki wanted to groan. This was the same as piloting a SMUF account with all the stats back to 0. Even if he knew the manual like a cheat code, it was still hard and annoying as fuck. And Katsuki still had a nerd to catch, so he put the thoughts aside, motioned for a Naruto run, and maximized his explosions output, as large as it was gonna be without hurting himself. It wasn't nearly enough to make him fly per se, but it was giving him a goddamn boost. He caught up with Izuku in seconds, after the perfect sequence of simultaneous explosions he let out. That was the cheat code he was talking about. It may not be covering the powerful field, but he knew how to use it with precision. Katsuki arrived at the park after a series of explosions. Kacchan. Sugoi, was what Deku first said as he reached the park 10 seconds after Katsuki did. Katsuki couldn't understand why, but the air suddenly felt so free, and even the joy that Deku emitted was freeing. The autumn air, the leaves on their feet, the swings that were slightly swinging with the wind, everything was fitting like a puzzle finally complete. And it came from that single compliment Katsuki haven't heard since, he couldn't even recall when he last heard the nerd looking up to him that way. The sing-songs of praise never really sounded the same if they didn't come from Izuku's lips. The receiving end did not receive that well at all, because the feeling was familiar, yet foreign at the same time. I know, Now shut up. It wasn't laced with anger, but it sounded like he just snapped. The nerd shut his trap after that and took the free swing. Katsuki knew it was a bad idea, because then he was ridden of the thing that kept him from thinking. A few moments of silence before. I wish Shoto was living near us. He can seriously play hero with you, Kacchan. Katsuki was baffled. Why the hell would he need Hafsi with him when Izuku is here? This nerd better not be thinking of having that bastard as his replacement. What made you think you can't? You're great at experimenting with quirks. You know I'll improve better in discovering new things about my explosions than having someone to fight. And you can always train with me to strengthen your punches. I'd rather have you. Katsuki approached the other, sitting on the swing beside him. He couldn't see the nerd's expression, but he could tell there were millions of thoughts flying through that little head at a second. But the sad part must have won. Izuku appeared upset with the way his shoulders were hunched. But Mom said I can't. Auntie Inko? What the hell? As far as Katsuki knew, she was nothing but supportive. What the hell changed now? Why? Izuku moved the swing just so Katsuki wouldn't see him so affected, before he mumbled, after the doctor. Mom talked to me. She said I shouldn't. I shouldn't let your words get into me. The light swing halted. She said I had to face the truth early on so I wouldn't be hurt in the future. There was no quirkless hero, Kacchan? Izuku's gaze was locked on the ground and Katsuki couldn't speak. He was dumbfounded. He knew there must have been heat radiating off his hands, because the chains of the swing he was holding were turning red. And we met Shoto and I think he could be a better hero partner for you. He has great quirks, Kacchan. That was it. Katsuki physically cannot have any of this shit anymore. What the fuck, Izuku? That Canadian flag ain't gonna be my hero partner. Come on, we'll tell Auntie to get her shit together because you're going to be a hero, whether she likes it or not. Izuku's eyes were set on Katsuki in an instant. Kacchan. Katsuki snapped, for real this time. You're going to be a hero, Deku. Ya hear me? Katsuki was livid. How the fuck did that thing in the car turn into this? And he wouldn't even know Izuku was losing his mind because of Auntie Inko if the nerd didn't mention it. And God, what would have happened if the nerd didn't mention it at all? Later that day, Katsuki found himself seated across from his parents at the dining table. Two sets of disappointed looks were directed at him, peeling him alive. His mom looked like she was itching to do so literally. Did you apologize? His dad was the one doing the talking because it wouldn't just be talking if it was his mom. And no, Katsuki did not. Why would he? He would never be sorry for being a straightforward person with no mouth filter. He may be bad-mouthed and shit, but everything that came out of his mouth was incorporated with a factor too. It wasn't his fault they couldn't take the bit of salt in his words. Katsuki, do you know what you did wrong? Katsuki did not do anything wrong. Masaru sighed. He sure looked defeated. It must have been Katsuki's defying mode that was turned on after his parents decided it was a good time to talk him out of his shit. Son, I know you're upset about Izuku's condition, but that's not a reason to lash out at his mom like that. You almost made her cry. Katsuki may or may not have bitched Auntie Inko out earlier, right after knowing about what she said to her own son. But, like he claimed, he did nothing wrong and he wasn't sorry for telling her the truth. Right when Katsuki arrived in front of the Midoriya's apartment, he didn't hold his reins. His tiny body didn't have the capacity for the anger that was accumulating inside of him. He let it out. All the frustrations and other things that were bothering him for the past weeks translated into that anger too, so, well. Good luck, Auntie Inko. Oh kids. Hi. Come in? We're not here for that, I'm taking Zuka back to my house later. I'm here for something else. Inko was baffled, her brows furrowed a little. Which is? Katsuki stared her right in the eyes before demanding, with his tiny voice, take it back. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Kacchan dashed. Take it back, Auntie. Izuku will be a hero. The woman only blinked at him so he knew he wasn't getting his shit across. If only his snarl was scary enough, but since it wasn't working, he had to up his game. And Katsuki was aware he only had one thing he could weaponize at the moment. Izuku will be a hero, Auntie. I can't have you be a shitty mom right now. You can't possibly discourage your son from doing his only dream. Katsuki saw a flash of hurt in the woman's eyes before it was blinked away. Auntie Inko stood her ground and met his anger head-on. Katsuki-kun, Auntie Inko started, leaning down so she was on the same level as him. I appreciate the amount of care you had over my son's dream of becoming a hero. You've been nothing but supportive, and I couldn't ask for more from his friend. Katsuki could practically hear the lingering contrasting sentence in her kind voice. But, bingo. As a kid, I know you have little to no knowledge about the dangers of being a hero. Katsuki-kun, heroes with quirks get themselves hurt while doing their job. What more if someone quirkless? Auntie Inko bit her lower lip in poor attempts of keeping herself from crying. Katsuki's anger seemed to slowly falter at that, but he held onto it for dear life. It was Izuku's sudden hold on his arm that reminded him of what he was fighting for, but he couldn't turn to look. He didn't know what face Izuku was making and he wasn't sure he wanted that picture in his head either. Katsuki inhaled. I know we could die trying to be a hero, Auntie. That's the job. We'll break our bones, tear our skin, go blind, put our life on the line, and it'll all be for peace, to win. It'll be scary as heck, but it's gonna be alright because we're meant to do that job. It was obvious that Inko was surprised. It wasn't every day that you'd hear a child say shit like that. But despite her surprise, she was very adamant in making him see her point. And don't get Katsuki wrong, he knew why she was acting that way. She was scared her son would end up dying in pursuing a dream too far from his reach. Her fear wasn't unfounded, in fact, it was highly probable. Especially with all the danger that came with receiving that burden of a quirk. One for all. But there is no one else more fitting to having that power other than Izuku. Katsuki-kun, Izuku is quirkless. He's not meant to wear that shoe, he's not meant to be a hero. It looked like hurting his son's feelings wasn't out of the question either. What she said made Izuku's grip on his arm tighten. It seemed as if he wanted to pull him out of there. The child was fucking hurt. Katsuki glared at the woman in front of him. No, Auntie. Do you know how many heroes out there are just in it for the extra shit they'd get with the job? They do it for fame, money, and privileges. Not all heroes are heroes, so don't go telling me you know who's meant to be it. Katsuki laughed humorlessly. He was completely aware of how strange his words must have been for Izuku's mom, but there was no stopping him from doing what he thinks is right. Even if he wanted to stop, he would only add another thing he'd think about at night. Your son, who you just claimed not befitting to fill that role, is the most heroic person I've known my entire fucking life. Izuku is and will forever be. Auntie Inko called his mom after that, which made the old hag pick him up with his dad. The adults talked to each other for a long while. It took hours, which was why it was already near evening when Katsuki got home with his parents before they cornered him for a talk. Izuku was holding on to him the entire time the adults were talking, until they were forced to part. It was worth it, alright? No fucking regrets. Katsuki would do it again if needed. He did it so things would go accordingly, and just that. Maybe it was also with a few of his true feelings, but that wasn't important. If he was writing Izuku Midoriya's fucking origin, he'd do his best, no doubt about it. At least Izuku might hate him less if he… Fuck this brain, always trying to scheme so he could get less burns from the consequences of his actions. His dad gave up lecturing him when he saw he wouldn't be listening any moment now. I'll just go get the food ready. He was left with his mom, who already had her eyes squinted at him. She did really great in controlling herself back there. Katsuki thought she'd have him by the ears the moment he saw her climbing the stairs to the apartment earlier. Well, if he was changing, maybe that also meant the way she'd deal with him would also change. You're getting weirder. Wow, thanks a lot, Mom. Katsuki fought the urge to roll his eyes badly. I'm smart. Of course, I'm weird. Not the smart way, idiot. The compassionate one. I thought you got all the genes from me, but I guess Masaru's also fought a lot. His mom huffed. If you want to show someone you care, at least do it the right way. You can't go on yelling at people's moms if you disagree with their way of upbringing your friends. Mitsuki was, for one, disappointed. But despite the disappointment, there was something in her voice that told her son something else. It was more like the woman disapproved of his method rather than his cause. I guess the only reason you didn't do it with Endeavor is that he scares you? Katsuki frowned. I'm not scared of him, he just doesn't take me seriously. Auntie Inko listened, so I told her what she had to hear. Mitsuki propped her chin on the palm of her hand on the arm that was resting on the table. And you don't think that's wrong? If telling the truth is wrong, does that mean lying is right? His mother only shrugged at him, sighing as she fixed her sitting position. You're grounded for the weekends. And you'll apologize to Inko after. Think about what you did, Katsuki. I want sincerity in your apology, and if I didn't hear it, you're gonna be locked under this roof your entire life, was what she stated before she fixed the utensils in front of her. What the F freak am I grounded for? I didn't do anything wrong. You still don't know what you did wrong, that's exactly why you're grounded. Saturday. Izuku was walking alone to the park that day. Katsuki was, as Mitsuki said, grounded for the weekend, so he wasn't allowed to go out. Izuku thought Katsuki must have hurt himself pretty badly. He didn't exactly know the difference between ground and ground. Izuku hoped the explosive blonde would get well soon. Was that the karma people were telling him he'd get if he acted like Katsuki? Izuku was upset Katsuki said mean things to his mom, but even with his current mental age, he knew Katsuki only did what he did to defend him, to stand up for him. Just like a true hero. Katsuki will always be Izuku's first hero. Izuku was always with Katsuki these days, and the kid was no longer used to not having him around. The park seemed empty even with the few neighborhood kids playing by themselves. He was aware he might have been wearing the sad pouty face his mom always teased him about, but why would he hide it? He was upset Katsuki couldn't play with him today and the day after today. Izuku also couldn't go to Shoto's home. He didn't know where it was exactly, and he couldn't persuade his mom to take him there. He wasn't sure if he was even allowed to go there anymore, because that one time they went home really late, his mom was so worried she hugged him the entire night. Izuku sat on the free swing with gloomy clouds hovering over him. He sighed. He thought, if only he could take Katsuki's pain, this playtime wouldn't be wasted on him sulking on a swing. Pissed. Deku. It was Katsuki's former friend, the one with stretchy fingers. Izuku thought his quirk could be used in several rescue missions had it not been used in several mean things. My name is Izuku. The kid laughed at him. I heard Kacchan calling you Deku though. Izuku's ears rang. He had always hated how weird other kids' nickname for Katsuki sounded to his ears. But hate could be considered bad, right? Izuku wouldn't be a hero if he was bad, and he would disappoint Katsuki that way. But Katsuki's ex-friend was making it hard not to see red for Izuku. Deku. Deku. Ha. Dekunibu. Kacchan calls you what you are. A good-for-nothing. It did sound like that, but Katsuki had buried the meaning inside Izuku's head, and he would not accept anything that would tarnish it. Deku is from Dekairu. You can read the characters Fort Izuku as Deku, you know. And Deku meant someone who can't do anything. A good-for-nothing. What was that? That was weird. Izuku's head couldn't quite grasp what he just heard, But there was something strange about it because Izuku knew no one had ever said that to him before. Cat got your tongue, Deku? Izuku was about to reply when someone interrupted Katsuki's ex-friend from singing his supposedly meant to hurt him mantra. It came from a familiar voice. Shut it, silly fingers. It was Tuya, with Natsuo already ready to jump for a fight. Izuku's eyes immediately lit up as he saw the brothers approaching. Tuyanai. Natsuonai. Groaning, Natsuo rolled his eyes. Ugh, can't you pronounce my name better? Tuya gave his brother a brotherly head pat which had a little strength before he used the same hand to greet Izuku. Hey to you too, kid. Don't mind Natsuo, he's being an idiot. Tuya then motioned to the frozen kid who stood a foot away from Izuku's swing. Was he bothering you? It seemed as if the Todoroki brothers wouldn't let the kid go if Izuku did say something, so he was quick to defend him. Oh, no, he was Kacchan's friend. He was just asking about Kacchan, which earned contrasting reactions from the two. How is he friends with people? Natsuo. Spiky's kinda friendly. Is he friends with every kid here? Well, given Katsuki's treatment of the two, it wasn't surprising. Izuku scratched his nape. Kacchan's really popular. It's because he's too amazing. Tuya cut in before Natsuo was able to express his dissatisfaction. Shut up, that's. So where is he? Natsuo frowned, stomping his foot as he whined. Why are you asking for him? You told me we're here to take Izuku home, not Kacchan. Tuya was quick to look at Natsuo with an expression that told him that the other kid wasn't supposed to know about that, but since the beans were already spilled, he rolled his eyes before saying, as if it was obvious, they come in a package, idiot. Look, do you seriously think Izuku can take Dad alone? He'd cry. Izuku's head whipped back and forth as the brothers continued their quarrel. Stretchy fingers already escaped when he had the chance, and the three didn't even notice. Dad will give up once he does his Bambi eyes, and we don't need that explosive SH. Shut up for once, Nats. Tuya snapped before turning to Izuku. Is Katsuki home? Natsuo groaned in defeat before slumping down on the free swing on Izuku's left, with his arms crossed. Izuku spared him a glance before focusing on answering the elder brother. Kacchan hurt himself, so his mom's not letting him out. How did he even hurt himself? Auntie Mitsuki told me he was grounded. He's not sick, is he? Serves him right. That was how Izuku found himself in the Todoroki's home without Katsuki that Saturday morning. He was seated on the couch that Katsuki slept on when they were there. In front of him was Auntie Rei. He knew her name because Shoto told him, and the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He was ecstatic to see him up close. He wasn't able to see him last time. Shoto was nowhere to be seen. Natsuo and Tuya left him shortly after they delivered him to their parents. He didn't mind how Tuya seemed to linger for a moment. He looked like he was having second thoughts about leaving him alone with the adults, but what could go wrong? Auntie Rei seemed sweet, and Endeavor was the number 2 hero. He'd be safe with them. However, there was this strange feeling, similar to the one he felt earlier at the swing. Izuku couldn't understand why he felt as though he should have gone with Tuya when the eldest Todoroki brother looked at him before he left. Hello, Izuku. Nice meeting you again, Auntie Rei said, her voice sweet as well as her smile, contrasting her tired cold eyes. Izuku was feeling jittery, but he still returned her given courtesy with a smile. Hi, Auntie. And nice to meet you again too. It was after that greeting that Endeavor cut through. What's your quirk, kid? What a weird thing to ask first. But his voice was interrogating, authoritative, and might be considered judging, and Izuku thought that whatever his answer be, would mark his place in the hero's eyes. It made Izuku sink on the couch. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. HM? Go on, child. I won't bite. It was meant to reassure him, but Izuku was not getting any comfort from the way the man looked him down. It wasn't supposed to be like this with a hero. Why did it feel like this? He hoped Katsuki was with him. Sir, I don't have one. I'm quirkless? Rei's eyes widened. The shock had her sweet smile turn into a line. She had never turned to look at her husband as fast as she just did. Enji must have been already sizing up the kid's worth just by the information they just acquired. But Enji had none of what she expected he'd have on his face. What he had on was a blank expression, empty of sympathy nor rejection. You've gone to the doctor already? The kid nodded frantically. Last week, sir. Izuku didn't know why the number 2 needed to know about his quirk, or why it seemed so important to him. However, he did know he had to answer everything. He was hoping the hero wouldn't push any further, but he was a kid. What does he know? How do you expect to train with my son if you don't have a quirk? How can you improve with him if you have nothing to improve? Anyone would expect it to be said in a harsh tone, or with malice underneath, but it wasn't. It was a question, something akin to a test. It all then became clear as day to Rei, that to her husband, quirk wasn't important in being Shoto Todoroki's friend. Intelligence was. Because strength was already present in the man's presence. But I'm not Shoto's training partner. I'm his friend. Izuku mumbled as he averted his gaze away from the searching eyes of the current number 2. The man didn't mind how the questions made the kid uncomfortable. He continued, "Does that mean you can't contribute to my son's path to being a hero?" Izuku was nothing if not someone who'd give everything to help. "No, sir. I will like it if I can help Shoto in any way. I mean, obviously, you won't need help in training him, you're already so great. I can." What did Kacchan call that again? The kid bit his lower lip, muttering to himself. Kacchan said I can help more with quirks. Alright. Experiment quirks. Shoto's quirks are amazing. He'll do a lot of amazing things if he tries. And he can also try a lot of combinations with them. Like water. I can help, sir. And Kacchan too. He has a boom boom quirk. Very flashy. They can try that one. If Kacchan can store his sweat on a disintegrating plastic or... And, let Shoto detonate it with his fire mid-air dash. The adults with Izuku were puzzled. Endeavor had to interrupt before the kid could continue his non-ending chatter. I get it, kid. How old are you again? I'm 4. The kid passed. Well, if Shoto hadn't locked himself up and refused to train after the incident with his father, Enji wouldn't have considered ever sitting across a kid just to do a short interview. But what's been done, had been done. He can't have Shoto missing another day of training. It also appeared as Rei said it would be. Shoto did seem to be in high spirits upon seeing his friend, so he let it be. Zuku, where's Kacchan? Are you alone? Did Natsuonai purposely leave him out? Shoto asked after an excited greeting. Izuku replied why the other kid wasn't present, and Enji couldn't care less about that. Shoto was giving him wary eyes as the exchanges went by, and as much as Enji wanted to see more, he knew his presence would produce an outcome opposite to what he deemed desirable. Izuku, the muttering kid, was kind, intelligent, and very creative. Enji knew he would be a great influence on his son, not only in improving his control but also his social skills, which was an attribute Enji had successfully neglected. And to let the kid do his work, the man stood up and strolled away, leaving his wife on the couch. On his way out of the living room, he passed by his firstborn looking at the scene, leaning on the wall of the hallway leading to the dining area. Enji couldn't help but notice the new burn marks covering his son's arms. Tuya had always been a persistent kid. The more Enji tried to keep him away from the training room, the more he found his way to use his quirk without consent. Enji even allowed him to play tennis, even with how much he lost, just so he could keep him from hurting himself in the hero field. If only there was something good enough to keep his son entertained. There was one right now. If you want to play with them, go. There's no use if you'd stand here all the time. Tuya gaped at him as if he just said something out of this world. Did you drink spoiled milk? Enji couldn't understand. Did that have anything to do with playing with the kids? No, I had tea earlier. But did you leave some in the fridge? Tuya was obviously flabbergasted. What dash? No, Dad, that's not what you know what? Whatever, yeah, I'll go play with them. Tuya headed for the living area, leaving Enji frowning to himself. It was raining. The unusual humidity in the middle of spring made it impossible for anyone to see clearly, but hints of war were in plain sight. It hadn't been an hour after the battle settled. The heroes didn't even win. They wouldn't even be alive right now if Shigaraki didn't flee the second Izuku turned to dust. What? Katsuki couldn't even collect any what? Izuku was so near. Why was he having this kind of odd urgency? Anyone with a functioning brain would know it wasn't smart to go anywhere, especially now that it was clear that the villains were taking their reign. But Bakugo, where are you going? Katsuki had to go. He had to save someone. He had to be useful. There could still be something there. He could still. None of your fucking business. Something was knocking inside Katsuki's head as if someone was calling out to him. He had to find that something. There might still be a way. He just had to look for that thing like how Izuku did. Something. Katsuki knew it should have been him. Who else could have kept Shigaraki in the sky if not his explosions? He could have battled midair too, it was his strength for God's sake. He could have, but he was frozen in fear for a reason he couldn't say, a reason too shameful to see the daylights of the world. No, he wasn't reasonable at all. It was that dream. What dream? His body didn't move, couldn't move. That was why Izuku. Katsuki had always been selfish. That vision, a nightmare about his death, shouldn't have been enough to shake his will, but what could he possibly do? He was a kid. We're all grieving, man. You're not the only one suffering from losing Midoriya. He's our friend too. But do you see us acting like huge assholes? You can't just charge there and do what you want. We all lost a huge fights. Kirishima's tone dropped, his head hung low. Katsuki could see it, could see that something he wanted to avoid so badly. I know you have too much on your plate right now, but please. We can't lose you too. Can't lose him? Katsuki was the one who should have been lost in that fight. He should have been the one dusted. He should have been. His dream, a premonition, it was him. But Izuku died. Dust rained down on his face. It should have been him. Bitter. That was the aftertaste Katsuki had after vomiting his dinner right after he woke up. There was something retching about his dream that had him hurling his tiny stomach out, but he just couldn't remember. It was happening more and more often. There hasn't been a single night where he had a peaceful slumber. He was always plagued with dreams he instantly forgot whenever he opened his eyes. It was always frustrating. Katsuki thought nothing could compare to what he felt the second time a nightmare of the same sort woke him up. That one left him with a silent cry for destruction, but this trip really has a lot of surprises to offer. And Yoichi didn't visit his headspace that night, just when he needed answers the most. Katsuki tried to rid his tongue of the bitterness by gargling his dad's mouthwash that he found on the floor, but it wasn't working. The mouthwash only intensified the bitterness that he almost puked again. His gag that was cut short translated into fits of coughs. Fuck, how the fuck was his morning already starting this bad? Not to mention he was grounded. How the hell could he spend the weekends doing nothing? How would he be able to revise his plans without a clear view of Izuku and Auntie Inko's current condition? He had to be there for Izuku. Katsuki would rather die than let anyone, even the nerd's own mother, discourage the kid from doing what he was meant to do. He had to get out of this house. But that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. His mother decided it was a good time to make breakfast together again, and although it was fun and he likes to cook, the chances of slipping away were reduced to 0. Izuku had to wait for rescue, if he ever was facing Inko's undoubtedly mountainous care. Inko just told me Izuku's at the Todoroki's. She asked if I let you go with them. Breakfast was awfully quiet until Mitsuki said that. Katsuki was just about to force another bite of his food when his body stopped moving, his head automatically turning to face his mother. He was mortified because what the fuck was that again? Izuku. Alone. With that family. Endeavor wasn't past his ugly face. You're not going, you're grounded. But Mom dash. Mitsuki dropped her fist on the table with enough force to make it shake a little. This is not a joke, Katsuki. Katsuki knew that for sure. In their family, grounded was grounded no matter what the situation was. The world could be burning, an apocalypse could be happening, and he still would be locked inside the damn house unless he wanted to borrow an extra's face for the rest of his life. But this was a serious problem. Enji Todoroki had enough power as the number 2 hero to influence Izuku's view of heroism, and Katsuki knew that whatever the fuck happened inside that house that turned the noob in tennis into a killing machine and that timid kid into a cold, annoying bastard, it wasn't any close to heroic. The mother of that home was driven crazy for fuck's sake. This just had to happen after the thing with Auntie Inko. Katsuki could only imagine how Izuku's world crumbled away at every second he wasted staying cooped inside this house. You know what, Ma? Fine. But I still haven't told you one thing about Endeavor, and I hope you'll be happy leaving Izuku alone with them after I tell you. Tuya led the kids to their backyard after he saw his mother on the verge of crying on their sofa, gazing over the direction where his father went. It might have been because of relief, but it would have been awkward if the kids saw her in that state, so he took the liberty of bringing them out of that situation. Izuku followed with spring on his steps, and Tuya refused to look at his brother. It was weird how easy it was for Endeavor to let him play with Shoto, after almost 5 years of shutting the kid away from them. It was even more horrifying because Tuya tried to kill that brother of his right after he was born, and it might actually be the reason why the kid was isolated from them, but never mind, he didn't like blaming himself. What he was implying was, this progress was impossible unless his dad either drank spoiled milk or he was under mind control. Okay, realistically speaking, this weird development might have something to do with the recent addition to the people allowed to go inside the house. But that might also be questionable. His father only met the child today. But no matter how hard Tuya thought of it, there was no other plausible reason for the man's sudden change of tune. Or was he close to catching up to his lifelong nemesis? Impossible. Tuyani 3i. Can you teach me tennis? Ouch, that was ear-piercing. The green kid who caused it was jumping with a racket at hand, which he probably got somewhere in the free space. Tuya must have forgotten to take that back to his room when he practiced earlier. But anyway, the kid was already holding it like it was a prized possession, something he couldn't understand. It was just a dumb tennis racket. You seriously want to learn from me? Didn't you watch me lose the other day? Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. That brat. The blonde was obviously a bad influence. Look, this sweet kid only looked at Tuya like he was a celebrity. The kid released an annoying huff, swinging the racket as he said, Tunai did his best and he was amazing out there, so I don't know what you're talking about. He went swoosh. And hoops. Tuya had to physically fight off the smile that was threatening to form on his lips. Shoto's presence seemed to have faded away in the background. It wasn't affecting his mood anymore. What he couldn't fight off was his hand. He watched in horror as it fell on the child's head, but the hair was so fluffy he just had to ruffle it a little, which definitely didn't end at that. You're just saying that so I'd teach you? Izuku looked up at him through his messed up bangs, which were a product of Tuya's uncontrollable hand. But I'm not. You're amazing, Tuyanai. And Nachunai thinks so too. And Shoto. What the hell was up with this kid? Tuya might have finally found someone who could see him, acknowledge him, and value him for what he could currently offer at the table, something that was outside of his quirk. Stop that, you're making Tanai shy, Tuya said, in a poor impression of the child's high-pitched screech. Tuyanai. Can I call you that? Izuku, the ever-so-bright child, had a childish grin so carefree, Tuya wondered where had his own gone to. When was it even lost? As the little childish banter went by, Shoto stood aside, waiting. The kid kept his mouth shut. He was really good at doing that considering that was what he was taught to do. To listen, stand aside, and learn. It was kinda bizarre, seeing his eldest brother playing around up close. Shoto had only seen that from way up the balcony. He really had missed out a lot. But despite not being in on the fun, Shoto smiled. Two of his most important people got along well. It was straight up from Shoto's wildest dreams and he wouldn't dare ask for more. I think I have a spare racket out here somewhere. I'll just go find it. Tunai, do you have another one? For Shoto? Or we can just share? Tuya's sharp turn to the spot where Shoto was standing frozen was like the elder just found out the latter kicked his puppy, or something along the lines of forgetting the youngest Todoroki's existence only to be awfully reminded. Shoto didn't know how to play anyway. His father never let him. I don't know how to play tennis, I'll just watch. Tuya didn't look like he wanted to play with Shoto either. He looked confused and angry. Shoto wasn't good at describing people, more so, reading them. But he knew that whatever prevented his brother from having fun with him must have been his father's fault. It was always his father's fault. Shoto was about to leave the area to stand by the door when Izuku caught his wrist to stop him. As it appeared, Izuku had other plans. As always, it was Izuku who began introducing him to new things, new possibilities, right after he saw him. He was the new additional color to the ever-white, blues and reds. Shoto could not imagine going back. Silly, I don't know either. That's why your Nai-san is teaching us. Right to an II? Shoto looked up at his brother only to see him sighing, defeated. Of course, yeah, sure. We'll do that. Katsuki bluffed. He couldn't just say Endeavor abused his children to the point of insanity. His mom wouldn't react the way he wanted her to. So instead, he said something that would scare her enough to let him go, or at least accompany him to pick Izuku up. He makes children cry. Not the usual way you do, okay? The last time I saw him, he had something strange. It kinda scared me. Might be a quirk incident, I dunno. It was lame, and his mom obviously thought so too, as evident with the snicker on her lips. You just admitted he scared you out of your wits? Mitsuki, language dashed. His father's reminder was easily pushed to the background as his mother clicked her tongue. You're fooling no one, Katz. Katsuki would be shivering if he really was a kid, but luckily he wasn't. He was used to his mom's antics. And while it wasn't really a boasting material, it was helping him deal with it with more ease. No. It's different, I swear. What else could he use? What card should he play? Katsuki has to rack his brain for answers. He knew he had to use something realistic, a lie with an ounce of truth, because his mother wouldn't even bat an eye if it was some bullshit she could see through. Well, all he could come up with was his physical well-being. Katsuki faked a cough. I can't sleep well since then. That seemed to make his mother drop the unbelieving sneer. He almost heaved a sigh of relief, but then even her stern expression was gone. Her face was almost instantly painted white, and his dad also almost choked on his coffee, eyes wide. Since when? Did you meet him during the lake? What? That? Katsuki wanted, so fucking bad, to answer, but the looks on his parents' faces stopped him from doing so. They were looking at him with worry as if they knew something he didn't. Mitsuki snapped, no, never mind. Eat up. I'll talk to Inko and ask if Izuku's getting the same symptoms. You might be the only one affected. We're not going unless we're sure. It might worsen if you meet him again. What was that? What the fuck was happening? Masaru cleared his throat as he fixed his eyeglasses before turning back at his son, seemingly wary of his reaction. Did you sleep well last night? Frowning, Katsuki replied, yes. Why are you guys acting like this? It was clear as day that even his bluff didn't go well. His parents refused to answer him and he was nowhere near the goal, no Izuku in sight. He didn't know it'd be this hard being a child again. He was hating his situation more than ever before. His mom contacted Inko after breakfast. It was his dead end, because of course, Izuku wouldn't have trouble sleeping, he wasn't suffering. From a quirk incident, it was a dumb lie. The call only served as fuel to Mitsuki's growing worry, and it only meant one thing. He wasn't getting out anytime soon. Hopeless. Katsuki gave up trying anything at all in fear that it might only worsen his state. Knowing his mom, it wasn't impossible that she'd go alone and confront Endeavor about his lie. If he fucked up by adding more lies, he'd be making things more complicated. It was good that he ended this as it was, because if the adults did find out it wasn't true, they could just blame it on Katsuki's wild imagination. He was never good at lying anyway. He was always keen on facing problems head-on. When Yoichi woke up, he was still inside his cell. It was dark. The room wasn't spacious, but there was a bed and a small bedside table. There were no windows, and instead of metal bars, what locked him inside was a door. It was the cell his brother made just for him. The first time he was locked in, he didn't mind it that much, but as the hours became days, that soon became weeks, or months, he just couldn't find it in him to stand by anymore. It was becoming more painful. There were things he was inclined to do. He had to stop his brother, as powerless as he was. Powerless. The quirk his brother forcefully gave him did not quite fit with his current condition. His body was too frail to use it. If only there was someone else who could cultivate it better than he could. And then, hurried knocks interrupted his thoughts. Yoichi, are you there? Unfamiliar. It wasn't his brother's voice nor his lackey's. It was deep and rough, obviously from a man in his mid-20s. How did he know my name? Suddenly, a loud booming sound shook the ground. It resonated within the building, earning cracks that spread even inside Yoichi's room. Some parts of the cemented ceiling were starting to fall off as the tremors continued, and along with the ensuing loud explosive noises in the background, the man's voice called for him. What? Yuichi wanted to stand, but his legs turned jelly upon their contact on the floor. He had to use his arms as clutches as he leaned against his bedside table for support. The ground that was shaking didn't contribute well to his already failing knees. Another sudden shake was all it took to sweep him off his feet. The man must have gotten impatient. Another try for standing and his door was already busted open. Yuichi. It was a man with harsh crimson eyes and a dirty blonde spiky head. It was the first time Yuichi ever seen him, yet the other's eyes flashed recognition as if the two of them already fought countless wars together. Confusing. Unlikely. Dangerous. We have to go. I can't explain anything right now, we're in the middle of trashing your brother's den. You have to come with me. The man demanded. The urgency was evident in his voice as he approached Yoichi's fallen figure. The said man held out his hand in front of him. Get up, we have a war to win. It was confusing how badly Yoichi wanted to reach for that hand, to try tasting that tempting hope, but could he really trust him? The man dropped the offered hand upon seeing his doubt-filled eyes. Instead, he sighed, head hanging low, I'm sorry. I know it's confusing. Please, you gotta trust me, it's our only hope. Yoichi contemplated for a moment. There would be no difference even if he stayed or not. It would always be a nightmare for him as long as his brother continued his rule. How can I be sure I can trust you? Wild, somber eyes met him. You'd rather be in hell than be like your brother. We share the same sentiment. Isn't that enough? How the hell can I be sure you're not the same as your brother? Trust me, I'd rather be in hell than be anything like my brother. Well, that's already hell on its own. Yoichi took that chance that day. The man carried him on his back, securing their escape from the hellhole his brother made. Every turn was exhilarating. The fear of getting caught kept him awake as debris flew everywhere. Nonetheless, every step the stranger took to take him away from his cell felt reassuring. Certain. A glisten of hope. After a while of running, they were able to escape the building with no trace of his brother. The man led him to a waiting car 2 blocks away from the said building, which none would recognize as building anymore. Yoichi didn't have the time to look back, nor did he want to. He boarded the car without any inch of regret. Freedom felt so reachable. Tell them to back out now, we got our target, stranger to another man who was in charge of the wheels. But there was something bugging him. How did you know me? This might be a trap. This might be a play to lure his brother out. This might be. You won't believe me. Obviously. No one would believe a man who was potentially a kidnapper. You said you'll explain. The stranger raised both arms, surrendering. Fine. But it's up to you if you'll believe it or not. Tell me. A sigh. It's the second time I rescued you from that room. I wanted to kill you the first time, said the stranger as he shook his head. You really are something else, Shigaraki. You claim to be different from your brother, yet you're just as insane as him. Yoichi wanted to glare, but he was too exhausted to make any move. Katsuki opened his eyes. He was back where Yoichi usually meets him. It was the same pitch black, the only difference was the atmosphere. There was something gloomy about it. One for All carries a part of its wielder wherever and whoever it lands to. It's the part of the soul of the previous holder that contains memory. That is why vestiges exist. Yoichi said as he slowly materialized in front of Katsuki. It was like watching a silly transformation of Disney princesses into their gowns, and Katsuki wanted to smack himself for making that comparison. Tell me something I don't already know. Katsuki huffs. Aren't we gonna talk about the vision dash? It is the reason why I am here with you. Yoichi interrupted him. His green orbs seemed to gleam along with the light he emitted. His solemn expression alarmed Katsuki. It had him extremely worried about how this interaction would go. Oh. You said Deku didn't pass me that dumb quirk? He didn't, but I did tell you a part of him lives inside of you. He was wondering about that too, but it got buried deep upon receiving more and more information in so little time intervals. It didn't seem as mind-compelling as dying at one point, nor as world-crashing as Izuku dying for him, so no one could blame him for looking past that one. You asked me the price he had to pay for creating you another reality. Katsuki didn't like how that sounded, but it was the only way to summarize it, so he let it go. Besides, you already said what those are. Leaving reality, half soul, losing memories. You said his memories will return eventually. For the second time, Yoichi interrupted him. It was sudden, unexpected, but it was the no bullshit tone that kept him from exploding. Memories. It was the part of his soul that carried his memories that lives with you, and he wouldn't retrieve it until. It was like what happened to vestiges, and the quirk is transferred through biological means, but really, the quirk is soul-bound. It was natural to us because I was always meant to give him the quirk. Yoichi circled around him in deep thought. He was sputtering things that sounded erratic, broken even, as if words and phrases were grouped together even if they didn't fit, as the man tried to form something new. Katsuki wondered how the fuck would he steer through this when even his guide seemed lost? What are you trying to say? I didn't pay attention to it before, but I can attest that I didn't remember anything until I passed the quirk to the second holder. Yoichi stopped moving. Before doing so, I only got glimpses I couldn't comprehend. Everything came to a halt. Katsuki could hear his heartbeat slowly getting louder, as the silence went on for a moment, as the vestige silently counted through his fingers. The light effect he had was a little off, after images were flickering through him like a broken record on play. And then it stopped as sudden as it started. The sole possible trigger I can think of is through passing the quirk. I'm thinking. It didn't have anything to do with the quirk exactly, but the thing that happens when the transfer occurs. Because if it was on the quirk, the second user should have been the one transferring it to me. Yoichi's glowing eyes were set on him. The newfound discovery was slithering its way through Katsuki's head, and all the teen wanted to do that instant was to wake up and hope not to remember anything at all, because Katsuki wasn't stupid not to be able to read between the lines, but he was hoping it was something else. Something more plausible. The souls of both the former holder and the one they pass it to interlock at one point. That's what triggers the memory transfer. He couldn't hear anything but his ears ringing. Was that his heart flatlining? There had to be something else. Something that would make sense. Something not this absurd. Something he could do. Something that wouldn't take someone's dream from them. Something that wouldn't rid that someone of hope again. This is all hypothetical, Yoichi. He won't have to, but Yoichi wasn't listening, nor was he trying to. He was mumbling like how the nerd did whenever he was deep in his shit. It was daunting, no, fear-inducing, as if Katsuki was locked in a guillotine, just waiting for the blade to drop. There's no other way to force a soul interlock, to have your souls bounded other than. But that means he will have to pass one for all to you. To completely remember. The blade dropped. Mitsuki had been waking up at grave shift very often these days. It was becoming more and more concurring that it was slowly affecting her effectiveness at her job. It would have been annoying if the cause wasn't her only son's pain screams. God, she would take the pain if she could. As if on cue, the screams started again. Mitsuki could only go and hug her son tightly until it ceased. She let the child's head lay atop of her chest, embracing him on her arms as she caressed his messy spikes. Katsuki was screaming his heart out, and each tear that touched her skin sent waves of pain. She let it claw on her like it would ease her son of whatever was causing him this much misery. Masaru stood by the edge of the bed, beads of sweat rolled down his face covered with worry. He was as lost as her, or even more. She couldn't stand it anymore, how her son's cries felt as if he went through battles she wouldn't imagine him getting into. It felt like blood spill from bottled-up pain. Horrendous, how a child this young could make adults want to hide away in shame of their own despair. Sometimes Katsuki would even say phrases she couldn't understand, but more frequent than not, he was screaming little Izuku's name. But what she couldn't take more was what followed after. It was the silent cry that shook her core every single time. She had no idea. I'm sorry. The broken sobs tore what was left of her facade. What are you sorry for, Katsuki? She wanted so fucking badly to get him checked, but every time morning comes, it was as though nothing happened at all. The tears were gone and so were the heart-wrenching screams. Katsuki would act as how he did yesterday, almighty and unafraid. Katsuki will be his annoying self again, the only comfort she could tell herself. Mitsuki will have to guide him as she would until he left the nest. So until then, Mitsuki will do her best. She will do everything to not see another tear fall down her baby's cheeks, as absurd as it would sound. Even if it meant facing the number 2. Contrary to how Katsuki thought his weekend would go, nothing extraordinary happened, except he was a battle-scarred soldier lost in his own world after the information dump he was given that Saturday night. It was just how every morning went when Yoichi gave him free headaches the night before. He almost missed his mom telling him they'd go to the Todorokis come Monday after school, and that should have been enough to get him out of his trance, but it wasn't. It was grueling. Every word the man said, although unclear, weighed heavy on his shoulders. Katsuki never thought he'd wish he wasn't as sharp as he actually was just so he wouldn't understand something. But he's him, no other way around it. He could only return Izuku's memories if they bonded their souls even for a second. It was somehow like letting his soul touch Izuku's. He wasn't even creeped out with the fact that he had to be bound to his childhood friend that way. His foremost priority and only concern was the only method Yoichi served on the platter, through one-for-all's transfer. Yoichi didn't have the same problem as him because the man was always meant to give the quirk to the second holder. Soul interlock was always supposed to go between the two of them. But Izuku and Katsuki? Izuku can't transfer it to him. They won't trigger the memory that way. They just won't. But knowing the nerd, if he saw the need of regaining his memories to serve everyone good, he'd do it. Katsuki would never want Izuku to transfer it to him. He couldn't blow off the fire of hope he lit now after breaking the candle again and again in their previous life. Katsuki wouldn't stomp at Izuku like that. So whatever Izuku decided to do, it sure as hell wouldn't leave Katsuki with a quirk he didn't want. But that didn't mean he was only finding loopholes so Izuku wouldn't remember. Heck, he'd rather lose his quirk in transferring one for all just so Izuku remembers. Well, that was the only way of transfer he'd do if he was given the chance. The quirk loss was hypothetical given that All Might was able to use it after transfer, but still, a chance is a chance. Being the one to pass the quirk to Izuku, it would be perfect. Katsuki wouldn't take anything from him, wouldn't force him to do something that would end his dream, wouldn't be the antagonist to his hero story, but it was unlikely because of a couple of reasons. There was no way All Might would entrust him with one for all. All Might will never see him as a proper successor. He was just lacking in so many ways, and it wasn't like he would ever want to be his successor anyway. He'd give it to Izuku in an instant. But Katsuki couldn't just try to convince All Might about that and tell him everything revolving around this reality-cutting time travel shit. The hero would think he lost his marbles. Period. There should be another way of having his soul connected to someone else because if transferring quirk works, maybe an organ transplant would too? They just had to make their souls connect somehow. Fuck memories. Before, he thought Izuku would gradually regain his memories, recalling bits and pieces until it was all complete. Naturally, without all the shitty requirements. Somehow, even without the quirk transferring bullshit, it was still a lot scarier than his only option for obvious reasons. Because what if Izuku remembered middle school first and high school memories would come so late? Izuku would be devastated, and their rebuilt relationship would be torn apart. But since it wasn't the case, his fear of the nerd remembering was slowly fading. Deku would be able to evaluate everything that had happened by taking into account all of the factors that led to what they once had if he could recall it all at once. The nerd would be given the cause and effect in one sitting, questions that already had answers. He would be able to think and feel about the situation as a whole. The likelihood of Izuku regaining his former self was higher if everything was forced into his brain at once. And the pros of having his Izuku back outweighed the cons if there ever were cons. He'd have a great battle strategist, an experienced quirk analyst. Training would be so easy there'd be another great mind helping in preparing for the future, be it solving the Todoroki family drama or disbanding the league before it formed. He'd also have someone to tell everything concerning the reality split, someone who would believe him instead of thinking he lost his wits. Yep, he totally wouldn't mind having it here, wanting it was a far stretch so he wouldn't test his luck. Even though Katsuki was having second thoughts about changing anything, if Izuku was to stand by his side after he regained his memories, Izuku could make this reality a better place. Not that Katsuki couldn't do that, Just that, he wasn't sure if what he'd choose to do would benefit everyone in their best interest. But before any of that, he gotta figure out a way to cheat the code. Soulbound. Monday. Unlike she had promised, Mitsuki didn't force Katsuki into apologizing to Izuku's mother. After a day of unequivocal silence, the situation with Inko was forgotten. Katsuki wasn't sure if he ought to be grateful or not, but Izuku was waiting for them at their front door this morning, so he didn't give it much thought. What would he expect? Inko had no choice but to let Mitsuki walk her son to school whether she hated that her beloved son would be with someone as rude as Katsuki or not. Katsuki remembered how Inko was always too busy working her ass off for her son back in their first timeline that she had to leave for work early, leaving her son in Mitsuki's caring embrace. Ready for school? Izuku nodded rather excitedly. The two went ahead after that, leaving Mitsuki 2 steps behind. On the way began Izuku's rambling. Shoto this, Shoto that, Katsuki's ears rang as the walk continued. He couldn't bring himself to listen, more so, respond to the nerd's enthusiasm when he was wrapped all around another matter which still included the idiot walking beside him, but he was able to catch a few of the topics related to what initially concerned him, starring Endeavor's attitude and influence, before something more worry-inducing yoichi happened. Well, as far as Katsuki understood Izuku's word vomit, he was able to discern that Endeavor didn't act as Katsuki thought he would. He was even kind of civil. It was weird no matter how you look at it. That man couldn't just change just because Izuku was thrown his way. It was impossible. Or was it the butterfly effect? Shoto told me we can visit during the afternoons after school. His dad trains him and he also studies at home in the morning so we can't play with him then. Idiot, we also have school. You just said we can go after. Katsuki kicked the stone trying to trip him using his heel. Endeavor's getting off the track Katsuki was accustomed to. Izuku pouted, yes, I knew about. Kacchan, why is Shoto studying at home? Katsuki had to adjust his plans again, and it was for the better. If Endeavor was changing without his active manipulation, that must mean he was willing to change on his own accord. Dabi might not get to see the light in this reality. Kacchan? Katsuki huffed, I don't know, nerd. Do I look like I'm half and half's mom? No, but I want to try studying at home too. We can study at your house, Kacchan. You think mom's gonna let me? Izuku looked at him, the childish excitement out of the thought of studying with only Katsuki bounced off of him, both fist-balled, almost too ready for his signature happy jumps. Katsuki wanted to laugh. Of course, the idiot's mom wouldn't let them because of obvious reasons. Even though he'd hate to ruin the kid's excitement, he had to, but his mother, whom he forgot was walking with them, beat him to it. Brat, aren't you having fun with your peers at school? Why do you need to study at home? She asked, causing both kids to stop in their tracks. Izuku spared Katsuki another glance before looking at the latter's mom. Other kids at school aren't as fun as Kacchan. Idiot. You wouldn't be saying that if. Fun? Katsuki? Mitsuki chuckled, you're the first. Other children cry with him around. She messed with her son's hair, a goofy grin decorated her youthful face. Katsuki wanted to wipe it out so badly, but what else could he do? He would have been offended, but he could recall how much Deku cried because of him back when they were brats, so he could only spit out some sort of retort. Stop it, Hag. My hair. Your hair's forever that way, it's the genes. The messing with Katsuki's hair turned to a light smack at the back of the head, and while Katsuki's snarl was always effective when used against his peers except for Class 1A, it never fazed his mom, ever. She only laughed at him. Izuku's tiny giggles in the background only encouraged her more. Katsuki was never one to take teasing without any fightbacks, but he would let this pass. Kacchan's hair looks great. How could he not let this pass? How long would this even last? After a brief period of laughter, the three found themselves already in front of the kindergarten room. Izuku was reluctant to go, but Mitsuki's questioning gaze was enough to get him to bid his goodbye and run to his seat. Katsuki was about to follow suit when his mom held him by the wrist. With the other boy gone, Katsuki was free to raise an eyebrow. What? Mitsuki knelt on one knee to get head level with her son. I'll bring you to your new friend's place later. Make sure Izuku's with you, she said dead seriously, her sharp eyes attempting to look beyond his mask before she pulled something out of her jeans pocket. A tracking device. Katsuki was dumbfounded. And this? Keep this on you while you're there. Mitsuki clipped the tiny round object under Katsuki's collar. Katsuki could recognize it wasn't just a simple tracking device. This particular design could pick up sounds. Mom, what in the world are you planning to do? Although Katsuki already knew what the thing was for and how his mom would use it, he still needed verbal confirmation. Because damn, she could really be in serious trouble if she was planning to do what he thought she? I'm planning to help you. When he was considering letting his mom do his bidding, he never considered having her do something so close to breaking the laws, but since she was willing to put her name as a model in the line, Katsuki wouldn't waste the chance she was giving him. And Katsuki was never one to refuse a challenge, more importantly now that it included something that would finally let his plans advance. So when he found himself in front of the Todorokis once again, he knew he had to be very careful. His hold on Izuku's wrist wasn't any tighter, but it was firm. It was what kept his mind from going haywire. His mother's words before leaving them in front of the lion's den kept on replaying each step they took as they were finally welcomed in. You're very brave, Katsuki. Yes. He forever will be. Izuku stopped midway. Katsuki could see why. I see you brought the other one with you. Endeavor's face didn't change from when he last saw him, nor did his cold tone. Katsuki was finding it very hard to believe Izuku could face this man alone as a damn kid. Thinking about how Izuku might have been shaking on his feet while this dumb old man asked questions not meant for kids their age made his blood boil. How dare he? Oi, what the heck do you mean the other one? I have a name. Nothing that concerns me. The current number 2 sat on the couch facing opposite to where they were. He poured tea for himself as slow as possible, and each drop counted as the times Katsuki stopped himself from punching something, preferably the man's face. Izuku already showed me how he could be useful to my son, as his friend. He began, sipping from his tea. The kid mentioned trembled beside Katsuki. He wasn't handling it as well as the latter thought. Katsuki let go of Izuku's wrist to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. I want to know what you can offer, what this friendship you claim to have with my son could give to help him improve. Friends don't work that way, you shitty excuse of a hero. Katsuki did his best not to show his snarl. The last time he tried flipping off an adult, it didn't end well for him. He knew Endeavor's words perfectly defined how the hero society works. People searching for what would benefit them more, measuring worth with how useful you can be for them, and the fact that Katsuki's thought process before was never far from those people just made him hate himself even more. Yet here he was, angry at a man who was so alike the person he once was. A hypocrite. The sudden acceptance was a hard thing to gulp down, but he still did because there were tons of things calling for his immediate attention. Whatever hard feelings he had at the moment didn't matter. He had to deal with this rationally. Or more accurately, you want me to help you gain some knowledge about something so foreign to you. Friendship? Endeavor raised a questioning brow. And what makes you say that? He asked, his tone even. Katsuki wondered where half and half was because any more conversation with his dad would make his head burst. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Izuku already stopped trembling. Instead, the other was looking at him with wonder and interest, more reason to keep himself collected. You don't seem to get that friendship is more than just what you think it is. Katsuki knew better than anyone else how friendship can look skewed and disgusting even for people who thought themselves better without it. A pointless argument was where this was all leading, because Endeavor would never know unless he gets his own kind of it. It's about trust, loyalty, and mutual respect. It's about being there for someone when they need you the most. Because that was the only way Katsuki got to figure his shit out. The man laughed. I understand what you're saying, child, he said, amused. But I think you're oversimplifying things. Friendship isn't just a matter of emotions, but I cannot blame a child for thinking that way, can I? You are way too young to understand how the world works. Katsuki bristled at the older hero's words. Idiot. He was on his second try at life. That's not what I'm talking about. But Endeavor wouldn't understand, at least not now. The man in front of him sipping his goddamn tea wasn't the Endeavor who'd rather break himself to save people. He wasn't the one to let the other guy crawl over him if the bridge ever broke. He was the version engulfed by the flames of his envy that he couldn't see way past it. Katsuki had to extinguish that fire. I'm talking about the kind of friendship that goes beyond all that. The kind where you're willing to put your life on the line for someone else, no matter what. Izuku's smile was begging for attention, something that Katsuki couldn't spare at the moment, but whatever, the heroic little shit liked that kind of friendship, it's no wonder. Endeavor leaned back on the couch and steepled his fingers. And do you think I'm incapable of understanding that kind of friendship? He asked, his voice calm but firm. The amusement in his face was gone, replaced with something else akin to confusion. Katsuki knew he wouldn't budge. He just knew, so he didn't answer. The man wasn't patient enough to wait either. Fine then, let's leave it at that. There was no verbal approval, nor any signs that Katsuki passed his mini-test, but it was enough as long as they weren't driven out of the place. Just in time, Shoto arrived, walking past his father like he didn't exist. Katsuki found it quite funny knowing he did that so much as a teenager that his father almost got used to it. It was his second time seeing this unfried half and half, but it was still giving Katsuki a close to a jump-scare shit feeling staring at his face empty of any scar. Shoto. Zuku. Katsuki knew he'd go home with a massive headache. So you think Shoto can make figures with his ice? It was Tuya. If Katsuki found weird developments inside this house, this was definitely one of them. Tuya was more interested in playing with dumb kids than with Natsuo, who totally almost threw a tantrum upon finding his elder brother playing with Shoto and his friends when he, as he said, searched for him for 30 minutes to play soccer. Katsuki wasn't in any way bothered that Tuya joined them for this. He just found it weird, positively weird. Because no way in hell would he have thought it would be this easy to get Tuya in the vicinity. He seemed so nonchalant in their first meeting. Totally not the type that would want to play with his youngest brother. Oh, got that right. Thought your brain's also only filled with fire like your dad? What he said earned him a snicker. You're funny, kid. Course. I'm not lame. Unlike you, if Katsuki was still salty about getting kidnapped that night, no one would ever know. The newly formed squad consisting of Katsuki, Izuku, Shoto, and Tuya was playing with Shoto's quirks in the training room the brother's father owned. The man allowed them to use it, to Tuya's obvious dismay and confusion, and then left them alone after guiding them in, thus, the current situation. It happened right after their short greetings, with Tuya coming out of his room shortly after Shoto arrived to fetch his friends. The room was spacious but still not ideal for too much firepower. Katsuki wouldn't dare set things blazing here, might as well burn the entire house if ever. But how do I do it? Shoto looked distressed as his eyes drilled holes into his own hands. Tuya looked at Katsuki as if he had done something bad. Another weird shit. Katsuki didn't have a quirk that creates things, and he never asked half and half about how he did those icy slides, so he wouldn't know for sure. Now that he thought of it, the two of them never really had the chance to talk properly. It was the other's fault for being so insufferable. Well, Shoto looked at him, Izuku did too. The kids were waiting for a response, and Katsuki felt the need to supply them with a solid answer as he was, deep inside, older than them. It was the provisional license exam all over again, except these brats weren't strangers to Katsuki. Suggest you visualize the form you want to create. If you could do ice shit like walls or something, shaping it wouldn't be impossible, just kinda hard. Tuya squinted his eyes at him, unbelieving. He still can't do walls, he can only freeze himself and do ice he can throw away. He'll do it eventually. If his ice output is the same as his fire output, given that he's literally half of it, he'll do so much more. Katsuki hated how Shoto looked, but he continued, heard he created water? That shit's more complex than ice walls. Think of it this way, what comes after small ice? Big ice, right? Izuku was bewildered, with the way he was gaping at Katsuki like he was some kind of a genius. He chanted, the same as always, Kacchan sugoi, as if he didn't think of it too. It wasn't even that complicated, it was general knowledge about Shoto's quirk. Katsuki didn't really have any obligations of handing the youngest Todoroki the ropes leading to fast improvements, but it was kind of fun for him, although frustrating, seeing how the bland bastard he hated so much tiptoe around learning more about his own quirk. Katsuki only ever saw Shoto with that enormous power before, not without it, as the fucker liked to announce his presence with his flashy moves. Not that Katsuki cared, it was just annoying to know someone had a flashier quirk than his and refused to use them properly, and that negative feeling stuck even after all his growth. He wasn't sure if he harbored those feelings because he really was feeling them, or if they were just his go-to because he was used to those feelings. The subject of his previous thoughts appeared confused, so he knew he had to elaborate some more. Katsuki taught Shoto how to incorporate his imagination with his quirk. It was like teaching someone else how he manipulates his sweat output, controlling it like another bodily function, and somehow, Katsuki never found what seemed to be Shoto's child side that much of annoyance anymore. Do it like this, Brett. Hold the thought inside, feel your right side as if there's something pouring out, kinda like an extension of your arm. Shoto nodded. He took a deep breath before he focused on his right. Katsuki could bet his life Endeavor only bothered training the left. And when you feel the temperature dropping, push it outwards, but don't just push it, fucking shove. The other two sat somewhere else. Katsuki couldn't be bothered to know where, but it was somewhere inside the training room. He could see, in his peripheral vision, how Izuku pestered Tuya to show him his quirk and train with his brother while still paying attention to what Shoto and Katsuki were doing. God fuck knew what kind of beef the brothers had during their childhood, but Katsuki knew they needed repairs of some sort. He was sure something happened that made Tuya appear here rather than anywhere else, when he literally almost burnt his brother to crisp in their original timeline. Something happened inside the Todoroki household without him knowing nor with his active participation, and it had significant effects enough to alter the brothers' supposed relationship. Izuku. Of course, the idiot could pull something like this, making brothers reconcile, or something close. He guessed that one day he wasn't with him might have done something. Maybe Katsuki didn't need his mom sacrificing her job or name anymore. Katsuki's eyes landed on where the nerd was, with Tuya, and found the kid was still on his mission of making Tuya use his quirk and help Shoto out. He could hear the nerd rambling about how Tuya could treat it like tennis, wherein he apparently taught Shoto of control with power. Katsuki could see Tuya huffing, but not totally opposed to the idea. Maybe that was Izuku's quirk? Because how else could he make people want to be better with just his presence? You're really good at teaching, Tunai. I think you can even get Kacchan to play tennis if you really want to. Maybe people only need someone who can see the good in them. Maybe it was Katsuki after all, the one who imprisoned Izuku with doubts, stopping him from doing what he did best, from trying again after he failed to make Katsuki see and believe that what he was saying was truly what he saw. Katsuki was pondering over some shit when he suddenly felt cold all over, a familiar feeling he probably felt before. Then he found himself stuck inside Shoto's massive ice wall that almost reached the ceiling. The ice spread all over the floor, but not enough to cover it all, just mostly where Katsuki was. What the fuck? Maybe he really hated half and half. Good thing his head wasn't part of the ice wall too. Because if Shoto, even by accident, froze him up his head, he'll do everything in his power to nuclear bomb his shitty home until the only shit they could see were smithereens and his smirk after. Now that is a wall. Tuya was already laughing his ass off while the other two started panicking. Katsuki didn't know how Izuku and Tuya managed to get near them in an instant, but he had to brush the thought right away as he bit his tongue now that he was starting to feel numbness because of the cold. His anger was suddenly replaced with something else, after seeing and realizing how dumb of a situation was the thing they got themselves into. Kacchan. Free him, Shoto. Izuku was jumping, knocking on the ice again and again. Shoto was looking around in search for a possible solution, and Katsuki was stuck inside the ice keeping himself from laughing alongside Tuya. Getting inside an ice wall wasn't any near fun, but the look on the kids' faces just. I don't know how. Take your ice back. Tuya laughed even harder, already on the damn floor. Yeah right, Sho, take your ice back. As it figured, a child Izuku would still be a child Izuku. And of course, a dumb kid who hadn't been around friends could only follow through with what the friend was saying even if it sounded absurd. Shoto had his right hand extended, as if trying to get the ice back to himself. Katsuki wanted to die. He wondered how Tuya wasn't dead upon laughing so much. Idiot. Melt this shit off me with your lame-ass fire. Or he could just melt it off himself. But Katsuki was having the time of his life seeing the shit unfolding before him even if he would never admit it out loud. nor even let it show in his face that he didn't bother getting out of it himself. Because panic-stricken brats who know no better was just his right kind of entertainment. After the quirk incident, they decided to chill out for a couple of minutes just staring at the training room's ceiling as they lay on their backs. Katsuki's clothes were kinda wet, having been stuck inside ice, but he never bothered changing. Half of the floor was also wet, and although the brothers' fire could steam it off, they didn't risk getting the house on fire. Bakugo Katsuki just taught Todoroki Shoto how to do an ice wall. If his ego wasn't already so damn big, this would probably be a useful booster. But who in their right minds would have anticipated this kind of effort coming from Katsuki? Aizawa-sensei should have seen that. I taught a freaking child. And it's half and half. He wanted to laugh at the thought. After all the time he spent back in his 4-year-old self, he only remembered Aizawa now. The said teacher would probably only snort at him if he ever told him about this weird achievement. And then all of a sudden, Katsuki wondered how the teacher was doing when he had to deal with the death of 2 of his students. The same. Students who he thought were his eternal problem. Who's Aizawa-sensei? Kacchan? Katsuki wouldn't be able to describe him, because he knew Aizawa-sensei didn't fit any description one can say about a teacher. He was so much more that Katsuki wouldn't spoil the experience for half and possibly his brother now that things were slowly falling into their rightful places. And so he answered, "Legendary sensei I dreamt about last night?" Izuku was delighted with his answer. "Kacchan gotta tell us about sensei? Next time." "I'm tired, nerd." Shochan ain't that easy to teach. At the use of the nickname, someone groaned from his far left. "Can you stop calling me that?" Katsuki was once repulsed with the nickname, but since Shoto hated it, he'd never drop it. "Whatever you say, Shochan." A few moments more of that easy atmosphere, with nothing but their breath and the stench of blooming something dancing in the air. The somehow cold place earlier became more tolerable as the 4 lay side by side, 3 thinking of whatever, 1 already thousands of thoughts ahead. Despite feeling at ease, there was something off that Katsuki couldn't explain, but he shoved it aside for the meantime, as long as it wasn't actively clouding his thoughts. "Maybe we can switch places. I'll be Izuku's best friend and you'll be Sho's brother." Tuya, who was on Shoto's left side, raised his head midway to look at Katsuki. Shoto, who was laying beside Izuku, only blinked at his brother. "But I like being Kacchan's best friends." Katsuki internally groaned, "I know. Plus, their father's gonna hate me even more, so I'd refuse anyway." "Well, he already hates you. What more could possibly be scarier?" "Father hates him? Tanai, that's mean." Katsuki huffed, "Natsuo's a bad influence. If only you know." The banter went on for a while before it shifted to discussions from one thing to another, like how they thought superheroes of the movies from the early 2000s were portrayed so realistically even when they didn't have quirks back then. The topic shifted again and they found themselves arguing about who the best hero there was, which started with Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto against Tuya, but somehow, it still ended with Katsuki against them all. Captain America versus Superman should be real damn easy, but Tuya could tickle the others into submission, and the lines suddenly blurred. It was weird to Katsuki, because he knew the textbook definition of friendship and how it forms. He experienced it himself. He could bet people looking would definitely say they were going pretty solid, but there really was something there that Katsuki wanted to get rid of, that off feeling he was having. He shut his eyes close, letting the unsettling feeling lay on his stomach. He guessed it might have been the tracking device and how he still wasn't providing his mother with some useful evidence, but for some reason, it felt silly. Maybe it was the fact that Katsuki never had something like this. To Katsuki, friendship went with either tears or worship and none in between before Yue. He was a difficult person to get along with, so it wasn't anything new. Even Kirishima, who was friends with almost everyone in the damn school, had a hard time to get him to acknowledge his offered friendship. So to have it like this, it was almost impossible to accept. He was overthinking it. Kids being friends usually meant nothing. People always pass like a blur. And it wasn't as if he had anything genuine to offer the brothers. After all, he was only doing this for his plans, so the future he'd have in this rotten world wouldn't be half as bad as what he had before. He was doing this for himself. Because it was the only reason easy to accept. "Kacchan, we're playing tennis. You wanna?" When Katsuki opened his eyes, it was a familiar scene. Izuku was standing in front of him, hands practically shoved in front of his face. Katsuki heaved a deep sigh, taking Izuku's hand without any hesitation. Kacchan, do not call me that. But Izuku calls you that. And? Go away, half and half. You call me by Shochan, so I'll call you Kacchan? Shut it. You're not allowed to call me that. Kacchan. Poop. Shota? Hisashi Yamada peeked through his friend's window that he climbed to reach because the said friend refused to see anyone, and by how Silence answered his call, it was apparent that he would not see anyone that day, like the other days before. The possibility of seeing All Might rather than this classmate of his was getting more probable, even more so if Hisashi was someone who'd give up easily. He was not. Shota, I know you're in there. You didn't attend our extra classes again and you don't like going out. Silence. Hisashi knew it was going to be hard the moment he decided to go to Shota's house to try and talk to him a few months ago. It was hard, going through the same treatment again and again, but when they both lost someone, what else could possibly be better other than relying on each other? Months flew by since they were deprived of the balance of their friendship, and since then whatever they had changed, quite possibly forever. It might mean losing Shota too, but Hisashi was hard-headed, even if the possibility kept on knocking on his door in the face of getting rejected each try. I'm not giving up, Shota. You know that. The blonde teen slumped on the house's overhang, the witness to his dedication since day one. He had always wondered how it was able to carry his weight, but never mind. Shota Aizawa needed someone, a support. And no one else can offer it but Hisashi Yamada, even if he too needed it. Rose. I know you hate it when I pry. You hate it when I'm too loud. You hate it when I pester you for homework. You also hate it when I change hairstyles every other day. Months had passed but when Oboro tries to translate everything you hate about me in ways that you're more comfortable with, I just knew I will never be able to connect with you without him. Everything felt like a fresh wound. Months wouldn't stand against friendship that felt like an eternity, wouldn't stand against loyalty, the plans, everything they did together, and so much more. Months felt like a day every day they woke up. But I visit every day because I don't want that. Oboro wouldn't want that. Silence. Yamada never minded the silence anyway. You know we gotta do something about our plans, we're halfway through our 3rd year. I'm thinking I'll just be a teacher after all this. He heard something dropping. Shota? Silence. Then some shifts of papers and footsteps. You can't. It was a gruff voice coming from the person Yamada hadn't seen since the said person last attended school, which was 2 weeks ago. Hisashi was too stunned to process what just happened. The window opened. Why, what? I'm also teaching. You can't. I can't have you in the same vicinity, you're loud. Katsuki knew this was brewing to happen, or maybe not, but it counted, because no one could really change in one sleeping and he knew there might already be some of the same hatred Dabi possessed before waiting for a trigger. The trigger happened to be Shoto failing to serve the damn tennis ball over and over again. How can you still not get it? You're supposed to be Endeavor's golden child. What are you doing? When those words reached Katsuki's senses, Izuku, who was playing against him, already dropped his racket and ran towards where the sound came from, on the other end of the backyard. Katsuki followed not long after and stood by. Tuya's racket lay broken on the grass. Its handle was burnt to crisp. The strings were so hot that the grass around it turned brown. Ni-san. I don't. Shoto was holding his racket the wrong way. He was stiff and obviously scared. Katsuki glanced at Izuku and saw how worry flooded those very same eyes. Katsuki knew he had already witnessed this happening before. Did Dad not teach you how you move those arms? Because he sure did a good teaching to me. Fire erupted on Tuya's arms. Good thing Shoto was 10 feet away because the elder Todoroki seemed to be on the verge of attacking his younger brother, so blinded with anger that he seemed to forget Katsuki and Izuku existed somewhere in the backyard, only to be awfully reminded. Tunai, Shoto didn't mean to dash. To what? He's obviously mocking me. Katsuki knew it wasn't just tennis anymore. Deku, just get their mom. I'll deal with them. He said those while meeting Tuya's angry eyes. Izuku bit his lower lip, seeming to think things through, and Katsuki couldn't blame him because who would leave a fight in Katsuki's hands? A moment, then Izuku left. Shoto looked up at his brother with confusion etched in his face. Father didn't teach me tennis. Pity he didn't. Tuya laughed. It was ugly, forced, and too painful to hear. It was a little close to the manic laughter Dabi does. The recognition sent shivers down Katsuki's spine, how he could suddenly see the villain in the child's shoes. Katsuki made sure he was at a good distance away from the brothers, a little nearer to Shoto, just in case. Even if Katsuki still hadn't perfected his use of his quirk, he'd stand a fight against Tuya. If not, the worst case was getting serious burns. Nin, are you mad? Katsuki could see how the heterochromatic eyes got filled with unshed tears. It was an expression he never expected he'd witness in Shoto's impassive face. Oh no, baby Shoto's gonna cry. Tuya headed to where Shoto was, a small step at a time. He had that ugly grin Katsuki would forever remember, the same look he had when he captured him. I didn't want him to teach me. But he did. He chose you. I don't want that. Tuya laughed again. Then let's show him I'm stronger so you won't have to go through that again. Katsuki didn't think much of it when he shielded Shoto from his very own brother with his own little body. You ain't going anywhere, Tuya. How Katsuki defended Shoto might have angered the elder brother more, because the next thing Katsuki knew, Tuya's fists were already covered with fire. Get out of the way, kid. Brother's got some unfinished business. Except Izuku didn't get Rei. Endeavor caught Tuya's arm while it was mid-swing. The man was wearing his typical hero costume, apparent that he was about to head to his patrol that day. How fucked was this going to go before it ends? Endeavor's voice was loud enough to be heard across the street. What do you think you're doing? Katsuki could only watch as the number 2's grip on Tuya's wrist tightened as he demanded answers. Izuku was trailing on the hero's back, seeming to see how wrong he was in bringing Enji instead of Rei. The kid's head hung low, obvious tears pooled down his round face. Katsuki would have gone there to comfort him, but he had to shield the kid behind him. With eyes blazing with rage, Tuya turned to face his father. He spat, "It's none of your business." The fire in his fists died down. It was then that Katsuki realized Tuya's fire was still its normal color of orangey red. I gave you another chance to be a brother, and this is what you do? Disappointment was evident in the man's harsh voice. Katsuki was thankful he never had a parent like this. Tuya's eyes widened for a moment as the realization hit him. His emotions ran wild in them before they were filled with tears. This isn't what I ask of you, Dad. Tuya struggled to get his wrist out of his father's grip. After a really violent swing, he succeeded. Shoto also didn't ask you to train him. I did. Katsuki was standing in the front row watching the Todoroki family drama unfold live, and God, how he wished he wasn't there. It was a good thing Shoto was behind him. He'd literally rather die again than see another broken-hearted child, or maybe he'd kill before he saw one. Watching Tuya fight in tears because of the emotional baggage he'd been carrying after getting denied the attention he wanted again and again, Katsuki might not have been an empath in his job description, but fuck him if he said he couldn't feel shit. Enough. I already told you you can't. Endeavor sighed dismissively. Katsuki didn't know what went through his head that very moment, what scenarios would play next, what Enji would do, and the uncertainty maxed out his emotional capacity. He was itching for action. He wanted to jump in and tell the two to fuck off and cool their heads, and maybe explode something along the way. But I can. I'm capable. Please just. The cyan of Tuya's eyes flickered. It was of eagerness, of hidden pleas, of everything underneath that Endeavor just couldn't refuse to see. Come with me, Tuya. I don't want you near your brother again. The hero turned to leave, waiting for his eldest to come along, but Tuya did something else. Just look at me. It was the reenactment of what occurred before, where Tuya was rushing to attack his brother, flames flying just about everywhere. Katsuki was preparing for it beforehand, and after seeing how Tuya's stance changed to attack, he let sparks of explosions lit in his palms. But before Tuya could even move a step away from his spot, Endeavor already had him on the ground. The scene happened too fast, Endeavor dragging his son by the wrist and pushing him down the ground. If Katsuki didn't see it with his own two eyes, he wouldn't believe it. And then the hero raised his arm. Hey! Katsuki had been there for quite some time, but he still failed to stop Endeavor the moment he should have. The underground tunnel had little to no light, but what had happened was very clear to everyone present. A child was slumped down a mess of red and papers, bodies, and feathers. His eyes held no sympathy, it was empty, devoid of any emotion he was expected to feel upon being exposed to blood and gore. With a stuffed toy in his arms, he stared into what was left of the people inside the wrecked car. He couldn't save anyone, he was no hero, everyone looking seemed to think so too. The judging eyes held power. Everyone felt bigger. And as he lay his eyes on them, the measuring gazes translated to fear. It was just like how they looked at his father. He was a murderer. Footsteps echoed across the enclosed space. It was an eerie sound. A looming figure stopped in front of him as he bathed in feathers coated with something like its color. It was a man, his face hidden. All he could see was the kind smile he was offering. "What's your name?" The man chuckled, looking around before he sat down to be at head level with the kid. "Oh, do not fret. I will not hurt you, I'm not like them. Tell me your name, son." "Kigo." The stranger placed his hands on both sides of his head to cover his ears, before he leaned down to whisper. "Things will be all right soon, Kigo." Kigo's eyelids dropped. The sound of the smack filled Katsuki's ears. After it was the endless ringing. It almost had him gasping for air, almost reaching to tear his own ears off his head. He couldn't do any of that, he was petrified, as if energy was zapped out of him that instant. He couldn't assess anything else happening, his brain was locked to the image in front of him. Violence wasn't new to Katsuki, he witnessed more gore, more broken bones, more bruises than what just happened. He even witnessed blood and was soaked on his own a couple of times. It shouldn't have this kind of effect on him, this nauseating anger, one more and he'd snap. You only care about Shoto's improvements, don't you? You thought giving him what he wanted would make him follow you instantly. You saw he wanted friends, you gave it. The redness of Tuya's cheek was making the tracks of tears more evident. The child no longer had the anger he once bore inside those eyes. Instead, they had emotions that Katsuki was all too familiar with. Sadness. Endeavor must have recognized it too, with how guilt was suddenly present in his ever-ruthless gaze, but Katsuki blatantly ignored it. Now that he was experiencing what he heard from Todoroki Shoto way before, it was hard to consider anything else. "Stop," the pro-hero ordered. Stop. Katsuki wanted it to stop too, or his brain would explode before his hands had the chance to. When he tried to give a kind of butterfly to this one-of-a-kind family and trigger a storm-like effect, he never considered getting in the eye of the storm. "You saw he wanted a brother." Tuya's voice broke as new sets of tears fell. There was an obvious pause. Tuya seemed to be trying his best to get the words out of his mouth, and how his lower lip quivered revealed the difficulty of it. Katsuki just could not stand how everything was spiraling out of his control, not that anything was ever in the grasp of his tiny hands. It sucks, not being able to do anything when he actually wanted to. Tuya laughed. "What about what I want, Dad? Go to your room to..." Dismissive, no, avoidant rather. "I know you'll never acknowledge me. But I just can't stop." Katsuki couldn't help but avert his gaze. He didn't know when he clenched his fists, but they were starting to hurt the moment he realized. Tuya shook his head before running away. That was only when Katsuki managed to get himself together. Silence. Before something erupted. Anger. Izuku's presence faded into the background as Katsuki fought one-sidedly with the very incarnation of pride. Katsuki couldn't even tell what happened to the kid next. Was he pushed aside? Already running after Tuya? Snuggling with Shoto at some corner afraid? He couldn't tell. The ringing in his ears was louder than ever before. Katsuki's explosions weren't as powerful as he wanted them to be, but they were enough to scorch. He aimed it at Endeavor's face, but the number 2 quickly evaded it. "What do you think you're doing?" Katsuki kept up the attacks like a madman. As long as the image was deeply burned inside his head, he knew he wouldn't stop. He wanted to say a lot of things, but his throat seemed to be clogged. No words could escape his lips even when he was brimming with anger. His attacks were what told the man in front of him of the countless things he wished to deliver. All the memories of everything he went through because of the monster the man in front of him created were translated into explosions one after another. The number 2 had no choice but to take 3 steps back as Katsuki advanced one step after another. Right, left, up, down series of calculated attacks. Katsuki slid by the man's left, attacking his rear with precision. It hit the pro-hero's back and he was left with no time to react. Katsuki aimed at the chin. His power and accuracy may be reduced, but never his actual battle intellect. The actions surprised the adult and might have also pissed him off. He caught Katsuki's arm before he could release another explosion. You don't understand and it's none of your business? Endeavor's face was frosty. Katsuki couldn't quite explain it. It was as if he meddled with something sensitive, something he shouldn't have touched. But he never was one to back down. Swallowing whatever clogged his throat in pure spite, he replied. This is why you'll stay number 2 your whole life. Katsuki did his best to turn his body to the side with his free hand so he could maneuver, lifting himself to attack once more. Endeavor raised his other arm. Katsuki braced himself for the possible attack. Katsuki! It was his mom and 2 other strangers wearing police uniforms. I don't have time for this. Enji sat on his own home sofa. His scheduled patrol had been nudging him in his mind. A woman, a scary duplicate of the reckless blonde child, stood before him, hands on both sides of her waist. Her presence was imposing. It was as if she owned the house as she looked down on him. Enji did not appreciate any of this. The woman huffed, replying in a poor attempt to hide her annoyance, "Neither do I. I guess we're not getting what we want today." One of the 2 police officers sighed, as both of them stood near the doorway leading to the house's porch, blocking the only access outside for either the possible media or if the number 2 decided to escape. Parents! You can either talk it out right now or we'll be forced to handcuff you. The Todoroki home was invaded by not 1, but 3 people. As much as Enji wanted to shoo them off his house, especially the woman, those people came prepared. Upon entering their backyard, the police had presented him with an investigation warrant on the accounts of child abuse. If this continued, he would be stripped of everything he worked hard to achieve. Child abuse? If discipline was child abuse, color him guilty. Ray was the one who let the police in, and wherever she was at the moment, he had no idea, but she was trailing behind the strangers earlier. The children also went with her after Enji was ushered inside his own home. Do you know who you're talking to? Enji's attempt to assert his authority faltered in the face of the officer's unwavering resolve. The policeman seemed unfazed, not the response he hoped to get from them. One answered, "Yes, and that's more reason why this is crucial. We're trying our best not to let any media get a whiff of this." Should he be thankful? He wasn't able to do his usual patrols. Another second with these people inside his home was another second away from work. And another second away from work could lead to something bad. Enji turned away. He had to keep this short. We don't have anything to discuss. But it was obvious the woman had other plans. She crossed her arms as she threw him a pointed look. No way you're getting away that easily, number 2. We've got a lot to discuss. And it would start with how you almost hit my son. The officers quietly left. It was obvious that they didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. I didn't lay a finger on him, Enji protested, fixing his hero costume. It was not his intention to hurt the blonde kid anyway. He only raised his arm to grab the child's other arm, as it was obvious where he would hit next. It was amazing how a small boy could move so much. If Enji had more time or if this mess wasn't there to make things sour, he would ask where and who trained the kid. But he had to go. He had places to be. You would have if I hadn't stepped in, the woman fired back. You trespassed. Enji's frustration was mounting. There had to be a way to drive this woman out of the house without damaging anything at all. Hero work couldn't be delayed because of trivial matters. Because I had a gut feeling my kid was in trouble, the woman countered, unshaken. And we didn't trespass. Your wife let us in? Enji raised an eyebrow skeptically. There were obvious holes in her reason. This time, she should be the one answering to him. If I didn't know any better, I'd think this was all planned. Who called the cops? My kid, obviously, the woman declared proudly, a glint of maternal pride in her eyes. He doesn't stand for injustice. He's aiming to be a hero. The number 2 couldn't help but let out an unbelieving huff. The disbelief clouded his judgment. He could be questioning how the child managed to call anyone when he was in the middle of attacking him, but it passed him. A noble aspiration. But from what I've seen, your son is anything but. He's brash, talks back to his elders, and way too egotistical. Coming from you, Mr. High and Mighty. What a way to describe yourself. Mitsuki's voice rose with indignation. And you don't get to criticize him just because he called you out? Enji bristled at the absurdity. Maybe getting Shoto friends was the wrong turn. This wouldn't have happened if the blonde was not there. Other people truly spelled trouble. The woman cut him off with a snap of her fingers. She appeared to have calmed down despite the recent aggravation. It was obvious to him that she also didn't want to talk to him for any longer than necessary. Enough, buddy. We won't get anywhere if you keep shooting both our feet. Address the issue at hand. You're supposed to be the hero here. Enji was forced to take a step back and breathe. He had to think. This civilian might cause him more trouble than this mess guaranteed if he still dealt with this stone-headedly. The issue at hand is non-existent. I did not aim to hurt your child, it was a misunderstanding. Okay, let's say you didn't. She paused. Enji thought it was done then. But you did hurt yours. Something finally clicked. Enji could see where this was going. He knew what the woman was there for. How she knew about their small problems, he didn't know, but he was sure she would go home with nothing on her. Enji had no dirt she could dig. As another parent, let me tell you this. You don't own your kids, you're supposed to guide them, not control them. The number 2 was suddenly taken aback. He was sure this woman was there to get money off of him by accusing him of child abuse, but now he was receiving unwarranted parental advice. I know I'm doing what's best for my family. Despite the realization, Enji had to defiantly stand his ground. He knew what he was doing. It was for his family's safety. To protect their future. To protect his legacy. To build a strong foundation. You think you are, but have you asked them? Have you looked at them? Mitsuki sighed, her gaze pointed as she clicked her tongue. Parenting's not a one-size-fits-all deal. There are no definitive manuals. You could end up in ways you never planned for. The look in the woman's eyes made him close his mouth and listen. He was frustrated, to say the least, but he could see burning fire behind those red orbs. The same fire he saw burning behind the blonde kid's eyes earlier as he fought with him. Enji was in no way afraid of it, rather he felt insulted. Enji had only ever known to be a hero, not a father. Every step with our kids is a leap of faith. It is risky, but that doesn't mean you get to leash them. Am I putting them on a leash? This was not the time to lament over his method of protecting his family. As far as it was working, it wouldn't matter. Being a hero puts his family at everyday risk. If he had to leash them to protect them, so be it. It was better to have them by his side rather than watch them die because of his chosen profession. Whatever I do is to protect them. You will never understand. You're not a hero. You say it's your way of protecting them? But let me ask you this, is that really how you protect people? Enji's hands clenched into fists. He struggled to maintain composure in the face of Mitsuki's words. You are crossing the line, Mrs. Bakugu. My family matters are not of your concern. I know it shouldn't be. My opinion doesn't mean squat to you. I'm just a regular civilian you don't even know, she conceded, a hint of resignation in her tone. Whatever made her put up with this, he might never understand, but how dare her act like he was the one wasting her time. Katsuki couldn't find anyone. He searched the whole house, but there was no sign of Tuya nor Izuku around. He had to go after them. There was no guarantee that they were safe, especially now that there was a major shift in the timeline, a major change. Whatever effect this was bound to get, he had to do some damage control. Damage control meant getting Izuku to forget ever seeing Endeavor's very good example as the number 2 hero. He would have to let go of the adult matters and have his mom do what she promised. Plus, Katsuki knows she can handle that shit of a pro. It was Katsuki's fault that he was naive even to suspect that Enji would change just like that. It was hopeless from the start. Endeavor was hopeless. There were no bigger triggers for him to change. He hadn't lost anyone. Kacchan, I told you not to call me that. Todoroki Shoto tagged along when he started his search. The kid still had tears on his cheeks. Katsuki doubted the downpour ever stopped. He couldn't blame him. The child was almost scorched to death by his own brother. Not long after, he saw his dad hurting this said brother. However, even if he wanted to, Katsuki had no power to console him. They were not even friends. Don't care. You're searching for Izuku, right? Katsuki had half the heart to snap. He ignored him. If he couldn't offer his shoulder to lean on, of course, he wouldn't open his mouth to cause more problems. Izuku followed after Tuya and Ai-san. Maybe Katsuki should mind how the youngest Todoroki sounded, how similar it was to the original one, but it didn't really matter to him. Don't tell me things I already know, dumbass. Natsuo and I might know, dumbass. Despite being called a dumbass by the dumb toddler, Katsuki went to the brother's bedroom, one which he had already been to earlier as he searched. He was greeted with a simple, "What the heck? Why are you here again, hey?" as he stomped his way in without being invited. "Where's your dumb brother? Do you seriously think I don't have time for your tantrums, Natsuo? Where are they?" If Natsuo felt as if someone older in the body of a 4-year-old was talking to him, he didn't say it. Sakoto Peak? Sakoto Peak. At first, Tuya didn't know where his feet led him, but the track was familiar, like it was his favorite song, his favorite routine. The terrain became more and more green as moments passed by. Trees started appearing more frequently. He realized, upon setting foot in his usual place to practice, that he was there again. He was there again. It was because of his father, again. The small pond nearby, the stone where he usually sits, the buckets he hid, and everything else was in their rightful places. Some thoughts passed him as he made his way to the spot where he always sat, a stone in the middle of 2 large trees. Unfair. Everyone had always been this way. His dad, his mom, this society. How come they never bothered to look at him? He was always trying. He can be great too. He can. Tuya is not a broken toy. Stupid endeavor. Stupid Shoto. Tuya's eyes felt hot with tears. His dad's hit wasn't even that strong. His burns hurt more when he used his quirk too much. But it hurts. It hurts. He couldn't think. What should he think about? Why was he even running away? He just wanted his dad to. Would anyone ever acknowledge him? Would they even bother seeing him? He can be great too. Fire wrapped around Tuya like it was hugging him, and offered comfort when no one else could. The orange flame flickered as it licked his chest. It was dancing along the songs of the birds flying nearby. Tuya can be a hero too. Tuya was supposed to be Endeavor's son who would one day surpass All Might. His fire even outdid that of his father's. It came from the man himself. He was Endeavor's creation. Endeavor's first creation. But why did things turn out this way? But why can't his dad see him? But he is not broken. Tuya is not broken. Is he? The orange flame flickered blue until the blue began spreading from his chest to his arms. It took a few seconds before Tuya noticed the evident change. Blue. Tuya couldn't believe what he was seeing. His flames. Blue. His father had to see this. The excitement had him standing abruptly. He inspected his glowing arms graced with the tint of blue. It was beautiful. Blue flames. People say flames colored that way burn more than that of red. If he could just do it in front of his father, things would be very easy for him. He would finally be acknowledged by the one person. But the sudden relief was blown away just as quickly as it manifested as he realized why he was at this peak in the first place. His father deemed him broken. Even if he didn't consider himself as such, it didn't matter. His improvements didn't matter. He wouldn't matter. But would it really matter? He just had to let his father see the new things he could do. He just had to prove him wrong. In no time, the greens of the grass burnt in blue flames. It was spreading fast. The trees nearby darkened before they got caught in a similar flame. Blue everywhere. The rapid rise in temperature was unsurprising. Tuya's skin was burning. The scorch, he could feel it, an agonizing pain from his chest spreading all through his body, down to the very tips of his fingers. Everything was tingling. Tuya wanted to scream. He might have done so. He couldn't hear his own voice. Tuanai. Izuku ran towards Tuya like there were villains after him. Tuanai, you're burning. Stop it, the kid was crying. Tuya couldn't think. There was no way to think. Izuku had to stand away from Tuya. The fire raged as it tried again and again to catch the boy and eat him alive. Logs that fell victim to the heat creaked as if almost toppling over. Tuya might already be crying, but he couldn't feel anything aside from the burn. He couldn't stop the fire. His father never taught him. Tuya fell, first to his knees. His burnt skin covering his kneecaps scraped to the ground. The skin might have caught some dirt. It made him produce a painful screech. After it was the smoke filling up his lungs upon his heavy heaving, leaving him coughing. His whole body fell to the ground with a thud. Ni-san. The kid couldn't go anywhere near him. The cries also sounded so mute. His fire was only getting stronger. He couldn't do anything after all. His father had only taught him to increase the heat, not extinguish it. Everything was falling apart alongside Tuya's blurring vision. He could not hear the log falling beside him, he only felt the gush of wind. Some blaze grazed over his face as he curled himself into a ball, hugging his knees close to his chest. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't do anything right. Was he dying? Tuya Nii-san. Tuya, get a fucking grip. But what could he do? What choices were there? He couldn't think of anything. He would only burn Izuku if the child tried going near him. What would a hero do? Was there any hero who could help him helpless as he was? Dad, save us, please. You can do it, Tuya. Tuya might already be dying if he was hearing his father's voice. Goddamn, no way he was gonna let it all end like this. He would not die a loser. Also, he had to somehow save Izuku. The child was quirkless, he would not survive this amount of heat if it was already making Tuya this incapacitated. He had a little heat resistance too. The child, on the other hand, was defenseless. Ni-san. The pond was only a few meters away, maybe 3, opposite from where Izuku was. Tuya could make a run for it if he really tried to. Tuya had to stop whining. He pushed himself up despite the burns scratching on the leaves of the fallen log. As the seconds progressed, more and more branches followed through. One piled up on top of the other until Tuya could no longer see Izuku on the other side. The thought had him wanting to move faster, but his right half felt numb as if the nerves were disconnected from the rest of his body. It wouldn't budge no matter how much he tried to move it. Tuya. The constant ringing of his ears and the nagging voice of his father at the back of his head were not making anything easy for him. Tuya could swear it was even making him more agitated. Fucking Endeavor and his stupid voice. Tuya will make it out of this with his own capabilities. He will even save a child. If that won't make a hero out of him, he doesn't know what will. With gritted teeth, he managed to breathe out, "Just so you wait, Endeavor." A few more strides carrying his right half led him to the pond. He let himself fall into the water. Hisashi thought he was dreaming when he saw Aizawa Shoyuda coming in the common library. It was funny how he managed to find it in him to actually be silent enough to be allowed inside and then to witness his friend coming out of his cocoon after. A good omen had fallen on him, finally. Shoyuda. Your favorite good lil fella is here. Silence. Hisashi could only laugh hysterically, albeit more toned down, and scratch his neck in reply to the librarian's angry eyes and a few pairs of judging ones around. It's a miracle you're even allowed here. Shoyuda huffed out, annoyed at the unwanted attention he got from being called. Despite showing how much he hated Hisashi's presence, he still sat down on the chair facing the other. I thought so too, Hisashi whispered this time. Shoyuda only shook his head in response. A moment of silence ensued, with Shoyuda browsing through the list of his wanted books. He was there to study his missed homework and lessons to somehow catch up. As he was doing so, Hisashi was watching closely. The act was very imposing on the former. Aren't you supposed to be patrolling? Don't you have an agency you're working as an apprentice to? Why do you know that? And hey, I was here first. Why are you even here? I'm actually researching. You know, duty calls? Shoyuda raised an eyebrow. Finny. Hisashi breathed out the last few sprawling wide on his chair as he crossed his arms on his chest. It's actually connected to my apprenticeship? Shoyuda, more tired than he appeared, only looked at his company, waiting for him to resume his blabber. I was told to get a few books about quirk marriages here. It's funny, I think they just don't want me hearing things. I heard them anyway, they can't hide anything from this Mr. Right here. See this? Hisashi pointed at his right ear. This is gold. Can hear everything from miles away. Shoyuta had to filter everything Hisashi said to make it actually make. What did you hear? Some classified info, I think. Maybe not, I don't really know. The receiving end of this information leak seemed to want to drop the conversation upon hearing that it was classified information, but Hisashi motioned him to scoot closer. He did. Without hesitation. There was this incident at the subway. They said Endeavor was supposed to be patrolling that area, but he was missing in action. Isn't that gossip? No? I think not. Rolling his eyes, Shoyuta found himself regretting ever feeling curious about what Hisashi did. He tried scooting away to return to his normal posture earlier, but Hisashi took his wrist and wriggled his eyebrows at him, signaling that there was more to the story. Shoyuta leaned in closer, and Hisashi whispered close to his ear. Apparently, the police got a call from someone reporting child abuse in his household. The sky was turning dark then. The day felt too long for it to be just a single day, and finally, the night was coming. What could Katsuki do when faced with something bigger than him? He could not push his way through this arrogantly, nor could he blast his way out. And even if Katsuki fought himself to death, strangled answers out of his little stupid brain, he would only get the very same answers. Because there are things that happen that someone cannot help but remain a bystander to, things that no matter how much effort you give, the result will remain unchanged. Right, huh? It was something that would make someone feel hopeless. Just like this raging fire in Sekoto Peak. Katsuki knew. His actions, the choices, his miscalculations all led to this. Right from when he decided to go with the Todoroki brothers to their home with Izuku in Fuck, it didn't feel wrong, no. Where did it go wrong? The blue flames so familiar to him made him recall some of its owner's words. The past never dies. It never did. It materialized through the trees, the smoke, and his shaking hands. The past was mocking him, laughing at his face as he was forced to face the consequences of one decision that made everything different from the original timeline. He failed, and it created a storm. Talk about a fucking butterfly effect, only this was not what he was hoping for. Katsuki shuddered, breathing relatively weak in disbelief and fright. Katsuki had times he was scared, ones he would deny, as he would pick himself right back up as soon as the fear settled down. But this one could not be easily classified as such. The fear in his stomach was the product of failing, of losing. The uncertainty clung to him, and it was making him want just to go home and hide. He knew nothing of the future now that so much had changed. His blind desperation was proven to be misplaced. Dabi was here, burning the forest down in anger and grief, the very same reason from his original timeline. Katsuki couldn't help but wonder, was it helpless from the start? Was everything already written down with fate just waiting for the proper threads to weave its predetermined pattern? Tuya Todoroki. Was it really in his nature to leave fire everywhere he stepped into? This isn't Nii-sen's fire. Katsuki's thoughts dispersed for a second, Natsuo's words slowly registering in his head. He was the only one who could recognize it then. It must be the first time that the fire turned this color. The first time the molt shed. It doesn't matter. Dabi is right fucking there. In his shitty fire. We have to go. We have to get help. Nii-sen might be in danger. Natsuo dragged Shoto with him, going opposite from where the peak stood. The child stopped upon noticing that Katsuki was not moving. Danger? Your brother is the one causing the fucking danger, kid. Katsuki had to swallow the bitterness accumulating on the back of his tongue. He had to see reason, grasp the tiny threads of difference. This is not that damn summer camp. When Katsuki decided to fetch Izuku from Tuya's supposed place of hiding after gaining that significant information earlier, the remaining Todoroki brothers went with him. They walked, having no reason to suspect that something bad was happening. But instead of the peaceful peak Natsuo described on their way to it, they found it on fire. What the hell are you doing? Let's go. The panic was audible in Natsuo's voice, There was even a little shake in it. However, Katsuki still refused to move, nor to turn around to look. He couldn't, even if it was the most reasonable option given his current situation, even if he could recognize it himself. Because Izuku might be in the middle of that fire. Katsuki might be going crazy. He wasn't someone who fought a fight he wouldn't win. And no chance on earth would he be useful in rescuing the children nor navigating through the woods. Call your parents. I have to search for them. Are you crazy? Are you dreaming right now? You've barely reached my shoulder. You can't possibly do anything. Katsuki couldn't do anything. He knew that himself even before Natsuo spoke of it. His quirk couldn't do any miracles in the face of fire unless it was to agitate it even more. His body was tiny, he wouldn't have been able to carry anyone had they fallen. There was a huge chance he would die there too, if ever a tree log fell on top of him. His training and rescue lessons from his previous life would all be rendered useless. It was an undeniable fact, this was his reality. But even so, Katsuki couldn't help but cling to hope. There must be something there that he could use, he could do. His memories of another timeline, whatever he had at his disposal he would use, if it could help and contribute somehow. There must be something. In the middle of this fire, whatever change was there, how fucking strong the storm was, Katsuki's priority and one goal would remain as it was. To win. And in order to do that, he had to keep the future the best one in all the fucking timelines there were. If he had to tear through the space-time continuum, he would. If he had to find that artifact and start this whole fucking mess again, he would. If it would guarantee Izuku Midoriya's safety, which in itself sold a better future than the others, whatever the fuck it was, he would do it without thinking. We have to get Dad, please. He can fix this. Natsuo's cries fell on deaf ears. Shoto, on his side, was looking at him, wary of his actions. If only he didn't bring Izuku here, in this mess of a family fuck, why was he so concerned about their shitty fucking affair in the first place? So fucking what if Dabi was born? Shoto Todoroki will be there to deal with him. Just like how it was supposed to be. He should have just acted like how the way things were supposed to go and used the information he had about the future on the most crucial events. If he only let the puzzle complete on its own before he changed and brought about the things that would matter. Fuck, it didn't even feel right to shift the blame to that. Katsuki knew Izuku would have helped the Todorokis, he would have done so much better if he was the one in his shoes. Katsuki hoped it was Izuku brought to the past instead. Tuya and I will be there for Izuku. He also wants to be a hero, he won't be defeated so easily. Shoto's tiny voice reached him. The kid was so sure Katsuki was worrying about Izuku, and God, Katsuki wanted that to be the case. Then, a cog had been placed on its rightful track. Katsuki realized the past was still incomplete. Endeavor was not done forging Dabi yet. No, this was not Dabi. It was Tuya, the kid who wanted nothing but to have his father's approval. But Katsuki was not an idiot to make a double take and do his once mistake again. He would not trust this sudden spark, that was straight out dumb. Fuck this. But if Tuya was still sane, and all this shit was because he couldn't control his quirk, Katsuki could help. Somehow. But the better conclusion he managed to bring forth was all hypothetical. The evidence in front told a more tragic tale. Katsuki ran. Damn it. Natsuo ran to the Todoroki estate as fast as he could. Hopefully, two idiots trying to play heroes wouldn't be fried to crisp until the help arrived. Nisen, please be fine. The single-minded goal of rescuing Izuku and by extension, Tuya, was all that mattered as Katsuki tore his way starting from the foot of the peak where he left the Todorokis. Branches falling, ashed leaves, the sway of fire with the wind, and how the heat touched him everywhere, he couldn't mind it. The nagging thought of how his recklessness brought this nightmare just wouldn't subside. Tuya should be protecting Izuku. Katsuki swore he wouldn't see the end of it if his discovery of blue flames caused any fucking casualties. Izuku. Tuya. Where are you? The echo of his own voice had him scared. No replies. Katsuki's heart had been drumming violently against his chest every step that he took. Another branch fell. The scenery didn't change no matter how deep he was already in the forest. The only thing that kept him from burning alive was his natural resistance to heat because of his quirk. Izuku. The dirt on his feet clung to him as he discarded his melted slipper. His clothes were also slowly catching on fire, no matter how much he swatted the flames before they really formed. There was no helping the small explosions as his sweat touched the raging heat. No matter, the search continued. Another batch of the same picture, and another. There were a couple of times Katsuki fell on his knees, on his face as he tripped, but he never stopped. Another second, another minute, time was passing quickly. Time he couldn't bear to waste. He was oblivious to the redness of the rim of his eyes, how unshed tears seemed to not fall because of how high the temperature was. He could not mind. Only when he realized he could not breathe was when he stopped. There were various things Katsuki realized today. 1. The world will not be kind to him no matter the efforts he made in his previous life. If it was kind, he wouldn't need to trek a peak engulfed by flames. He won't be here, thanking his quirk for giving him some sort of resistance to heat because he was so near to being burnt alive. No, if the world was kind, he wouldn't need to save someone from their own fate. 2. He can't change everything alone. If his mother didn't save his lame ass, his plans would have already gone to nothingness. He knew how fragile his control over his emotions was, but he still let his mouth run. The fool. To think he already knew how bad things would be if he lost his grip. He knew he fucked it up then. He should have followed after Tuya instead of attacking a pro. He could have stopped things from happening. And lastly, say how idiotic it was, but there was hope. It exists. It was there, through someone's screams of terror. Katsuki would recognize it anywhere, everywhere. But instead of his name, the voice was calling out something else. No matter, it gave Katsuki the right direction to look. Katsuki passed by a couple of trees burning in the sea of fire before the voice became loud and clear. The intensity of the fire also hiked up a few notches. After pushing aside a fallen branch on the pathway, his vision cleared. Well, they were far from escaping this hell, but Izuku was finally in his sight. Relief washed over him in waves. Katsuki might be crying, who knows, but Izuku was there, panicking over fallen branches a few feet taller than him. The kid was shouting continuously, "Nisan," and then he was reminded of a few things. Blue fire. Izuku! Katsuki shouted, giving his presence to the child. Izuku immediately turned, tears present. It was apparent that the fire couldn't keep up with how much he cried. Kacchan! Kacchan! We have to help. Tuya and Isen. Despite the other wailing about Tuya, Katsuki couldn't face it. He had to push the thoughts at the back of his head as he rushed over, almost forgetting about his souls in the process. He grabbed Izuku's wrist, pulling him to where it was a little bit clear of the branches. There were protests and cries over it, but they were nothing that stopped Katsuki. He had to scan the other. He framed him by the arms as his eyes wandered. Izuku, this idiot, wouldn't notice that he was the one in danger if there was one other person in pain in the vicinity. And Katsuki, being the only person who fucking knows that, had to be responsible for doing all the damn work. But Izuku wouldn't stay put. He was trashing, doing everything in his power to get Katsuki's hands off. Kacchan Tenai is there. He's burning. Please. I fucking know. Katsuki snapped. Katsuki knew about Tuya, and had already guessed about the situation, but apparently, Katsuki didn't want it to matter. He didn't want to think about it. I know, dumb. If you can just shut up and let me do this, maybe you'll be fucking useful for once. Katsuki nearly lost this chance because of his own idiocy and recklessness. To say he was annoyed was a goddamn underestimation. He was mad, so fucking mad at himself, and he was rightfully so, considering the burns Izuku had all over his arms and face. Judging from its intensity, the burns might already be nearing second degree. Katsuki could only wonder what was happening to Tuya. Katsuki tried changing this forsaken timeline only to be caught in the least place he wanted to be. And Izuku, God Katsuki knew, Izuku would want to be there whatever the outcome. Izuku would be this self-sacrificial idiot wherever he was despite how many times Katsuki tried covering for him. And this cycle would always fucking repeat, it would never stop. The burns wrapped around Izuku's arms looked much like when the idiot's arms broke before his body got used to his quirk. The ones on his face could be mistaken as a torn mask, freckles already hidden beneath it. Katsuki wanted nothing but to run away from the scene. He wanted to run. Everything here would scar. The next thing Katsuki knew, Izuku was crying even more than before. Shit. If you can just shut up and let me do this, maybe you'll be fucking useful for once. Katsuki's words rang in his own head, repeated until it would make sense. It wouldn't. It would never. Katsuki forgot he was dealing with a 4-year-old kid. Katsuki lashed out. He forgot again. God, Katsuki messed up again. I'm sorry, Kacchan. Izuku couldn't even use his arms to brush off the new waves of tears. The child could only raise and flail the arms covered in blisters. He couldn't let them touch his face. But Katsuki's arms dropped to his sides. He knew what Izuku would say next. He had expected things would go this way. After all, if Katsuki wasn't metaphorically this fire in their previous life, this would even pale in comparison. Because Izuku had always stood his ground against him, even those times before he was graced with one for all. To you and I. He needs help. So, I will try to be useful. Katsuki couldn't say anything. His chest was clenching so bad, it hurt. There was someone who needed him more, sure, but he couldn't help. That was why he was trying not to think about Tuya. He couldn't fucking do anything. The logs Izuku was trying to get rid of earlier already caught on fire. And it was so embarrassing to stand there and think about a better future but do nothing for someone who got caught in the change. He was the one useless here. Not Izuku. If I can't. You can, Kacchan so please help him. Katsuki can't. And then, a few hurried footsteps invaded his ears. We'll get you to safety, children. Katsuki did not move a single bit. Help is here. It was cold, but it was like his mother's embrace, protective and caring. It was one he hadn't received for a long while because of his own stubbornness. Tuya could see the blur of the light above the water. It was still bright even when the sky was turning another darker hue. It was peaceful, unlike the burn of the surface. Tuya could be here all he wanted. At least here, there won't be his classmates' endless chatter about being a hero. There won't be Shoto and his dumb quirk. There won't be his father. There won't be anyone else but him. Maybe that was what Tuya really wanted, this peace. He might be dying. He might be dying. No, that was the last thing he wanted to happen. Tuya shook his head. He remembered fighting for his life like a wounded animal earlier just so he could live. He wouldn't throw that away. No, he wouldn't. He had to live, even if that meant facing his classmates again, Shoto again. Or his father. He kicked his feet and swam up, struggling to find his way to the surface of the pond. He knew he was losing air. Then he saw a hand. Praying to whatever was above, Tuya reached out to it and clung for dear life. Upon reaching the surface, he coughed, plopping down to the nearest place he could do so. He closed his eyes. It was cold. Numbing cold. When Tuya was able to look down, he saw ice. Shoto's face was painted with worry, his right hand was still extended. Tuya was probably dreaming. He almost died after all. A few days passed since the incident. Katsuki stared at his room's ceiling, unmoving. It was almost 3 weeks since he traveled back, 4 days since Sakoto Peak, 2 days since he last saw Izuku, and 1 day since the day he decided, in full will, to follow through. Yoichi still hasn't visited him since, and for once, Katsuki thought it was for the better. He still hadn't grasped what happened. Really, what did happen? After getting rescued from the peak, he, along with Izuku and Tuya, were rushed to the hospital to get their burns treated. Izuku's were harsher than his and Tuya's. Well, he was lucky he was able to cool down. Damn lucky. Katsuki left the hospital 2 days ago, and Izuku would be leaving today if what he heard from his mother would go on. The child didn't regain consciousness after a day. How he lost it, Katsuki wasn't sure. All he knew was Izuku made it his life's mission to thrash the ones rescuing him until the person of his worries was rescued. Katsuki visited Izuku's room when he was already awake. And that was only to tell the other that he was leaving. See you soon, Kacchan. Katsuki heard from his parents that Tuya almost kicked the bucket, and how it was because he didn't know how to control his quirk. A total quirk accident. Katsuki guessed maybe that would push Endeavor to have to train him again. He kept the thought to himself. Maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't be idiotic to hope for a no-dabi future anymore. In all honesty, Katsuki felt detached. He couldn't feel anything for the Todorokis anymore after what happened at the peak, or maybe he could. Maybe there was this familiar self-loathing incorporated with this family and that situation that he couldn't bring himself to feel. Maybe he was just exhausted. It didn't matter. Katsuki had already decided to follow through the events of his previous lifetime after all the mess. Everything would be the same until he was sure Izuku would be in the same position he once was, until Izuku could also be in the same ring as everyone else. It was the only solution Katsuki could come up with just so he could still get some semblance of the previous timeline. It was the only way he could still make use of his knowledge. It was very easy for Katsuki to lash out at Izuku anyway, even if he really didn't mean to. He could still do it even if he was consciously trying to avoid it. It wouldn't be hard for him to do everything he once did. If that was really what this goddamn universe needed for a better future, then so be it. Izuku would live this reality. Katsuki will give him the best reality he could have. Without so much as being hurt. Maybe Katsuki was just running away. Maybe Katsuki was just scared. Maybe. Katsuki? It was his mom. Katsuki remembered having her at his hospital bedside when he woke up. He didn't ask what happened to the adults that day. He was sure they were pretty worried about everyone, just as how any parents would be. They only asked him little things, worried they might nudge somewhere painful. Katsuki answered truthfully. "How are you feeling, son?" "Fine." Katsuki. Knocks were soft since that day. Katsuki had no idea why, but it was working for him. His mom might be at his doorway, leaning carefully at his door as she waited for his response, like that one time he caught her doing it, the day he was discharged. Katsuki made sure to reply every time now. "Yes? Izuku's already home. Do you want to go visit?" "No." The pause. "But tell me when you're ready for it, I'll go with ya." Katsuki didn't have to think. It was Wednesday, exactly 10 days since the incident, when Katsuki saw Izuku again. His mom had decided to let him skip some school days so he could properly rest last week, but he went back to school Monday of the current week. Izuku had just returned, but he was attending far too soon for Katsuki's liking. The entire time, Izuku was looking at him, up to the very last minute before the bell rang. It was getting very ridiculous that Katsuki couldn't hold his tongue back. "What are you looking at, nerd?" he asked as he was fixing his tiny backpack. Izuku was already with his bag and was just standing frozen near his right side, closer to the door. "Kacchan." The child was covered in bandages, one image already too familiar to Katsuki. He wanted to hiss and show dissatisfaction, but somehow, he couldn't. Guilt was clogging up his throat. He looked at the other and waited for him to talk. "You don't go to the park anymore." Of course Katsuki wouldn't go to the park. It wasn't even their thing in the first place. Plus, Izuku shouldn't be in the right condition to go to the park. What was his mom thinking? So much for being extra protective and keeping him from the hero field, she couldn't even keep him from going out. "Can't. My wounds get itchy." Katsuki had already practiced what he would say if Izuku asked him about his sudden will to detach from him. He wouldn't be harsh and just suddenly break away. He wasn't that cruel. Katsuki walked. Izuku tried to match his pace. "I'm happy you're okay, Kacchan." Izuku's voice was the same as how it was before, his tone the same cheery one too. Katsuki wanted to punch something. Himself was the best option. Maybe he'd do that once he got home. "I knew. Thanks." Katsuki set his gaze on the way, not sparing the child beside him any glance. There was a moment of silence after. He could feel the discomfort rolling off of the child's skin. His stomach clenched. No matter how much he practiced, there was no removing the guilt in his core. "Auntie Ray wants to say thank you." Oh fuck, just the topic he didn't want to talk about. "I didn't do anything." He just stood there, letting her son burn alive for God knows how long. It wasn't logical to thank him for anything. If she was aware of his actions, she would be cursing him to death. It was like Katsuki was the one who set Tuya on fire. You. Kacchan stood up for Shoto and Tuanai. That. The exact idiocy that led to blue flames and third-degree burns. Yes, she should really be grateful. In fact, she should thank him in person and hand him a knife so he could stab her son in front of her. Katsuki wanted to laugh. He would've, if he wasn't feeling so sick in the stomach. This was getting more absurd by the second. It's nothing. I didn't really do anything. It was all that slipped his lips. Maybe Izuku caught on the fact that Katsuki didn't want to talk about it because the child kept his mutters to himself after. A few minutes passed with neither of them talking to one another. The air felt heavy, Katsuki's hand was cold. The silence remained until they were already in front of the gate of Katsuki's home. Auntie Inko would be fetching him there in a few minutes. Katsuki opened the gate. Mom doesn't want me to go there anymore. Shoto will be very sad. Katsuki sighed as he closed the gate behind them and started heading for the house. If Izuku would be banned from visiting the Todorokis and Katsuki refused to go, it would be a great step for having things return to the way they were. A little sadness wouldn't kill half and half. They already did what they could. Katsuki already did enough damage. Kacchan. Izuku clung to his shirt, stopping him from taking another step. Will you still go? Katsuki answered quickly, no. Why? Katsuki didn't answer then. He knocked, waiting for his mom to open the door and get him out of the conversation he didn't want to take a part of. He hoped Inko would go take Izuku away earlier. Kacchan. Why? Izuku demanded as he still clung to his shirt. Why indeed? Katsuki had to let out the air he was holding in. He wouldn't be able to tell him even if he wanted to. Izuku would hate him once he regained his memories, if he ever could regain them. He still had to come up with an excuse though. If you're not there, it doesn't matter. You're the one close to them now, not me. That's not true. Katsuki could imagine his reaction, the slumped shoulders, the sad pout. He didn't need to turn around and look to know. It is. You know it. Finally, the door opened. His mom smiled at them before ushering them in. She was smiling from ear to ear that Katsuki had to stop himself from expecting something bad. Things couldn't really happen that fast, right? He was just at school. Katsuki. Izuku. Come inside, fast. The excitement in her voice was so alarming. Katsuki frowned. Shoto's here with his mom. What the fuck was that again? Mitsuki had to be crazy if she still wanted to bring her son over to the number 2's place after everything that had happened. She had to be fucking crazy if that ever fucking happened. But unfortunately, the mother of that house comes straight to her every day since Katsuki was free from the hospital. It was unprecedented, one she didn't expect at all. After all, Mitsuki never really got the chance to get to know her, nor did she want to. It was dangerous to get close to public figures. But really, it was only because of Rei that she was able to get into that house that day. They don't talk a lot. Rei just goes there to ask about Katsuki's well-being and then she would politely leave before she was even asked to go in. Mitsuki had the suspicion that she also went to Inko to talk about Izuku. She was guilty? Mitsuki couldn't remember how many times she apologized. Mitsuki could try to sympathize. Well, 10 days ago Mitsuki was mad. Crazy worried. She was trying to find a way to solve her son's nightmare issues while also helping him help his friend. Katsuki's well-being was first and foremost of her priorities. To add more stress to her was to hope for a full-blown outrage. When they received the news from another Todoroki child that a nearby hill caught in flames and that the children went up there, she, together with the Todoroki parents, rushed to the scene, endeavor faster than everyone else. The moment she arrived with Rei, the local authorities and some no-name heroes were already up the peak, well on their way to save the children. Mitsuki didn't want to waste time standing there and hoping for the better, but her tries to go were futile. She was helpless against the authorities prohibiting entry, as she was when her child was haunted by dreams each night. It was quite ironic then. Mitsuki couldn't help but feel like it would be the norm once Katsuki grew more. Few minutes that felt like hell, and some heroes returned with Izuku and Katsuki in their arms. Katsuki's injuries were lesser, but he was in a trance. Mitsuki could immediately tell as she approached them but received no replies from him. Katsuki was looking down at his hands as he was getting first aid. Mitsuki was relieved that he was mostly okay. He got some burns here and there, but what he got worse were the wounds that he caught from either falling or tripping. It must have been the quirk, she decided. The other kid needed more medical attention, and it was poor Izuku. He was badly hurt. His burns were more severe, but he was crying about someone else named Tunai. Endeavor also returned not too long after, 2 children in his arms. One was covered in ice, and another one passed out. The hero looked more tense than Mitsuki had ever seen him, yelling at the medics to get to his sons faster, to do their jobs properly, and as a parent, she couldn't blame him for it. She would be lying if she said it was all fine to her despite the clear explanation that it was a quirk accident. It wasn't fine, the children were hurt. Her son was hurt. Not only he was hurt, but Katsuki moped around ever since, looking dimmer every passing day. The screams every night ceased, but Katsuki wasn't any better during the day, so Mitsuki couldn't truly be at peace. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly happened, but there was no way she could ask. Katsuki never liked being cornered. She would wait until he tells her himself. Nonetheless, even Mitsuki would feel sorry for the Todorokis after everything. Especially when she found out that the eldest child almost got killed by his own quirk. She could only imagine if that was Katsuki. She was even thinking about getting him a quirk tutor so they could avoid incidents like that. So, when she found Rei in front of her gates again, 1 child in tow, she didn't have the heart to listen without telling her to go inside. That was what led to this. I am really sorry for the intrusion, Mrs. Bakugo. She was very timid, not one to make small talk, but Mitsuki wanted that to change today. No, I don't mind. Besides, Katsuki will be home in a minute or so, just keep yourself comfortable. Would you like tea or coffee? Rei wanted help, not tea or coffee. Mitsuki knew that, knowing what Katsuki told her. The conversation progressed downward harshly after Mitsuki asked why things were the way they were when she arrived with the cops that day. As things were, Rei was always having a hard time talking to her husband. Endeavor had purposely covered his ears whenever Rei wanted to contribute to their family. Rei almost cried, Shoto. Apparently the youngest child could only look at her with those round eyes mirroring sadness and gloom. Mitsuki often finds Katsuki having the same look when it's raining. That child loathes downpours. Anyway, it seemed as though Rei never had anyone to talk to. Her way of telling stories leaped from one topic to another. Mitsuki had to collect the pieces and build it herself. It wasn't only before the incident, but it was also the aftermath that Rei couldn't deal with. Nasty rumors were going around, and there were some stories Mitsuki had heard of herself. Some say that Endeavor neglected duty for his family, some whispered about his lack of guidance on his children, some spread hate because of his arrogant behavior, and some just created fake stories to match the trend. It was only because the media caught a picture of the hero carrying his children to safety, and then everyone just talked. Mitsuki figured Rei didn't care for Endeavor's reputation, it was her children that she was worried about. The Todoroki family, as it seemed, was as dysfunctional as Katsuki had described. But he's been different lately. Rei's grip on her teacup tightened, a frown decorating her usual impassive face. He took an indefinite leave from the agency. He's always cooped inside the house. He's been trying to look after our eldest? Mitsuki remembered having faced that metal wall, Enji Todoroki, and she knew how difficult he could be. But him being different? Of course, any parent would act differently after almost losing their child. Endeavor was no exception no matter how impossible it seemed. When Mitsuki talked to him, the man believed that he was doing the right thing. Now that there was solid proof that he was wrong, Mitsuki doubted he would need other reasons to change his ways. I don't know what to think, Mitsuki. I want to take the children and run away. I almost lost Tuya. If Mitsuki ever found herself in the same situation, she wouldn't need to think, she would do it, no questions. Mitsuki wondered how Rei managed to endure that long. Even if it was a quirk marriage, there are just boundaries that people should not cross. Mitsuki was about to talk when she heard knocks. The addition of Katsuki's usual irritable mood and Izuku's excited cheers made the living room brighter than it was earlier with only Mitsuki and the Todorokis. The timid child beside Rei was also the same, a smile almost immediately on his face as he stood up to go greet the 2 newcomers. These children were different from Katsuki's neighborhood friends. Mitsuki had always been certain about Izuku, but Shoto was new to her. The child seemed shy, almost unmoving earlier. But with his peers, he was filled with energy. She was half expecting Katsuki to have that mischievous grin on his face, but when she looked, her son was raising an eyebrow at her as if asking her about the presence of the guests. The children grouped at the side as Mitsuki took her spot on the sofa in front of Rei, who was looking at the scene fondly. "Is Auntie Inko gonna be here soon?" Katsuki was looking at her, his face the same as that one when Mitsuki could get this feeling that this kid knew more than he let on. She was overthinking things, of course. It was also tied to the nightmares. But her son was 4, it was absurd. "She'll be late today. Play in your room for a while." Mitsuki left Katsuki in charge. She said, with emphasis, "No quirks. Understand?" before letting them loose in Katsuki's room. It wasn't like Katsuki would ever have any quirk accidents, but whatever. The peak thing was probably more of a big deal than his parents let on. How they managed to keep Katsuki from getting overwhelmed because of that incident was all that mattered to him anyway. Katsuki is curious as to what Inko's reaction was, but that could wait. Whatever her response, Katsuki couldn't do anything about it, nor would he bother to. After all, her decision to not let Izuku go to the Todorokis would be helpful to him. Really, the adults should just do their thing and break this makeshift group apart before Katsuki does something he would regret. "You have your own room," Shoto said, eyes wandering around. It wasn't as polished as the one Katsuki was used to, but currently he couldn't tell his parents how he liked it. As out of character as he was already, the sudden changes in taste would be very suspicious. It wasn't until middle school that he started going for a more simple room, and Katsuki will follow that. Yes, Kacchan does. He has his All Might toys under the bed. Izuku was more excited than he should be. It was during his 3rd day that Katsuki decided to hide his toys under the bed. Katsuki adores All Might, but he doesn't need figurines staring through his soul every day, reminding him of his failures. Katsuki doubted All Might would hold it against him in the future. "I will not store All Might under the bed," Shoto said as he approached the said thing on the side of the room. Izuku followed suit, jumping as he did so. "Me too. Mom places them on top of my table." Katsuki almost rolled his eyes. His figurines weren't the most pressing matter. It was Shoto and how the fuck he got those wounds. "What happened?" Katsuki asked, tone inquiring. He was poking holes at the back of Half and Half's head as he stared through them. Shoto stopped moving. He was leaning on the bed's frame, seeming to look for his figurines underneath. That form would definitely ache. "Idiot, stand up. Answer me." Shoto stood straight, following without thinking, but he did not bother to look at him. Katsuki sighed before he leaped and sat on his bed so he could face the little shit. Izuku was looking at them back and forth. He must have been wondering what was up. "You also went up the peak? What of it?" "You did too." "Fuck you, Todoroki." Katsuki hadn't been very unfavorable to this child since he would really enjoy getting the credits for teaching him things, but if this stupid kid started to get his unbearable personality back, Katsuki would make sure he would eat his dust in Yue. He would fucking make it happen. Shoto Todoroki would know no other place but on his damned feet. "I know. I'm the one asking questions. Half and Half, you answer. What happened?" Shoto visibly tensed. At least this one still knew fear so far. "Nisen was there. I have an ice quirk." Katsuki realized he couldn't really say something to tell this child that what he did was reckless and 100% pure idiocy. He went up there too, and unlike Todoroki, he had no quirk against fire. If they were to scale who had it worse, it was probably going to be Katsuki. But Katsuki doubted the child knew about that. He just had to be very. "Ice wall protected me." Is he bragging? Is this brat seriously bragging right now? Multiple veins throbbed. Katsuki wanted nothing but to strangle him. "Kacchan! The bedsheet! Smoke!" Izuku's shout had Katsuki let go of the sheet before something worse happened. Shoto had that dumb look on his face, and Katsuki wanted nothing but to wipe it off. Auntie Mitsuki said no quirks? Shoto said, "Ice wall protected me," meant something else. Katsuki realized later on, after careful consideration of Shoto's age and what the words could imply. Shoto had always been blunt and straightforward, but he hadn't had the experiences that led to that trait. Just like Tuya, nope, not thinking about that. Katsuki should really learn to differentiate. Ice wall. Katsuki taught him that move that day. Shoto was saying he could only go there because of that move or whatever. Maybe it wasn't like that, maybe the brat was just bragging. Katsuki left it at that. It was like he was babysitting again with the two playing with his figurines. Katsuki didn't want to join them. He was conscious about forming more memories and creating more emotional burdens to half and half before he completely cut the connection off. He had to give less so he'd lose less. So Todoroki wouldn't have anything to cry about too. After this, he would talk to his parents and ask them not to accept the Todorokis anymore. If they ask why, he'd simply tell them they had a major fallout. Or should he create the fallout? No, it was probably best not to do anything. After a little while of just observing the two, Katsuki felt out of place. In fact, he was out of place. This isn't his reality, they're not the people he knew. He was isolated. He was alone in this one, and his mistakes were his to carry by himself. Izuku was here, but this isn't his Izuku. Even when the memories return, even if they win, it was a lost cause. No matter the change, no matter his decisions, he would never get the things he had back. Katsuki had long realized it, but he wanted to make things better. He ended up making it worse. It was his fear all along, from the moment he realized he went back in time. No, he would not think right now. Kacchan, you play All Might next. We'll be the villains. Katsuki did what he could to stop the thoughts from forming. Playing with them was not it. I'm gonna do something. Stay here. He had to escape. Going out of his room might not be the best option out of all the things he could do, but it was kind of suffocating in there for some reason. Katsuki would rather spy on the adults to get more information. He threw the two one last look before he closed the door shut behind him. They better make the most of what they could today. Katsuki couldn't guarantee another day of this. Katsuki made his way to the living room, as close as he could get. He was mindful of his steps, careful not to make unnecessary noise. There was this huge furniture cabinet near that connected the living room and the pathway to the bedrooms, and that would be the best spot to eavesdrop. He sneaked beside it, looking out if any of the present adults noticed his presence. There was none, as far as he could tell, so he crouched and took position. The adults were talking mostly about chores, about random moments they had with their children. His mom even mentioned that one time when he was 3, he rolled in the mud and hurt his face. It wasn't worth all the sneaking up, his mom was just embarrassing the hell out of him. But when Katsuki was about to show himself and get out of the hiding spot, something caught his interest. He still can't get out of the house. That was Todoroki's mom. Who couldn't get out of the house? Are they talking about Tuya? How bad were the burns that he couldn't get out after so many days? Katsuki's face scrunched. How the hell did the conversation even go that way? I can try to convince Inko? We can visit with the kids. No fucking way. Katsuki had to stop this from progressing. He had no idea why his mom seemed to be buddy-buddy with Rei Todoroki now, but it had to stop. Inko should be here soon, she had to refuse this. It was the only option Katsuki could think of that would affect him less. I've been communicating with her, and I understand her decision. It was our negligence that hurt her son, Rei said. Katsuki couldn't see anything from where he was. He nearly missed again. Why were the parents even doing this now? The most reasonable course of action was to politely go their separate ways. Oh, Katsuki was not getting any good feelings from his mom's response. I can go. I can bring Katsuki with me at the very least. He was right. But I will still talk to Inko about it. It was an accident. It will be unfair to the children if we just sever their bond like this. But with every step he took, things just take a turn for worse. The world really is cruel. Katsuki felt heavier the more he listened, so he stood up and headed for the garden. He didn't care if they saw him or not. This isn't what he wanted. Nothing was going his way again. The next day, Katsuki found himself back in the place he least wanted to be. At least Izuku wasn't here. There was little that his mom could do to change Inko's strong resolve. Katsuki hadn't felt much. He didn't want to feel much or think about it at all. He had built a barrier to protect his sanity for the past days. But right now, seeing Tuya unmoving on his bed, wrapped from the head down, he just couldn't ignore his feelings incorporated with inadequacy. There are quite a lot of things Katsuki suppressed in order to keep himself processing. One of them was the guilt that chewed him up whenever he remembered that he did nothing for Tuya when he was, however indirectly, the one who caused too much change resulting to what happened at the peak. He had accepted that as a fact. Another was the helplessness upon the sight of blue flames that he wasted minutes thinking about how useless he was gonna be. He was useless, but time was supposed to be his enemy that day, not himself. And the memory of Dabi when it was so obviously not Dabi. Katsuki felt disgusted upon realizing that 1 day ago. His brain had always mistakenly referred to Tuya as Dabi, and doing so made him doubt the purity of his actions. Maybe that was why he was reluctant to do anything in the first place. Maybe deep down Katsuki thought that Tuya dying was the best-case scenario. He had to slap himself to stop the thoughts then. Katsuki swore not to push shitty feelings anymore. But fuck it, could anyone really blame him? It was a long day, one he would rather not remember. Plus, he was actively doing something to make it right by refusing to do anything at all. What Shoto said yesterday, that was just a nice coincidence. It couldn't outweigh the disaster he caused. It was very easy for Katsuki to blame himself, especially when he was aware of what he did, of the things that went through his head. He could try putting the blame on that family. He did try, but who was he kidding? What? Is this your first time seeing a mummified person? Katsuki almost jumped when the lump talked. What the fuck was that? Katsuki fully thought Tuya couldn't do anything. You're talking? Of course. I didn't destroy my pipes, thank you very much. Katsuki rolled his eyes. So much for his concern. Tuya was absolutely fine if he could say things like that. He was fine. Katsuki should stop feeling sorry anymore. You're doing your eye thing. I can feel it. Tuya teased. Katsuki couldn't really see his expression with the bandage covering his jaw and nose, but his tone was playful. He didn't understand. What the hell do you mean eye thing? You roll your eyes at Izuku when he says obvious things. And at Shoto, when he's being dumb. I don't. Whatever you say, brat. Why you so far anyway? Come here. Or are you expecting me to go there myself? Katsuki internally sighed as he moved closer to the bed. He wasn't supposed to be here in the first place, his mom just wasn't dropping it so he had to comply. Maybe a little part of him was also itching to see how Tuya was. Silence. He wasn't close to Tuya in any way so it was normal that there would be dead air. Katsuki could feel the chill returning. If anything, he was probably shaking on his feet. Guilt was a funny thing, even if Katsuki had been familiar with it, the feeling could still attack and get him every single time. Katsuki hadn't been with them for a long time, too. He had just met them and been with them for a couple of days. He shouldn't be feeling strongly about things. But maybe it was also because he thought like this that the guilt was as strong as ever. He had been hiding behind his perception of people because of who they were in his reality, and he had been trying to justify it to get away. It wouldn't work. He knew deep down he messed up and everyone suffered. It wasn't just Izuku that he wouldn't be able to face. The silence was getting too uncomfortable. Thank you. What was that? Why was Tuya thanking him? What was up with the Todorokis? Katsuki couldn't help but think that this may be the punishment for his actions. This gratefulness, where Katsuki couldn't hint any fucking malice, was meant to torment him. Stop patronizing me. I didn't fucking do anything. Katsuki couldn't take it anymore. People thanking him for no shit was just as worse as getting impaled. No, he would rather have holes in his body right now than hear more of these undeserved thanks. I don't know, I know I didn't see you there. 'Twas Izuku. Tuya chuckled, hoarse voice trying to find its way into Katsuki's walls. But you brought Izuku to us? That was a mistake, Katsuki would tell him if he could. Are you trying to help us? Are you sure this is the right thing to say to a 4-year-old? Something must be up. Tuya would never know that Katsuki time traveled or reality hopped, whatever it was, but it was weird to him that Tuya considered things as a kid trying to help them. Plus, he didn't do anything to get that kind of reaction. Or maybe it was just the Todoroki shit social cues. Tuya didn't answer. The room felt suffocating for quite a while. The walls loomed over Katsuki, everything felt taller. And even if Tuya was lying down on the bed a few feet away, he was almost sure the latter was staring him down. This was Tuya, Katsuki reminded himself. I know you lied. Katsuki wasn't surprised, he knew the lies were half-assed. He didn't really have enough time to prepare and he wasn't someone who plots shit. But what the hell was he trying to say? I think I lied a lot of times. Tuya laughed at that. What was humorous, Katsuki didn't know. I don't know what your intentions are, but you didn't meet Shoto at the grocery store. I met him somewhere, that's for sure. Kid, look, I don't care. Tuya sighed. He was degrees more serious than earlier that Katsuki was compelled go listen. There's something different about everything. I can't see any significant reasons other than when you guys arrived. Is it possible that he knows? But that would be absurd. Even Katsuki would think someone was crazy to believe in time travel. What would even happen if someone suspected him of time traveling? The only thing he was concerned of before was if no one believed him. He had to divert this conversation. I don't know what you're thinking, but you almost died. That too. And he sounded as if he forgot about it. These people, they're weird. But Dad never allowed me near Shoto before. If Katsuki was having second thoughts about his plan not to do anything anymore, his conversation with Tuya solidified it. He didn't know why he felt like he had to hide it, but it was scary how someone was so close to figuring it out. Tuya wouldn't have to worry about the change anymore. There won't be any. Shoto arrived shortly after. Katsuki didn't know he would ever thank him for doing so. The tense atmosphere subsided, and even when Katsuki was trying to fade into the background, there was noise. Tuya berated Shoto for coming too late, but it wasn't laced with venom like the last time he saw them. If Katsuki didn't know their background, he would even say Tuya was teasing his brother. Shoto also fought back, saying he had things to do and he wasn't bedridden. They were actually bickering like normal siblings. Katsuki could tell he could leave them without worries. Later that day, Katsuki talked to Mitsuki. He told her he was spooked going to the Todorokis, and he won't ever do it again. He even said that he hated Shoto, he hated his siblings, and if he'd have friends like that, he would rather not have any friends at all. Katsuki even threw the most annoying tantrum he could muster up. He knew his mom wouldn't relent that easily, but he would try again and again if that would mean he could preserve everything he could preserve. There were things he should sacrifice to make do for his mistakes. Maybe now he could admit that it was fun having them around. Papers with written records of what would happen crumpled in Katsuki's hands before it ignited, sweaty palms triggering the flames. It was no accident. Katsuki had been meaning to get rid of it since he got home from the Todorokis. He realized having that record would only serve as a proof that he had foreseen the future. He forgot that no one would take it seriously from someone so young. It wasn't new, Katsuki could even forget that he was a child sometimes. As the paper slowly turned to ashes in his hands, Katsuki's thoughts were already drifting far south. Now that the timeline was screwed to the hell and back, there was no use for it. And Katsuki could trust his memory anyway. If what he was doing would miraculously work and the timeline return to its original shape, he's sure he could recall things accurately. But realistically, he should start expecting to face something different as things progressed. He was running away, sure, but why wouldn't he? In Katsuki's head, his actions were just right. Running away wouldn't mend the gap he did in this timeline, but it would create less change and less damage. Katsuki already made peace with what that says about him. Fuck, if he needed to be someone who runs away, then he would be. He'd been a coward once. He had no idea why he was still thinking about this right now. Katsuki had too much time to himself. And too much time meant going through the mess of his mind. There were a lot of things in it, a lot of thoughts he forcefully ignored, but when he was alone with nothing else to do, he couldn't help but notice them. He started all of this thinking he could change things and have an actual better future. Katsuki was no idiot, he could plan for it and do it if he tried. But the road he took was full of uneasy twists and turns, one taken without thinking. He let his feelings get ahead of him, right from when he went with Izuku to see the doctor, as well as when he went with the Todoroki brothers. He was so confident he wouldn't meddle in things when he was writing the future in those papers. He was sure that he would watch as people make the decisions they make even if he knew the outcome. He was so sure he had the heart to. He was arrogant, one trait he couldn't fucking shake off. But when he was dealt with the losing cards, he folded. He was more focused on what was currently happening, on what he couldn't realize before. He was so into the issues he couldn't help with that he forgot what he was fighting for. It was not today, it was for tomorrow. The consequences of his actions had always been quite scary, but there was no use in getting stuck on what already happened. People must move forward. Katsuki swatted the leftover dust off his hands before he went to bed. Things will be normal tomorrow. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Rei only laughed humorlessly. She had been very different since that fateful day. She was angry. It only intensified when people talked. Enji's hands seemed to be the most interesting things right now as his gaze was fixed on them. To him, the public's opinion never really mattered. He climbed the ranks with his own raw power, building himself from the bottom to the top. But somehow, it was different when he heard them include his children. Some say he should have left his sons and gone to his duty, that they should have been the ones dead, that the family on that underground tunnel had so much ahead of them. Enji wanted to curse them out. His children have so much ahead of them too, and he doubts any of those hypocrites would do any different. The quirk society was becoming worse and worse. It was no wonder a power-driven fool was born out of him. People couldn't even have the decency to respect his children's lives. Maybe in another life, Enji Todoroki would have done so much worse, would have become so much worse. Maybe he wouldn't stop controlling his children's lives. Maybe he would keep on caging them like they were his possessions. Maybe he would be too late, and maybe Tuya wouldn't even be. Unthinkable. Enji would die first before any of his children did. In this lifetime, he got to hold his sons in his arms, which was enough reason. Shoto clung to his neck and cried. Tuya's shallow breathing was so close to his ears. It hurt. His whole being hurt. Tuya was a child who smiled often. Shoto started smiling a lot these days. Enji wanted to keep them smiling. If he had to change his ways of protecting them to get them to smile for another day, he would. Is that really how you protect people? Enji Todoroki may not know what it meant to protect people, but maybe he could start learning. I was told parental counseling can help. The empty laugh turned into silence, and silence into muffled sobs. Rei was covering her mouth with her hands as she trembled. Enji looked at her, with recognition. Change cannot happen overnight. Will you go with me? But change he will do, how long wouldn't matter. Tuya and I-san. Shoto frowned. It's bad eavesdropping on adults. Tuya huffed. What are you doing here then? Stirring up trouble? Shoto didn't answer, he threw the question back. Aren't you supposed to be in bed, Anison? Oh, shut up. Tuya spared his parents one last look. Izuku said they won't be coming anymore. I want to ask Mom about it. You don't have to. If they're not coming, we'll go to them. They couldn't. While their parents took the first step into being proper parents, some were driven by overprotectiveness. And Katsuki, he knew what he was doing, driving away foreign variables to protect the perfect future. 3 years later, Tuya attended UA. Shoto continued homeschooling. Izuku and Katsuki attended the same elementary school, all their fates unbound. Hey Izuku, can I still catch up to you? Katsuki Bakugo's body spun in midair, blown away with huge force until it stopped and dropped to the ground. A hole was gaping in his chest, spurting blood all around it. The body was worn and broken, bruised all over. The eyes were dull and lifeless. There was no indication that he was still breathing, even the pros around him were mortified, Best Jeanist looking as if he witnessed a slaughter. Izuku Midoriya arrived too late. He was always too late. It was the depiction of chaos. Buildings cannot be seen buildings anymore, everything was dusted to the ground. Along with the debris were people, civilians and heroes alike, who were either lifeless or barely breathing. Grazed down was the society this world once had. The rain never ceased. The smoke was slowly fading. The fight was over. In the middle of the pile was the one who caused the destruction, and those who were most affected. Tamura Shigaraki was gone. Kacchan, wake up. His voice wavered. Kacchan. Izuku Midoriya clutched the motionless body as if his life depended on it. He shook it, waiting for the sharp remark the explosive boy would say upon having Izuku shake him when he was severely injured. He could almost imagine. Katsuki would curse at him again, he would hear his voice again. But it never came. Kacchan, stop joking around. Nothing. Izuku wondered why no tears were falling when the whole world was tearing his chest open, bearing him from the connection that kept him bound, ridding him of a limb, of half his soul, of everything he had ever believed in, of someone he considered his victory. We won, Kacchan. So you have to wake up? Nothing. All the world replied to him was the pitter-patter of water droplets of the rain. Maybe the sky was crying for him, maybe it was the world's way of carrying his agony, but it did nothing to make the ringing stop. His ears must have been busted, he didn't know. Deku. I apologize. We did our best. Best, Genis said, apologetic. Izuku didn't mind it, couldn't? It's no one but all for one's fault. But he wished right then he could blame them. There's a way to save him, Izuku mumbled. I know what I saw, Yoichi. The serious and calm exterior would have fooled anyone. It was as if he was talking about some matter that did not involve life and death, a perfect pretense for the upcoming decision no one would be able to stop him from doing. It had been 3 days since Katsuki's death. And Izuku had been stuck in his headspace for the past 2, searching for answers he was not sure of himself. You must have also seen that it did not change the outcome. Yoichi's voice lacked the calm he was used to. Fate cannot be challenged, Midoriya. But fate was cruel. It had to be changed. Izuku just could not sit by when there was an option to save Katsuki. How many times must you do this to wake up? As many times as I have to. Every day passed like a blur. Feelings were buried deep soon after the causes faded into history. Almost 8 years passed without Yoichi, and mornings come quickly after dreamless nights. Katsuki had become accustomed to that fact soon after the first 2 months. It was quite a wonder to Katsuki, but it wasn't like he could summon Yoichi at will, but the nights were peaceful. It must have been because he had no more information to give him. In the years that passed, there were only a few events that were significantly different. His relationship with Izuku is already given. Another one was the hero rankings. Endeavor stepped down a few ranks after the incident, and he was seen less in the hero field. Katsuki had no clue what happened there, but it hadn't had any tangible consequences. Maybe it would in the far future if it went on, but he was no longer concerned about the changes that family had. They would be the only ones facing the aftermath of their choices. All Might's big fight with All for One still was not covered in the news. It was as what he expected after all. The butterfly effect wouldn't have reached all the way there. Katsuki sure hoped so. Right now, All Might still is the #1, undefeatable and strong. It would only be a few more years before the hell on earth. Katsuki had no access to information about Tamura Shigaraki. He tried searching through the web, asking a few people in between, but there was only so much he could get, especially when heroes didn't even have anything until the shit went loose in USJ. After deciding he couldn't do much about it, Katsuki proceeded to the one who leaked information instead, the person he would meet 3 years from now. He decided against looking for him right away lest he alert the enemy. Katsuki breezed his way through a couple of years of living this reality. As his brain developed, he was also able to properly handle himself, as proper as he could deem proper. He maintained his relationship with other people in the most normal state it could be, with reference to how he had it with them in his previous life. Most things were back to normal. Most, with the noble exception of Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki thought it would be easy, bearing his fangs on the other like how it was meant to be. But the first couple of times he tried, he found himself lost, words scattered on the wind like they weren't meant to be said. Katsuki stopped trying, there was no use. Instead, he kept the interactions minimal, until the day came that Izuku no longer tried making conversations. They drifted away just like that. No one led the bullies to bully powerless children, so he didn't have to worry about Izuku in that area. Plus, he always had watchful eyes when it came to Izuku no matter how shitty their relationship became. The kid got a couple of friends too. Katsuki realized it was really him who isolated the nerd back then. 5 months in, his mom stopped pestering him about friend stuff. She must have realized that there was no changing Katsuki's mind, and it wasn't a meaningless tantrum. It worked out for Katsuki in the end. If Katsuki remembered correctly, it had been 3 years since Izuku last spoke to him when it wasn't forced or something, and it was only to remind Katsuki that his shoelace got loose. "Kacchan, your shoe?" It was annoying, but the most unbearable was the silence he had to endure when he walked home with the nerd a few feet behind him. Izuku still had to wait for his mom at Katsuki's place, but he kept still all the time he was there. Katsuki would retreat to his room, do his homework, and train until his sweat glands hurt, and the cycle would repeat the next day. He couldn't tell what made the dipshits suddenly give up on bugging him like he did in their previous life. It was also surprising to Katsuki because before, no matter how harsh he got, Izuku stuck around like sticky rice. The development was welcome, however. It was going to be beneficial. At least that was how Katsuki deluded himself. Well, middle school is starting. He was still going to attend algebra. It must have been a new page for other children his age, but Katsuki had already gone through this before. Katsuki ready to go? Katsuki did his best to duplicate everything but himself in middle school. There was no removing his rough edges, he was programmed that way, but if it helps, he was actually very toned down. Toned down in ways where he would still give everyone his piece, but he would ignore things more often. One time a classmate in the 2nd grade took his pencil case and hid it. The whole room experienced hell with his shouts. A teacher had to call his mom. It was an exaggeration, of course. He only said, "If you extras don't give me my pencil case back, I will explode every bag I see in the next 10 minutes. Then some children cried and ran to get the teacher. Teachers couldn't scold him. He was still the top-performing child in the school. Besides, incidents like that were rare and far in between. Speaking of becoming the top, Katsuki had no trouble retaking his seat. A fucking course it was meant to be. Not that it felt good, but he couldn't let some other brat be number one on his watch. In this life, Katsuki should just take all the fun he could take. With the same dark blue school bag, he took the very same seat he had back then. He was in the same section and had the same classmates. The same teachers also showed up. The introductory class proceeded as how it would go normally. "I'm going to be your advising teacher this year. I'm hoping for a smooth school year, class." Some teachers started introducing their subjects and requirements, some just made them name themselves, their hobbies, and their dreams. When break time came, a few groups formed among the class. Some got along quickly because of common interests, some because of their dream high schools. He heard one group talking about going to UA. Katsuki wanted to laugh. No one made it but him and Izuku. It would stay that way in this too. Plus, these kids have no idea what they're aiming for. Constant danger, multiple life and death situations, training to the verge of crying. Well, Katsuki wouldn't have it any other way. There were also the people he hung around with before. Katsuki couldn't remember their names, but he caught them looking at him a couple of times. They seemed decent. Katsuki didn't care. Maybe he'd hang around them again in this timeline just so it would be the same as before if he really had to. Normal. Everything was normal and it was starting to bore Katsuki. Nothing in particular caught his interest, except when a few kids approached Izuku. At first, he thought of them worst, but Izuku was showing off his notebook, so? New friends, as it seemed. It was also quite the normal sight, as normal as it could be. When Katsuki realized it, the familiarity almost made him grin. It was the sign he was waiting for back when he first messed up. He was back on track. Enduring 8 years of mundane shit and no Deku was worth it. There was the semblance to what he had before, an anchor. He went home that day expecting the cycle to repeat the next day, alike the few years that went by. The cycle of normal things had been Katsuki's constant and it was what he had been trying to maintain. If there was a choice to not have anything change, he would choose it. He kept the gate open for Izuku. Except 10 minutes passed and no one followed. "Hey, Izuku won't be coming anymore," Mitsuki said as she was passing by the door. Katsuki was fixing his shoes. He had been staring at his shoes for the past 10 minutes. He wasn't waiting for anyone. There was just this dirt he couldn't get rid of. "I'm not waiting for him, I don't care." Inko said he's old enough to handle things on his own at home. Katsuki didn't fucking ask, he wanted to say. Instead, he retreated to his room and continued the cycle, all by himself. What really bothered Katsuki was the nearing event of the sludge villain. If anything wrong happened there, he could only hope it was him to be taken. If All Might failed, which he wouldn't because All Might always wins, he hoped Izuku would keep on doing what he had been doing, staying away from him. Katsuki would build up the stage himself so Izuku would still get one for all, but it wouldn't be where there's a possibility of death. Katsuki had already decided how it would happen, and it took years of racking his brain back and forth. There would be no casualties, just him and All Might testing a bit of courage and reason. Izuku would get his quirk, maybe his memories too, if Yoichi was wrong and the memory part just had something to do with One for All. He just had to make it happen. It didn't matter if he wouldn't be a part of Izuku's life anymore. Wasn't that what he wanted back then? To have Izuku off of his case? Maybe this was the first step leading to that. Katsuki had never imagined a life where Izuku was not present. It was illogical, they were inseparable, damn it all. But if he'd soon be the forgotten childhood friend, maybe he should start imagining. If there was a burning ache in his stomach, he didn't mind it. The next day was the very same normal, he should be thankful. The next was also the same. And the next. Ever since All Might emerged as a hero, the crime rate had been steadily declining. Japan transformed into a place where people could relax and enjoy their lives as normally as possible. As crime decreased, the number of heroes grew. The profession became increasingly popular, with 9 out of 10 children aspiring to become heroes in the future. Days were always bustling with activity, and the few crimes that occur can be swiftly resolved. Nights, however, were when villains attempt to strike more frequently, but nothing ever tipped the balance to the other side. The coin always landed heads up. The Hero Commission is dedicated to maintaining this balance, leveraging the protection All Might has provided, and ensuring the public remains safe from harm, wherein they will remain knowing what they're allowed to know. However absurd, it was what will happen. The Quirk Society, as it progressed, will be perfectly capable of understanding the concept of justice. The baseless fear about chaos and lawlessness would diminish in the air, never to be talked about again. It was like watching a fog lift, revealing a clear and bright landscape. The community will find its rhythm, where fairness and order will become second to nature. It will be a place where everyone has a fair shot. Even as the quirks evolve. The underground tunnel was frightening. Darkness loomed everywhere, and there was no light on the other side. It stretched as far as one could see. It felt infinite, where every step was uncertain, and danger awaits near. If someone were to ask Kigo Takami about how he crawled out of it, he wouldn't be able to answer. There was no answer. Kigo's memories of that time were fragmented, like shards of a broken mirror pieced together where multiple reflections of one image could be seen. He remembered feeling cold, the dampness that seeped into his bones, and the oppressive silence that was occasionally broken by distant, unidentifiable sounds. He had no map, no sense of direction, only an unyielding determination to escape. Maybe he was Icarus, a boy so eager to fly and reach the highest point of the sky that he escaped no matter how much he knew freedom would burn him. He was driven by a desperate need to break free, but unlike Icarus, whose wings were doomed to melt under the sun's unforgiving heat, Kigo's wings were different. They were not made of fragile wax and feathers. They were a part of him, resilient and strong. Strolling through the alleyways with a different purpose other than desperately searching for someone to help him, eager as if death was after his shadows, was indeed quite the walkthrough. Kigo had to pick up a few cans using his feathers to keep his mind off leaning over the edge. His black turtleneck top seemed to feel a little tight today. It was hell. Escaping the tunnel was no freedom. The streets were unforgiving, a battleground where only the swift and cunning could hope to survive. There was no day he wasn't starved, lithe bones scratching against one another, sunken eyes and hollow cheeks. It was the price for freedom, fighting stray dogs for leftovers and chicken bones. Kigo was known to be too fast for his age, because he had to be, to survive. He darted through alleyways and over rooftops, always on the move, always one step ahead of danger. Every second counted, every heartbeat was a reminder that slowing down meant risking everything. Slowing down meant returning to that void of darkness underground. Days were decent, but the nights were the worst. The cold seeped into his bones, and the darkness brought with it a terrifying silence. Kigo would curl up in whatever shelter he could find, his body trembling from the chill and the constant fear of being discovered. What exactly haunted him? He was not sure. But now, he was already at the place he most wanted to be, And those days in the dark wouldn't hold him back. Kigo will relish the days he could be who he dreamt of being. Hawks. The smile on his face was almost immediately plastered. A child approached with excitement on his steps, a paper and pen on his tiny grip. There was a familiar shine on his eyes. Kigo had seen those directed at him for far too many times. "Hey kid. Lost your way?" Kigo caught the slight hesitance before the child answered. He could guess what he would say next, but he might be around 7 years old or so. Kigo couldn't really judge. I got lost following your feather. Will you find my parents for me?" Elijah, but Kigo beamed at him. It was obvious that the child only wanted him to stay longer, and he could always tweak a little bit of his report. Accompanying a missing child to his parents sounds quite okay. "Kid, it's not nice lying." The child visibly deflated. It was cute. Kigo couldn't help but mess with his hair, ruffling it playfully. "Where are your parents?" "Come on, I'll accompany you home." It was fascinating how children were coded so simply. Their joy could be sparked by the smallest of things. A kind word, a gentle touch, or even a simple game. Their world was uncomplicated, filled with wonder and innocence. Kigo marveled at how easily their faces lit up with happiness, a stark contrast to the complexities that came with age. Not that he could talk himself, he was only 20. "Sorry. They're downtown." "Thank you. You're awesome, Hawks." As he approached the child's home, a modest house nestled in a quiet downtown neighborhood, Kigo felt a rare sense of peace. He landed in front of the house, his wings folding behind him as he approached the door. With a gentle knock, he waited, the child's hand clutching his hero costume. The door swung open to reveal the child's parents, their faces a mix of fear and surprise. The moment they saw their child, their expressions transformed into pure relief and joy. They rushed forward, enveloping their child in a tight embrace, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Kigo stood back, a soft smile playing on his lips. For this brief moment, he felt like the hero he was supposed to be. It felt nice, and just right, the earlier gloomy thoughts already at the back of his mind. "Sorry to bother you, Hawks. This kid just follows every hero he sees." The father, Kigo guessed, said, scratching the back of his neck. There was a familiar frustration on his throat as he saw the gentle affection the family had, but Kigo laughed it off, waving as he bid his farewells. Before taking off once more, he glanced back at the child and flashed another warm smile. "Don't give your parents more headaches, kid." With that, he spread his wings and took to the sky, the sun casting a warm glow on his path. For now, he could savor this small victory, a reminder of the good he could do, even amidst the shadows of his mind. People couldn't always become who they wanted to become, but in Kigo's case, fate could be challenged. Kigo Takami is a hero. Upon his descent on a Transmeon tower, he looked over at his watch. The day was far from ending, with the sun so up in the sky. He still had somewhere to be. Shoyuta Aizawa had been teaching for 3 years. In that short amount of time, he had already expelled about 70 students. With the school year starting, he was expecting to expel more. It wasn't that Aizawa enjoyed expelling students, it was a necessity. The delusion about the hero profession was getting out of hand. Aizawa would rather be caught dead than nurture those borderline fantasy dreams. Being a hero was not just a profession where one could be flamboyant and earn money. If someone had told Aizawa years ago that he'd be dealing with children who had no clue about what the job actually entailed, he would have learned how to scream from Mike just so he could yell at them. Students had to give their all from the very start to deserve a spot at UA. It wasn't because the school was prestigious, but because they were training future heroes, and many students who dreamed of entering the school would give their all to make it. Aizawa could materialize the motivation for them. Expulsion. Students had to learn the feeling of losing everything for not giving their everything. Aizawa had requested special permission from the principal to do it, and upon listening to his reasons, Nizu was enthusiastic to agree. He was given the authority to expel students when he deemed it necessary. Later on, Aizawa would re-enroll said students in the same course. The cycle would repeat until the desired outcome was produced. Some might say it was a waste of time and energy, but it had been very productive for him as an educator. He saw students exponentially improving. He saw them wanting to be heroes for different reasons other than materialistic desires. Mike was, at first, very against what he was doing. But after some time, he relented, saying it was Aizawa's way of teaching. Aizawa could somehow understand that on the exterior level, what he was doing was kind of cruel, but he was willing to be the bad cop for the betterment of the Quark Society's future. "Hey Teach. Long time no see." A frown was automatically etched on Aizawa's face upon hearing that voice. Being the only person present at the faculty's office, it was obvious that the voice was calling out to him. It was more irksome than Mix. "What a lucky day. I was hoping for a longer period without your presence, problem child." The owner of the voice was Tuya Todoroki, eldest child of then number 2. The child graduated the very first year Aizawa taught. He was the center of problems for the 3rd years and the reason why Aizawa grew tons of white hairs. How did he even enter the school's faculty? Was he given the permission to? If he was, why? The only good thing about this kid was how he excelled in academics. Of course, Aizawa did not think so little of his students, it was just, "Don't be like that to the future number 1, sensei. He'll be very sad." It was just that unbearable personality. Aizawa had been with Mike for a long time. It was telling something if he says he was still bothered by Tuya. He could attest to how a lot of teachers hated that grin, or maybe some liked it too much. It was a sign of a massive headache for him. Tuya fetched a number of papers sitting on top of Mick's desk before he sat on the swivel chair just beside Aizawa's. Aizawa couldn't help but sigh as he watched all of it happen before him. "What are you doing here? You have a lot of time to spare for a new budding hero." Sure, Aizawa could be more accommodating, but why would he? Professionalism should be reciprocated, and Tuya Todoroki showed none. The familiarity was exhausting. He was wondering if this child actually listened to his professional practices professor. "And dropped those papers. Those are the school's property." The kid only laughed as he dropped the papers on Aizawa's desk. It was Mick's lesson plan on his English subject. Troublesome as he was, Tuya was undoubtedly a lot better than the usual children in the hero course. Aizawa would not hesitate to expel him otherwise. This kid was driven to be a hero more than many of his peers. What pushed him to such lengths might be the fast descent of his father from the hero rankings, but Aizawa could only guess. "You wound me, sense. I'm not just strolling around school premises. I'm actually here with someone." Wrong. He would already be here if he's punctual. "This guy probably won't survive your class." Aizawa could hear the eye roll. He could also sense the frustration coming from his former student. But no matter, he saw no reason to pry. Mostly because he didn't care, but also because it wasn't directly affecting the school, and it wasn't illegal. It was not his business, even if the sudden presence of this alumni piqued his curiosity. He also had to go to his class soon. Sighing, he picked up the sleeping bag hanging on his chair before he made his way past Tuya. "Sensei. Wait up, I need your help." Without hiding his displeasure, Aizawa turned around. "I have class in 10 minutes. Tuya wasted his time, Aizawa concluded. He did not agree to meet someone after class just to hear them ranting about a newly appointed patrol partner. First, it was absurd. Second, he was no therapist. Finally, he couldn't care less if he hadn't emphasized it yet. But Tuya seemed to enjoy talking his ears out, as if he was aware that it was tormenting for Aizawa to sit there and listen. All Aizawa could pick up were, this new person was a rising star. He was quickly climbing the ranks after getting appointed. He was totally showing off. He stopped listening after realizing his former student was totally going to jail if he was listening. It was slander, defamation, whatever you call it. Aizawa hoped the day would end soon. Tuya had physically, mentally, and spiritually drained him. If he was to meet Mike later that day, he was so sure he would ascend to godhood. "Kacchan, wake up." "Kacchan. We won, Kacchan." "So you have to wake up?" "Wake up." First month into middle school was fun. Really. So fun that he was thinking of blasting his way through the bullshit. If Katsuki had a say in this matter, he would rather be back to his original timeline and stay dead. Or maybe he should just sign up for an acting career, because shit, he had been acing this fucking drama for 8 whole years. If anything, he should be a veteran actor by now. Maybe he was finally losing his shit. For 8 years, he had kept up the charade, pretending to be the same, but at the same time, different, kid everyone knew. He had to hide the knowledge about the future events, the pain of knowing what was supposed to happen, and the fear of changing things for the worst. It was exhausting and the strain was starting to show. No, the strain was being stretched to its fucking limit. And even if he didn't want to fucking admit, the breaking point came when Izuku started acting like he didn't exist anymore after the guy stopped waiting for his mom at the Bakugas. No, fuck, it was even further back. It was when the dipshit started not talking to him 3 years ago. Sure, they had grown apart over the time passing. He was aware of it while it was happening, god damn it. He saw their paths diverging in ways Katsuki had anticipated but never actually, truly, literally wished for. The one person who had always been a constant in his life had been treating him like a stranger. Like a fucking extra. It was funny how Katsuki was so unaware that the only thing tying off the loose ends of his sanity was the fact that Izuku still went home with him. But now that it was also gone, his mind was going overdrive for some obvious reasons. He wanted to applaud himself for the saint act he was trying to pull. Being the forgotten childhood friend wouldn't matter? As fucking if. He prided himself for being the first one to know about Izuku's legendary quirk secret, about witnessing All Might's legacy unfold, about being the person who would beat All Might's fucking air. Wouldn't it be more dramatic if they stayed friends? They were supposed to compete their whole lives. People eat that shit up, they would be the talk of the century. Katsuki's frustration had been boiling over. He really was losing his shit. He couldn't count how many curses he had in his head for the past few minutes. But fuck it all. He had sacrificed so much, endured so much, and for what? To be ignored by the one person who should have understood him the most? No, Katsuki wasn't blaming anyone for not fucking remembering, God. He was just hoping that the one who put him through this would be fucking mindful and stop messing with his head. The facade he had carefully maintained for 8 years had cracks all over, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep it together. He couldn't even lie to himself now. Maybe he'd spill the beans if someone asked him where he came from. From your fucking nightmares, the future. Katsuki found himself standing on the rooftop of the school, the wind whipping through his hair. It was a place he often came to when he needed to think, to clear his head in his original timeline. But today, the usual solace it provided was nowhere to be found. His mind was a storm of emotions, and he felt like he was drowning in them. He had been drowning for so long. Maybe middle school him would enjoy this feeling. He would even name it the loneliness at the fucking top, which was fucking ridiculous if someone were to ask him, but he hasn't really been on the top. It was just plain OL loneliness and nothing else. The clownery at this point was getting so fucking ridiculous. Was this how he was going to cope? Katsuki placed a hand on the cool metal of the railing, feeling its solidity beneath his fingers. With a fluid motion, he swung one leg over, then the other, until he was sitting on it with his feet dangling freely. Maybe he should just check on the other variables instead of wasting time contradicting himself, or maybe he should just enjoy the flow of the wind and the thrill of the possibility of falling. The cold wind brought with it another wave of emotions, questions he couldn't answer, with one repeating all over. What was he doing this all for? Katsuki peered at the ground beneath him. There was no doubt he'd kick the bucket if he ever fell. But he could dash with his quirk, it wouldn't really be that fatal. Who was he kidding? No matter the thoughts he had before, he would still be going through everything head-on. How many times had he had the same close-to-collapse calls for the past 8 years? There was too many to count. He would always bounce back up. He had no other choice but to do so anyway. Maybe the isolation was getting harsher by the minute. Maybe the cracks were getting larger. Maybe it was better if he didn't have his memories going back. Or maybe he would have better judgment had he had Yoichi there, or at least someone who he knew would believe him. Maybe then he wouldn't feel so alienated by this world. Katsuki came home alone, as how he had been for the past month. He never really bothered closing the gate even after then, in hopes for nothing to change in his routine. But today he looked back. With his hand resting on his school bag, he glanced back and after a moment of contemplation walked over to close the gate. It was nothing symbolic.